When I lost control tonight, everything changed. And when I took it back, it changed again.
Do you need some privacy?
Jack sets my dress by the sink. No, I whisper, letting my hands slide from my breasts to my sides. Jack's gaze flickers past me to the shower for a second.
If you need time to...
I don't. If he treats me like I'm broken, then I am. In silent acquiescence, Jack removes his clothes. I ease my ripped panties down my legs. He takes them from me, tossing them in the trash. I step into the shower first. The water's not steaming hot, but it's better than his hose in the garage. Jack joins me, and I take the washcloth from his hand and start cleaning the paint from his face.
You don't have to do this.
I want to, I murmur, taking my time to wipe every inch, every tiny crease, clean. I need to believe that somewhere in his heart, or at least in a remote corner of his conscience, he's struggling emotionally because he had to kill 3 people today, because of me. He shampoos my hair and then his. I slowly spread the soap over my body, stopping before my hands reach the top of my legs. Jack blinks, drops of water clinging to his eyelashes. With our gazes locked, I take his hand and guide it between my legs.
Frankie,
he rasps, but he doesn't remove his hand or move his fingers. They stay idle, gently pressed where Archer's had been on the Ferris wheel. I'm okay. I'm not asking for sex, or for this to go any further. Maybe I'm not doing this for him as much as I'm doing it for myself. I'm okay. Jack skates his fingertips over my flesh, taking his time. His hand slides to my hip, breast, and neck before cupping my cheek.
You're okay.
He presses his lips to my forehead. I'm not broken. Cracked, yes. Bruised, yes. Knotted, yes. Some days barely breathing, unfortunately. But my heart beats. And even when it feels like a curse, I remind myself it's a gift, not just a choice. Hours later, as Jack sleeps beside me, the sheet low on his waist, both hands resting on his chest, I wonder how I got here. I've never felt this lost, this uncertain. The blinking neon motel sign lights up his skin every time it flashes through the threadbare curtains. My fingers trace his tattoos, the veins down his arms, calloused fingers and abs. And lower. He stirs, head easing to the side, tired eyes peeling open. I stare at him for a few seconds. Are you broken? I whisper, because the life in his eyes seems to fade a little more every day. He blinks slowly. My hand slides along his growing erection.
Down there,
he murmurs, lifting a single brow.
It would appear the answer is no.
A tiny smile steals my lips as best as it can. My heart is too heavy to embrace his humor fully. What is this? Us. I release him and skate my hand up his chest. Who am I to you? I slide a leg over him, straddling his torso while kissing along his neck. His fingers tangle in my wet hair while he sits up, so we can look into each other's eyes. My nipples brush his chest when I lift onto my knees and lower onto him, letting him fill me physically, emotionally, and all my tiny fractured places. Jack's teeth scrape along his lower lip, masking his grin while he hums. He deposits a series of slow kisses all over my face.
You're the girl I kiss goodnight.
His hands grip my hips, moving me over him while we kiss. Under different circumstances, that would make me the luckiest girl in the world.
Chapter 24. You killed 3 men. Frankie's groggy voice seeps into the bathroom while Jackson shaves. He pauses briefly before rinsing the razor, hoping she accepts that he did it for her and stops mentioning it. Because of me. She slides her legs over the edge of the bed and combs her messy hair with her fingers. Jackson continues shaving. Good morning. She grunts. Good. Above average. You killed 3 men yesterday. So much for that minor detail slipping her mind. It's complicated. He wipes the residual soap from his face with a towel. Finishing that song for your wife is complicated. Killing 3 men is criminal. Frankie appears in the doorway with a sheet wrapped around her. Jackson nods slowly. I'll pick up clothes for you today. I have clothes. Not here. She rubs her eyes. I'm going to need more than the word complicated. Messy. Her hands drop to her sides and she frowns. Dangerous. He twists his lips. But mostly, really fucking complicated. I'm leaving. She pivots. Where's my dress? In the trash. You threw away my dress. Frankie turns again, pushing him aside to inspect the trash in the bathroom. It's not in the trash. She searches the rest of the motel room. The dumpster behind the motel's office. Frankie's attention snaps to him, lips parted. Why would you throw away my dress, the only thing I have to wear? Jackson's list of reasons for disposing of the dress is long and complicated. If we're on the same page, I'll pick you up some other clothes today. Confusion wrinkles her face while she blinks several times. On the same page? Sorry, you'll have to explain what's on the page before I can confirm or deny if I'm on it with you. And you have to use more than a few words to describe the page. I'll need to know why you killed those men. Who are you? And what are your intentions for Archer Sanford and me? Jack retrieves a toothbrush from his small toiletry bag and squeezes a dab of toothpaste onto it. Where did you get that toothbrush, the razor? She shakes her head and stutters. The whole bag. Walmart, he mumbles over his foam-filled mouth. Frankie's gaze circumnavigates the room. Jackson's wearing black combat boots, but a pair of running shoes is by the bed, and he's wearing different jeans than he wore yesterday. She opens the TV console drawers. Why do you have clothes here? He spits and wipes his mouth. Plan B. Jack, I need you to elaborate. Frankie tightens the sheet around her body. You killed 3 men, she whispers. Are you going to run? He crosses his arms, leaning into the bathroom door threshold. She glances down at her sheet-clad body as if that's all the explanation he needs. If you fear for your life, that won't stop you, he says. She shakes her head. I don't know if I should fear for my life. You won't tell me anything. Her voice escalates. I just know that you killed 3 men. He flinches. Tears fill her eyes as she shakes her head. I just want to go home. He retrieves his phone from the nightstand. I wanted you to go home weeks ago. Fine, you were right. She bats away her tears. Is that what you want to hear? I should have gone home when you told me to go home. I'm sorry, just let me go home. He'll kill you, but not before he kills your parents and anyone he thinks is close to you. Why? To protect his family, to seek revenge for what you've done to his daughter, but mostly he'll do it to get to me. Frankie swallows hard. He doesn't know I had anything to do with his daughter. He shrugs a shoulder. Let's hope not. Why would he want to get to you because you killed his men? Because I'm the man who's going to kill him. She continues to shake her head. Jackson could never have anticipated Frankie the way he wasn't ready for Wren, but Frankie's here, and he can't pretend she doesn't matter. So I can go home, he adds to justify what he's done and still has to do. A deep sadness fills her eyes. Where's home? Jackson's blank expression gives nothing away. It's as if he doesn't know the answer. I'm not going to hurt you. He grazes his knuckles across her cheek. She closes her eyes. Please be here when I return, so only the bad people die. Frankie winces, but she doesn't open her eyes. He leaves her with a kiss on the crown of her head, and a click of the door behind him.
Chapter 25. If you want to know someone, ask what music they like. Music is a fingerprint on one's soul. 88 keys are infinitely more revealing than 26 letters. I don't know much about Jack that can be put into words, but I've heard him play the piano, so I know what touches his soul. That fingerprint keeps me in this motel room despite 3 dead men. Wearing his tea from the console drawer, I inspect every item of clothing in the room, every essential in his toiletry bag, and every nook and cranny that might hold a clue. He didn't rent this room last night. He's had this space. A safe house? I look for my purse and phone, but neither is in the room. Maybe they're in his car. Did I have my purse when Archer pulled me off the Ferris wheel? Eloise. Oh, God. She'll be worried about me, especially if she discovers Jack is missing too. I startle when Jack opens the door. He doesn't say anything. Bags in one hand and a gun in the other, he checks the room, behind the curtains, and the bathroom. Then he holsters his gun. He has a gun and a holster. I have pepper spray. Where's my purse? Back of my car. And my phone? He shrugs, setting the bags on the bed. I disposed of it. Why? Because he has your number. Jack slides a black backpack off his shoulder and retrieves his laptop. Which means he can track you. Eloise will be worried sick, and she'll call my parents. I pull the clothes out of the sack. I took care of it. He sits on the bed and opens his laptop. What do you mean? I've talked with her and said you were with me for a few days. You went to her house? He shakes his head. Stopped by the senior center where she walks when it's hot. I hold up the thong underwear he bought me. I don't wear these. Fine. He shrugs, focusing on his computer. I like a bikini cut. I inspect the rest of the clothes. There's a small shirt, an oversized shirt, 2 extra small white tank tops, size 2 shorts, size 6 jeans, and a frumpy medium prairie dress in stunning shades of mustard yellow and shit brown. No bras? Jack smirks. Is that a trick question? I know your nipples have an aversion to bras. I frown before shrugging off his shirt. Jack eyes me while I don the dress. Ada wore more of a corseted dress, sexy and forbidden. This is just... I look down at the tent dress. Anti-sexy. A sister wife vibe. There's so much exhaustion in his eyes. He tries to smile but fails at infusing any believability into it. Tell me about her, I say softly. A tiny worry line creases along the bridge of his nose. Which her? I pull up the dress skirt and kneel on the opposite side of the bed, fiddling with the tag on the sleeve. I'd make another sister-wife reference if he weren't so tortured already. I risk a glance at him. Tell me about the women in your life. Jack closes his laptop, sets it aside, and rests his hands on the edge of the bed with his head bowed. I shouldn't trust you or anyone at this point. But you do because I'm here. I'm in a dingy motel room with you and don't know your last name. I don't know why you kill people. I have every reason to leave, to run. Yet, I'm here because you haunt me with everything you've never said. If I trust you, a stranger, with my life, don't you think you can trust me with yours? After a few breaths, Jack's head bobs in a barely detectable nod. I have a twin sister. My heart skips on a silent gasp, just as chills course along my skin in all directions. It's not possible that this man's path has crossed mine. We've been to hell and back too many times to count. She's the only person I trust completely. I trust her with my life. There's no more blinking back the tears. I let them fall. What if John would have trusted me with his life? Would I have failed him? Did I fail him by not being there for Stephen? Somewhere along the way, should I have been the one to convince Stephen that no girl's, no person's opinion matters more than his right to feel worthy of love? Of life?
My wife, Jack continues, took everything bad inside of me and made it good. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do for her, except let her go. Even when I knew it was the only way to truly love her.
He shakes his bowed head.
I just really wanted to have a chance at that kind of love. That kind of life.
When he doesn't continue, I struggle to find the right words. How did she die? Am I allowed to ask him that? Just when I find the courage to do just that, he continues.
We have a daughter.
I swallow hard because I think I've known he has a family. The eyes never lie.
I raised her alone. She has her mother's heart, passion, and ability to forgive the unforgivable.
He lifts his head and stares out the crack in the curtains.
But she's me too.
The hint of a smile touches his lips.
She's fierce and unrelenting. She's stubborn, too smart for her own good.
The muscles in his jaw flex.
And I failed her. I didn't protect her mom. I let my guard down. I showed vulnerability when the enemy showed patience.
He rubs his temples.
So I have to be patient too. And it's unfathomably hard because I miss my life.
I don't know if I have the emotional capacity to formulate a response. He's told me so much, yet nothing at all. I feel him, but without clarity I cannot understand him. 2 feet are between us, yet I don't know how to bridge the divide. Jack's words carry an intimacy that feels almost sacred. He holds his life and memories in a guarded, impenetrable space. I think it's so guarded because he feels the fragility of those memories. I understand. My memories of John, Lynn, and Stephen feel defenseless, and I am the soldier tasked to keep them alive in some small way. Humans are a culmination of the love we share. If I let the memories die, I think I will die too. I was standing in line, I say, clearing the emotion from my throat. At a CVS. I laugh through a few residual tears. And the person in front of me was making small talk with the young man at the cash register. She said, "Can you believe it's already the last day of November? November 30th. My birthday. John's birthday. I don't acknowledge that day. And I've asked my parents never to acknowledge that day again. The mind instinctively tries to protect us. It's easy to let it block memories. Self-preservation is a good thing. But then, some overly chatty woman at a fucking CVS had to kick through the patched hole in my heart, and I just started crying. I run my hands through my hair and blow out a shaky breath. It was a hemorrhaging pain that wouldn't stop, and a kind man behind me rested his hand on my shoulder. Such a simple gesture. I didn't look back. I just grabbed his hand for dear life, so afraid that he would let go and I would feel the full weight of reality. The avalanche of grief, the suffocating, unbearable loneliness that I was half dead. I bite my trembling lip for several seconds. The guilt of being alive, I whisper. Jack turns his head, eyeing me over his shoulder. He bought the note cards and Sharpies that I dropped on the floor and added a tissue box. Then he walked me to my car, but I was still shaking with grief. So he drove me home. He wasn't the most handsome man in the world, and he hadn't said more than a few words to me. But he had kind eyes and an even kinder touch. I kissed him, and I didn't want to know his name. I didn't care if he said a word to me. Several hours later, I woke up alone in my bed. Yet, I didn't feel alone. I felt like my brother had a hand in ensuring I found the right people in my life when I needed them most.
The dean's husband, Jack asks.
I smile, wiping my cheeks. Yes, He narrows his eyes.
Do you think your brother is the reason our paths crossed?
I shrug. Jack's contemplative gaze drifts to the side. But I find myself in new territory, I say. I want more. His gaze returns to me with the obvious question on his face. But I'm afraid to ask your real name. I'm afraid to ask how your wife died. I'm afraid to ask why you're planning on killing Archer Sanford. Because I've never been invested in someone who doesn't have a familial obligation to love me back. I've always felt like needing someone means I am not enough. I am less. I crawl toward him, trudging my way through this painful divide. But when I'm with you, I press my palms to his cheeks. I feel like I'm more, wholly alive, and everything I told myself I didn't want a few weeks ago. I touch his lips. Well, it's all I want now. The pads of my fingers trace his lips, and his eyes drift shut, a silent surrender.
Jude Day,
he whispers before opening his eyes.
My wife was killed by the people who trained me, and Archer needs to die so I can see my daughter again.
Jude Day, I whisper, staring at his mouth while my fingers feather along his jaw.
He had to die so that Jackson Knight could live.
I nod slowly. Jude Day became Jackson Knight. My Jack. How old is Jude Day? My eyes flit to his.
30.
I nod again. And Jackson? He turns his head and bites my thumb.
Older.
I smile before kissing his cheek. And Jack? He lifts my dress over my head and tosses it onto the floor.
How old is Francesca Holter?
41. He flatters me with his slow inspection of my naked body before an appreciative smile bends his mouth. Jack, how old are you? My words hang unacknowledged in the air while he removes his shirt, his boots, pants, and briefs. With a ginormous level of confidence, he stands at the side of the bed.
How old do you think I am?
I don't know. That's just it. He's a walking contradiction. From the neck down, he could pass for 30-something, a hot-as-fuck 30-something. But the tiny lines along his face and the peppering of gray in his hair put him in his late 40s, early 50s?
Cat got your tongue. No guess?
My lazy, unabashed gaze leaves his erection, canvases his cut, tattooed torso, and settles on his handsome, and yes, mature, face. 50?
50,
he repeats. But it's not a confirmation. He's done this to me before. I need to know. I need the truth. I want more. Walking on my knees to the edge of the bed, I slide my hands along his chest to his shoulders. Tell me. He wets his lips, threading his fingers into my hair.
It's just a number,
he whispers before kissing me. I welcome every touch. His hand feathers down my backside, dipping between my legs. Jack plays me one note at a time. My fingers sink into his back, urging him on top of me. He touches my lips before kissing them. His thumb drifts down my neck, and his lips follow. A taste follows every touch. Our bodies move in tune. A perfect rhythm. We're Liebestraum. 3 Nocturnes, opus number 9. Claire de Lune. We're a symphony of labored breaths and soft moans, colliding flesh, a creaking bed. He rolls us, so I'm hovering above him. I kiss the corner of his mouth and whisper, "Don't stop." Jack grins, wrapping his arms around my body, holding me to him as close as possible.
I won't.
Chapter 26. You're watching him? I ask, groggy, while lifting my head from Jack's abdomen. He's holding his laptop high on his chest, angled to the side not to wake or move me. I am. I scoot toward his head to bury my face in his neck. I feel music when you're inside of me. He chuckles. Chopsticks. I giggle, but my laughter dies when I turn my head and focus on the screen full of live video feeds. Archer's office, his house, private jet, a feed that looks like a body cam, the inside of an SUV. I stiffen. Did you see me? The day you shot his tires outside of the cafe, did you see me? Did you see Archer trying to fuck you? Yes. A hard knot forms in my stomach and another swells in my throat. I roll to the side and sit on the edge of the bed with my back to him. I wasn't thinking about you, I whisper. When I decided to get revenge, I'm aware. Sometimes Jack can be so blunt, so detached. He's mastered what I've tried and failed to do with the Sanfords. His practiced indifference does little to lessen the shame I feel. Was I going to let Archer have sex with me? My shaky hand covers my mouth because I know the answer. Did you set off the car alarm at the school? Yes. Jack's continued forthrightness sends a shiver along my spine. All I've wanted is for Molly Sanford to feel a fraction of the pain, embarrassment, and regret I feel right now. I wanted revenge more than anything, I murmur. I get that. But you wanted it on your own terms. You were willing to fuck him. But were you willing to let him fuck you? Rape you? I cringe. Because I wasn't willing to let either scenario happen. Because we kissed? I turn my head, resting my chin on my shoulder. I can't kiss you if you're going to fuck him. Because you touched my piano. Sliding the ugly brown dress over my head and down my body, I stand. I don't need further explanation. Jack has an intimate relationship with his piano. It's a window to his soul. 88 keys and an infinity of emotion. He plays those keys to remember his wife. He plays them to find closure. But he won't let the song end, because that kind of love never dies. And he let me touch his piano. He let me into his world from the first note. When are you ending Archer's life? Soon. I pad to the bathroom, stopping just inside the door. Then what? Then it's over. Then it's over. Those 3 words will haunt me, maybe forever. I don't ask a single follow-up question. I shower, and Jackson orders food. We eat on the bed with his computer and the live feeds in front of us, including the surveillance cameras around Eloise's garage. If they were pointed a little farther to the south, he would have footage of Molly fucking Sanford burning down my brother's house. I start to say something about that, but it doesn't matter now. So I step over every invisible line between us. They no longer matter. And I ask about what does matter. Where's your daughter? In an undisclosed location. He takes a bite of his sandwich and then types a few lines into a notes app. How old is she? Younger than you. I shake my head before sipping my drink. That's a relief. 40 is younger than me. Is she 40? Nope. He stays focused on the cameras. Is she Livy or Rin? Confusion clouds his eyes when he looks at me. I shrug a shoulder. I've thoroughly inspected your body. I could sketch your tattoos. All of them. He casts his gaze on the mattress between us. Livy. Livy, I echo him, stabbing my fork into my salad. Rin was your wife. And Gunnar? A reluctant smile steals his lips before his eyes alight with something I know is a great memory. Rin's German Shepherd. He wasn't a fan of mine for a long time. Eventually, she convinced me to make a permanent commitment to him. And in return,
He would be loyal to me forever.
And? Jack chuckles.
Hell no. He hated me till the day he died.
I giggle. I almost had a dog. I shovel wilted lettuce into my mouth.
Sounds like a close call.
It was. Right after I got my master's degree, my roommate decided to move to Greece. She had a golden retriever, Goldilocks. Goldie. And she couldn't take her to Greece, so she begged me to keep her.
What happened?
He takes another bite of his sandwich. After Natalie left for Greece, Goldie ran away.
You lost her dog?
No. I scrunch my nose. She ran away. Broke through the screen door. She had on one of those "have your people call my people" tags with my phone number and Natalie's. But no one called.
Did you post flyers?
I had her photo printed on milk cartons. Jack rolls his eyes. Par for the course. Everyone leaves me. I sigh. When I decided to get my doctorate instead of finding a mate and popping out babies, the universe knew I was giving conventionalism the middle finger. And it's not for a lack of trying. I've put forth a capital E for effort. I have never broken up with a guy. I've always been the one getting dumped. Then my brother left me. Lynn. Stephen. Jack drops the rest of his sandwich in the sack.
Jesus, Frankie. That's a depressing story.
You're saying that to deflect from the train wreck that is your life. I have never killed anyone. I haven't lost a spouse or a lover. I've never had to change my name or identity. And I've never lived out of a garage.
It's like you haven't lived at all.
I smirk. Touché. After a few seconds, silence seeps into the room. As much as we try to use humor to escape from the reality that we are staying at a one-star motel because Jack killed 3 men to save me from Archer, the truth oozes to the surface like a wound that won't stop bleeding. You said you've killed more people than you can count. You said it casually when you knew I wouldn't believe you. He clicks on one of the live cameras and zooms in on Archer and the man with him. Then he glances at me. I believe you, I whisper. Jack gives it some thought.
It was my job. I protected people by removing threats.
Threats to whom?
Families of agents.
I nod slowly. You were CIA? FBI?
I was nothing. We didn't officially exist. We started out protecting DEA agents' families. The government reacts, retaliates. The satisfaction from revenge is short-lived. It changes nothing.
Yeah, I whisper.
But imagine intercepting that letter from Molly. Imagine removing her from your nephew's life. Imagine him still living. That's what I did. I saved lives by taking lives, eliminating the threat before anyone died.
Why is Archer a threat to your family? He leans back, resting his head on the wall.
I left the organization, but not without making enemies. I didn't realize how many enemies until my wife died in a car accident. I always suspected it wasn't an accident, but everyone thought I was crazy. Turns out I wasn't crazy. It wasn't an accident. The organization dissolved after I left. But unbeknownst to me, alliances were made. My wife died because of me. And my daughter was a target too. So she's taken on a new identity in a new location. The world thinks she's dead. She has a headstone in a cemetery. But I can't see her unless I end this, for her safety. So that's what I've been doing for the past year. Removing the threats, one at a time. And I believe Archer is the last one. If he's gone, the remaining few will scatter because they won't have the incentive or means to come after me or my family. Archer funded the people who killed my wife and came after my daughter.
This isn't real. I'm holed up in a motel with an assassin. Weeks earlier, I drove to Boone to go through my brother's family's belongings, sell the house, and return home to find a new job. What do you need from me? I set my half-eaten salad aside and rub the back of my neck. Jack eyes me with confusion.
I need you to do what I say so you don't die.
I laugh. This just isn't real. Die? I'm a music theory professor. Death, to me, means cancer, a heart attack, or a stroke. Unexpected death means a car accident. Lottery statistical death means a drive-by shooting while walking through the rougher areas of Chicago at night, or being at a mall when a shooter decides to take innocent lives. Being an actual target doesn't even occupy space in my head, no matter how hard I try to comprehend his words. What does not dying involve? I ask.
Staying put.
In this room? He nods. For how long?
As long as it takes.
I stand, shaking my head. That's not an acceptable answer. Are we talking days? Weeks?
As long as it takes.
Jack's patience exceeds mine by miles. My family will look for me.
Not if you let them know you're taking time to process. Taking a trip. A drive across the country to put yourself back together.
I cross my arms. How do I tell them this? A messenger pigeon?
It would take too long to train a homing pigeon. I'm thinking of a burner phone.
He deadpans. You're not funny.
No.
Jack twists his lips.
I've been told my humor is subtle yet refreshing.
I make a weak effort to smile, but I can't. Nobody looks for you? You just take him out, and nobody investigates? You're not a wanted criminal?
I've been a wanted criminal for most of my life. A nameless, faceless criminal who leaves no trace.
So what happens when it's over? You go home? Where is home? He shakes his head.
I can't give you that.
Why not? I feel a pang of disappointment.
Deniability.
Deniability? For what? If I'm captured and tortured for information about you and your family? Jack doesn't respond. That's my answer. You've lived an awful life, I murmur. His gaze drifts from me to the window, and he gently nods.
But I wouldn't trade it for anyone else's life.
He jerks his head to the bed and glances at his phone.
I have to go.
Where?
Can't say.
He hands me another phone.
Call your parents. Don't give anything away. Lie.
I stare at it for a few seconds before taking it.
Lie like your life and theirs depends on it.
Because it does? I glance up at him.
I'm the best at what I do.
He kills people. Is that something to brag about? Me too, I say with a shrug. It takes him a minute, but when he gets it, he hums in agreement.
You're brilliant. A virtuoso.
He drags his middle finger down my nose, the pads of his other fingers closing my eyes. That finger lingers on my lower lip while he ducks his head.
Exceptional in every way,
he whispers before kissing me. Our noses rub together after the soft kiss. The words catch in my throat because they scare me. He scares me. Losing him terrifies me. So maybe I save myself, my heart, if I don't say it. Jack narrows his eyes, waiting for me to finish. I smile, keeping my gaze on his chest while I rest my hands on it. I will wait here like you asked me to do. He doesn't seem to buy it or press me on it. With a slight nod, he turns, slides on his holster, grabs his computer, and leaves me with an aching heart and an unspoken declaration of love.
Chapter 27. It's time to disappear for a few weeks. Jackson says to his sister the second she answers the phone. Are you still paranoid or has something changed? Jessica sounds condescending. I took out 3 of his bodyguards. Why? Doesn't matter. Just disappear for a while. Because of her? Her? Are you referencing yourself, Livy? Surely, not just Francesca. So much for an easy target. Archer's never been an easy target, he snaps. Because your paranoia has made it so difficult, Jessica sighs. Paranoia. Like how everyone called me paranoid after my wife died in an accident that wasn't an accident. Had I followed my gut on it, I would have been more protective with Livy. More protective? I think the only way you could have been more protective would have been to lock her in a safe. Exactly. Jackson, stop. He blows a long breath, passing several bikers while noticing he's driving 20 over the speed limit. The bikers flip him the bird in his rearview mirror. Frankie got in over her head with Archer, so I had to step in. And you took out 3 of his men, but not him? How? Why? I had to extract her before I could get access to him. The point is, if taking out his tires didn't already alert him that he's dealing with one of his own, 3 clean shots taking out his men left no room for speculation. We'll disappear, but not for long. End this. Jackson rubs his temples while his other hand remains white-knuckled on the steering wheel. I'm tired. So fucking tired. Yeah, she whispers. Just come home alive. I don't... He bites his lips together. You don't what? I don't care about that. Not like I used to. If I can give Livy the opportunity for a normal life again, that's all that matters. She won't want it if you're not in it. Jackson knows she's right. He also knows Jessica, of all people, has been in his position. Worse. Jessica has endured so much worse. Love you, he says in defeat. Alive, Jude. She calls him by his given name when she needs him to know she's serious. Understood? He lets up on the gas while passing the stone-embellished sign at Rodell's city limits. I've always understood. It's all about luck. Jude, disappear, Jess. He ends the call. Archer's at his office. Jackson gives a little more breathing room today instead of taking his usual parking spot across the street. Archer knows he's a target. His new security detail outside of the building has doubled in size and no longer carries concealed weapons. They have automatic rifles gripped in their hands. Presidential-level detail with earpieces and bulletproof vests. I'm fucked, Jackson mumbles. Maybe Livy lives on an island for the rest of her life. He'd have a better chance of threading a carrot into a cockroach's vagina than getting a clean shot of Archer. Hours later, a group of 6 men in suits exit the building. Archer's in the center of the cluster, an impossible target. He gets into the middle of the 3 SUVs, and they pull away from the curb in a motorcade. Jackson follows them to Archer's house. The middle SUV pulls into a garage, closing the door behind it. Shades block every window in the place. He doesn't anticipate Archer hanging out on his deck barbecuing anytime soon, so he heads back to the motel. When he opens the door, Frankie doesn't move. She's asleep with Wheel of Fortune on the TV. He kicks off his boots and slides into bed with her, spooning her backside and nuzzling his face in her hair while his arm snakes around her waist. Is he dead? No. Why not? Jackson exhales. He's untouchable at the moment. What does that mean? Frankie rolls to face him. She's the epitome of an island in the storm. I think I'd have better luck taking out the president. Frankie frowns. Because of me. He closes his eyes since she's all about the eyes, reading into them too often. Because he just is. I can get close to him. Jackson opens his eyes. Frankie chews on her bottom lip with palpable nervousness and indecision. He doesn't know about us. He abandoned me last night. I bet he's been blowing up my phone wherever it is. Yes, that's a great idea. I'll give you the gun and you can kill him. Then you can go to prison. Nice knowing you. Her gaze drops to his chest. I'm in this too. I want to help. I have nothing to lose. Your life. What life? A long one with possibilities you can't even imagine yet. She rests her hand over his heart. It's my fault he's untouchable. You just don't want to say it. Her eyes shift to meet his gaze. So I'm saying it, and you can't deny it. I won't kill him, but I can expose him. I can get you access to him. I can find out where he's going to be. I can lure him wherever you want. You're not bait. She fists his shirt and tugs it with frustration. But I could be. He inspects her, looking deep into her eyes like she does to him. Not because he's giving it serious consideration. He's trying to figure out how someone so brilliant can let their mind go into such a dark place. I know his weakness. Jackson doesn't ask because it doesn't matter. He's not letting her see Archer Sanford ever again. It's me, she whispers. He knows I know his game, and he hates that I play it better than him. It makes him desperate and reckless. It makes him dangerous and unpredictable. So, no, Jackson snaps. Then give me a gun. Jackson sits up, resting his elbows on his bent knees and his head in his hands. We're done talking about this. I don't think we are. His wife wasn't like this. Rin got upset with Jackson, but she also knew when he needed space, when he needed her to stop talking and stop pushing. Frankie doesn't back down. I'm the only card you have to play. It's not a game. He digs his fingers into his scalp, fighting a headache. She crawls in front of him, constantly invading his space. I am not living in this disgusting motel room for the rest of my life. Maybe you have the patience of a saint, but I don't. So if you don't have a plan, we go with mine. There is no we. He lifts his head and grabs her wrists. So just give me some goddamn space to figure this out. After the initial shock wears off, she jerks her arms from his grip. Have at it. She climbs off the bed, slips on her sandals, and leaves the motel with a hard door slam in her wake. Shit, he grumbles, shoving his feet into his boots and chasing her. Frankie, go think, Jack. Frankie stomps toward the road as if she has somewhere to go and the means to get there. He blows out a long breath filled with mumbled expletives. I can hear you, she keeps marching. Then you know I'm not in the mood to chase your ass down the road. Go back to the motel, fight your war. Don't let me and my stupid ideas get in the way. I just needed space because you were all up in my face. I'm trying to give you all the space in the world, but you're following me. Jack! She screams when he grabs her arm, turns her around, and tosses her over his shoulder to haul her back to the motel room. I just knew from the day we met that you were going to be a royal pain in my ass, he says. I'm not in your face. She pounds her fists into his back. And I'm not up your ass. Thud, thud, thud. Her unrelenting blows don't faze him. He kicks the motel room door shut behind them and tosses her onto the bed. Frankie's eyes narrow and steam billows from her flared nostrils. Jack rests a hand on his hip and sighs. I don't know what to do with you. Let me go. He shakes his head. Can't. Because you think Archer is going to hurt me? Again, he shakes his head. Because you think I'm going to blow your cover? She crosses her arms, flipping him attitude with every word. Another head shake. Then what? What is your problem? You're my problem. She scowls. It's not your job to protect me. You're not my savior. You said it yourself. There is no we. I lied, he whispers. Frankie's sheer stubbornness sends the start of another word out of her mouth, but she swallows it back just as quickly. I can't let you go because I don't want to let you go. Sometimes I am Baines, and sometimes I am Alistair. And your stubbornness is most certainly Ada. I can't stop thinking about you. And I can't let you go. My feelings are far from pure, and they're undoubtedly irrational. So that makes it my job to protect you, to save you. So here we are in a place I swore I would never be again. He holds his hands to his sides in surrender for a few seconds before letting them drop. A white flag. Frankie's jaw works overtime. Jack can feel the intensity of her warring thoughts and flared ego. She is Jessica. She is him. He waits. She deflates an inch at a time, a slow surrender. We're in a tiny motel room with one bed. You might not want me up in your business, but I don't have a choice because you won't let me leave. You're right. Frustration continues to line her face, even though her body is relaxed. She's still ready for the fight that he's not giving her. I'm hungry, she says gruffly. I'll order dinner, he replies with the utmost patience. That patience seems to irritate her. And I need to exercise. I have to burn off this energy or I'll lose my mind. Okay. Frankie takes a quick breath, as if she anticipated a rebuttal, but she releases it with more control. And her words lose their fight, but they're no less sincere. And my parents' anniversary is in 2 weeks. I will be home for it. They made me promise I would end my time away by then. She pulls back her shoulders to show authority, to show Jackson she's not asking for permission to leave in 2 weeks. It's happening no matter what. Jackson suspects his sister's patience has an even shorter time frame, so he returns several tiny nods even though he has no clue how to get to Archer Sanford in the next 2 weeks. He steps closer to the bed. I think I owe it to my dignity not to let you use your body to persuade me to change my mind. He eyes her. How would I use my body to persuade you? Frankie's blue eyes inspect the length of his body as though she's searching for the answer to this question. I get what? He slides his hands into his back pockets. Distracted. My body distracts you. The way you've chosen to mark yourself distracts me. You have many forms of self-expression, some rather subtle and nuanced. I find every one of them enrapturing. Jackson regards her with no discernible expression because he finds everything about Frankie equally nuanced, intriguing, and unexpectedly disarming. You make an eloquent appeal. However, I just want to know if I take off my clothes, will you take off yours? The corner of her mouth quirks, and Jackson feels victorious. She's strong, maybe even militant at times, but he's her weakness. Everyone has at least one. He has several, and they're all women. For an old man, you sure have a lot of sexual stamina. He shrugs his shoulder. Making up for lost time before I die. Lost time? Frankie stands and slides her hands in the pockets of the prairie dress, holding it out to the side until it looks like a tent. And this does it for you? I think we've established what does it for me. Frankie grins. The real deal. She doesn't attempt to restrain it as she points a finger at herself. Me? I do it for you? She's teeming with confidence, even in the prairie dress. Jackson's wife struggled with confidence because an awful man beat her down. Jackson built her up, piece by piece. In the process, she made him human again, a lover, a friend, a husband, a father. 2 very different women. The man who married Wren would not have known what to do with Francesca Holter. She wouldn't have complimented him the way Wren did. She would have challenged him in all the wrong ways. Jackson would have seen Francesca Holter as competition. He would have seen her as an equal in some ways, an overachiever with a chip on her shoulder and a complete inability to stay in a relationship. Their similarities would have been a toxic combination. Not now. Your expressions, she whispers. They break my heart. Jackson shakes his head, trying to brush off whatever look she thinks is heartbreaking. Frankie turns her back to him and slides the curtains another inch, letting the setting sun slash through the opening. Let's go out to eat. If I thought it was a good idea for us to go out to eat, do you think we'd be sleeping in this motel room? I don't know. For every single thing I know about you, there are 100 things I don't know about you. I know you're okay with sleeping in a garage and a shitty motel. I hope it's out of necessity, but maybe you have an aversion to luxury. Maybe you don't have a romantic bone in your body. She chuckles. Maybe you're sexy and romantic on the surface by sheer accident. Accident? Frankie presses her hand to the window like she's in a prison, longing for her freedom. You have a sexy body, but I don't think you have that body to be sexy. Watching and listening to you play your piano is like tantric sex. Well, it's what I imagine tantric sex feels like. What is tantric sex? Jackson cringes the second he asks the question. How does she bait him into these conversations? A fellow professor and her husband went to a retreat. I don't think it was called a retreat, but that's what I had in my head when she explained it. From what I gathered, it's very powerful lovemaking. The fusion of desire, sexual energy, and passion aligns with your heart and spirit. It's healing and transcendent, an orgasmic state that feels psychedelic. Jackson presses his lips together to keep from showing any discernible reaction. She smirks. But I've never been married. I've never been in a committed relationship, so it was laughable to me. Then, she twists her lips for a second. I watched you play your piano with your shirt off, and you asked me to play the same piano without wearing any clothes. And I realized we share something intimate through music. Jackson opens the door. He's not into this conversation. Will you settle for the drive-thru and eating in the car? Frankie rolls her eyes. Stop sweeping me off my feet. Tacos and a shared side of nachos in the front seat of his BMW. Their first official date. It's a little tacky that you drove us back here to eat in the motel parking lot. The least you could have done was drive us somewhere secluded with a view. I might have felt more inclined to do something like give you head or let you see my nipples. Jackson snorts with his fist at his mouth while he swallows before choking on his food. Frankie crumples her empty wrapper and stuffs it into the sack while slipping off her shoes and placing her bare feet on the dash, her dress sliding to the top of her thighs. Jackson hasn't felt this mesmerized by a woman since Wren crawled around on the floor, cleaning the bathroom while unintentionally shaking her backside. She was hired to clean the house. And he was in the middle of a renewed vow of celibacy. The timing couldn't have been worse, much like now. Life and the powers that be don't seem to give two fucks about timing. I saw your nipples the first day we met. They're always excited to see me, but I'm intrigued by your other offer. He wads up his wrapper and adds it to the sack. Let's go find a view I like. He backs the car out of the parking spot. I need to like the view, too. As he pulls onto the main road, Jackson chuckles. You'll be staring at my balls.
Chapter 28. Jack finds a secluded lookout over a lake. A few boat lights are in the distance, with the last shade of sunlight fading to darkness. He puts his car in park and unbuckles. Then he presses a button, and his seat slides back. I scratch my cheek, hiding my grin. When I risk a glance at Jack, he lifts his eyebrows. Well, here we are with a nice view in a secluded spot. He unbuttons his jeans. It's the least I could do. Your words. So I believe the least you can do is follow through with your intentions. I press the button to release my seatbelt. I thought someone your age would turn me down, citing something to the effect of, front seat blowjobs are unbecoming of a lady. And you, my darling Francesca, are too much of a lady. I can't let you commit such a salacious act. Let's find a song befitting the moment and dance under the full moon. Holding you in my arms fulfills my heart's desire more than oral sex ever could. Jack slowly blinks at me with no perceivable reaction to my words. You lost me at someone your age. Making duck lips, I tap my chin. Of which I don't know. So I don't know how I lost you there. You're right. He drags down the zipper of his jeans. You lost me at the part where front seat blowjobs are unbecoming of a lady. I frown. It's a little fake, but I'm not sucking his dick with a smile, even if I'm happy to do it. Standards matter. I lean over the console and slide my fingers into the waist of his briefs to free him. Before I expose him, He drags in a sharp breath and slowly releases it, stopping my hands from going further.
What song?
I tip my head back and gaze up at him, resting my hands on his thighs. Huh? Jack stares out the windshield.
If we dance under the full moon, which is only a 3/4 moon, what song is befitting of the moment?
I sit up, grinning out of control while Jack tries to act like he's making a huge sacrifice. He's not. He's being incredibly romantic. I snatch his phone and bring up his music app while hopping out of the car. He takes his time. When I find the right song, I set the phone on the hood and slide my hands around his neck. Jack looks over my head at the lake, but can't hide his tiny grin. As Patty Griffin starts to sing Heavenly Day, I softly sing the words. No clouds, no trouble. The smile on Jack's face. Yeah, it's enough for me. With his hands around my waist and our bodies swaying to the music, I rest my ear against his heart. Archer Sanford doesn't scare me. The thought of dying doesn't scare me. The only thing that scares me is falling in love for the first time since Aiden Walker over 25 years ago. I lift onto my toes, resting my lips next to his ear. I'm not wearing a bra.
I know.
I'm not wearing anything under this dress.
I know.
Then what are you waiting for? I ask.
For the song to end.
I grin, kissing his earlobe. While the song reaches its last few lines, Jack gathers my dress in his hands, dragging it up my legs until his fingers brush my naked ass. His lips whisper along my cheek. With the last drawn-out heavenly day, he lifts it over my head. I close my eyes, feeling the warm breeze wash over my skin while his hands frame my face. My brother and Lynn danced to that song at their wedding. I caught the bouquet. Opening my eyes, I chuckle. Guess I proved the meaning behind that tradition is not accurate.
You're not the marrying type.
He tilts his head. Apparently not.
And not the girlfriend type.
I love where he's going with this line of questioning. My heart has never been one to swoon for anything but a brilliantly composed piece of music. Until now.
Just the girl I kiss goodnight.
Yes. Jack's maturity bleeds through in his patience. It didn't in the bathroom at Eloise's house, but tonight, he's perfectly content taking his time. His phone plays another song, Cowboy Junkie's Blue Moon. His kiss is soft and slow while his hands skate along my arms to my backside. We begin to sway again. The dirt and grass under my feet are a cool contrast to the warmth of his hands and lips and the playful tease of his tongue against mine. Every moment with Jack feels like a contrast of senses. I steal this perfect moment and pretend my life hasn't been a tragic dumpster fire for the past 6 months. Jude, Jackson, Jack. I unbutton his jeans and drag down the zipper while kissing his neck. You might be the greatest experience of my life. I glance up at him while sliding down the front of his briefs. Does that make me pathetic? He blinks slowly, a heavy, drunk blink, while my hand wraps around his erection. Or does it mean you're extraordinary? He wets his lips while the corners of his mouth quirk into a sly grin.
Maybe both.
I bite my lip to hide my grin. The playful side of Jack has helped mend me in a way I can't properly articulate with words. I just feel it. His smile fades, and his middle finger draws that familiar invisible line down my nose before stopping at my lips.
But you have it backward. I am the pathetic one. You are by far the most extraordinary one.
I wrap my lips around him and follow through with my original offer. He stops me when he's close to release. We kiss, letting the intensity ebb and flow. Jack. I start to say those words, Those 3 words. Everything inside of me feels ready to burst with unspoken emotions. He kisses my neck and chest, turning us so I'm backed into his car door. In one smooth move, he lifts me and fills me. "Jack," I try again. He pumps into me, offering a labored, "I love you." Just, my mind blurs. The moment engulfs me. All coherent thoughts dissolve. "Don't stop." He doesn't. Then he does, but only to slow the moment, to fully enjoy the give and take, the thrill of riding that edge of pleasure. And the fear of knowing when it's over, we can no longer pretend the world is on pause. The awful, grievous reality will seep back into our existence. My fingers sink into his back, and he grips my legs tighter. "I love you," I whisper. Barely a whisper. It's more like a loud thought. An exhale with my orgasm that sounds like those 3 words. Complete mental hysteria. Jack thrusts into me harder, and I hope his erratic movements and tiny groans block out my loud thoughts. When he stills, glutes rock hard, lips consuming mine, I say a prayer. God hasn't been the best at answering them. Or maybe he has answered them, and I haven't been the best at accepting his answer. Please say Jack didn't hear me. Or please strip my words from his memory. Please. "Frankie," he whispers, out of breath. Keeping me pinned to the car, his hands find my face again. "Frankie, Frankie, Frankie." He showers my face with kisses and gently rubs his face against mine. It's affectionate, intimate, and a little heartbreaking because I feel him clinging to this moment as much as I am. My hands cover his when his forehead comes to rest against mine. "I'm afraid one day soon you won't kiss me goodnight." He lifts his head, a sad expression stealing his handsome face while he nods gently. "Me too." I don't cry, but I want to. I need to. My body needs to release these emotions to regain some semblance of control, but not now. Not in front of him. On the way back to the motel, Jack reaches for my hand without taking his eyes off the road. When he squeezes it, my heart constricts. I don't say anything when we get to the motel room. Instead, I head straight for the shower, locking the bathroom door behind me. And I hope the water and loud fan drown out my gentle sobs.
Chapter 29. Love is a fickle emotion, especially choosing to love someone who is not family. It's the kind of love that feels like a real choice. Jackson didn't miss Frankie's words. "I love you." He remembers falling in love with Rin against all better judgment. And when she died, when he spent days at her grave, sleeping on her grave, he swore he'd never let his heart fall like that again. He had his sister and his daughter. They were all his heart could take. Rin's death didn't just break his heart, it killed a part of it, a spot that would never come alive for anyone else. Whatever he feels for Frankie can't be love. Even if it's familiar, like the emotions he felt when he met his wife, it can't be. At best, it's an imposter kind of love. A really good imposter. It's awakened his hunger for normalcy again. It's awakened his desire for the kind of intimacy that takes over like a storm raging out of control. He turns the handle to the bathroom, but it's locked. As he opens his mouth to say something, 2 hard knocks are at the motel room door. Jack retrieves his gun and peeks out the window from the curtain, but he can only see someone's shoulder and part of their leg, dressed in all black. Opening the door slowly, he aims the barrel of his gun through the crack first. "Nice place you got here," the irritatingly familiar voice says. Jackson opens the door but keeps his gun pointed at the man. "What the fuck are you doing here, and where's my daughter?" Slade Wilder, the asshole who stole his daughter, crosses his arms. It would appear I'm here to dig your old ass out of this mess, and my wife is in good hands. Jessica. The only person trustworthy enough to watch Jackson's daughter is his sister. You can put down your gun. Jackson shakes his head. Nah, I'm good. Slade scratches his scruffy jaw. She's pregnant. He grins with pride. Fucker. Yeah, I heard you stuck your dick in my daughter again. I might need to remove it to feel better about the world again. Speaking of dicks, I heard someone has willingly chosen to fondle your gray balls. Where is she? I can't wait to meet her. How's your memory? Do you remember to take your pills so you can have a nice 4-hour erection? He brushes past Jackson, ignoring the gun pointed at his head. Does she know you're a grandpa? Slade turns his head, eyes narrowed, while hearing the shower and fan. She's here? You've taken her hostage? Jackson shuts the door and holsters his gun. Slade picks up the prairie dress Frankie discarded on the bed before entering the bathroom. His mouth bends into a smirk, and Jackson wants to wipe it from his face with a firm fist. Sexy, Slade says, tossing the dress back onto the bed. Go home. Can't. Slade inspects the rest of the room before sitting on the end of the bed, hands folded between his spread legs. Jess said to let her know when they can leave. They. Jess and Livy expect this to end so she and Slade can resume a normal life out of hiding with real jobs, kids in school, barbecues with neighbors. Jackson wants that too. It's what he's always wanted. It's the reason he's gone so long without seeing his family. But now that he's at the end, finishing the job feels impossible. And the last thing he needs is Livy's husband losing his life. She would never forgive him. I've got it handled. You're staying in a motel that probably has bed bugs and cockroaches. You look tired. The kind of tired that someone looks before they're lowered into the grave. He blows out a long breath. I promised Livy I'd handle this. Well, Jackson surveys the parking lot before closing the blinds. Looks like he lied to her. She won't be happy about that. But if you want a nice room at the Four Seasons and wait for me to finish this, I'll let you take the credit. I love my daughter so much, I'm willing to let her think you're her hero. I saved your life. And hers. Jackson shakes his head. You took a bullet because you were clumsy. Slade eyes him, and the truth is exchanged, but neither will make the other admit it. You left me to die, Slade says. Jackson nods several times while leaning against the door and crossing his arms. But you just had to hold on for the paramedics. He rolls his eyes. Who would put his dick in your daughter if I died? Jackson fists his hands and steps toward his son-in-law just as the bathroom door opens. A wide-eyed Frankie, wrapped in a towel, stares at Slade. Wearing a punchable smirk, Slade's gaze slides to Jackson. Are you going to introduce me to your piano teacher? No, Jackson opens the door. Go home. Jack? Frankie says his name slowly. Jehovah's Witness. He was just leaving. I told him we were both going to hell. Unsavable savages. Jackson knows Slade won't say anything revealing to Frankie because he doesn't know what she knows or what's safe to share. I'm Francesca. She holds her towel with one hand and combs her hair with her other. How do you know Jack? Slade eyes Jackson. Why did you tell a Jehovah's Witness that I'm your piano teacher? I mean, I could teach you a lot, but that's beside the point. Jackson narrows his eyes at Frankie. Slade sniggers. You can't tell me who you are, can you? She gives Slade a curious expression, lips corkscrewed. Again, Slade looks to Jackson for a response but gets nothing. She shrugs. Well, you're nice to look at, so... Christ, Frankie, just go back in the bathroom and put some fucking clothes on. Jackson drops his head and rubs the back of his neck. She flashes Slade a grand smile while snagging one of Jackson's t-shirts from the drawer. Then she slips it over her head and lets the towel drop to the floor after the tea swallows her petite body. Are you staying? She asks Slade. Jack and I spoon, so one side of the bed is free. Francesca, Jackson grumbles. Slade is my daughter's... He can barely say the word without choking on it. I'm her husband, Slade says, clearly feeling confident it's okay to share that information. Frankie's jaw drops. Livy is one lucky girl. A word. Jackson grabs Frankie's hand and pulls her outside, shutting Slade in the motel room alone. She crosses her arms. What a lovely surprise. Is he here to help? He looks helpful. Quite capable. And why didn't you mention that Livy has a husband? I don't see his name tattooed on you anywhere, but seriously, did you tell him I'm your piano teacher? I'm flattered. Really. Jackson waits patiently, unenthused by her spiel. Are you done? She presses her lips together and nods. For now, but I reserve the right to follow up questions. No more questions. I'm not answering the ones you asked. I just need you to listen and do exactly as I say. Can you do that? He knows the answer is no, but he hopes she'll attempt it anyway. Frankie shrugs a shoulder. Jackson frowns. That guy in there, I don't like him. So you don't like him. He's supposed to be protecting my daughter, but he's fucking that up by thinking I need his help more than she needs his protection. He's not staying with us. Don't engage with him. Don't look at him. I will probably kill him if he doesn't do as I say. Her brows shoot up her forehead. He opens the door and drags her back into the motel room. Time to go, he says matter-of-factly to Slade, keeping the door open. Livy wanted me to show you photos of Wilder. Do you want to see them? He holds up his phone. Fuck. Who's Wilder? Frankie asks, because she can't follow simple instructions. Jackson's grandson, Slade says. Jackson gives Slade a look. His daughter doesn't know how to play fairly. She knew Jackson would be upset about Slade's arrival, so she used one of Jackson's greatest weaknesses to soften his reaction. Jack, Frankie whispers before pressing a hand to her mouth. He swears her eyes are welling with tears. You're a grandpa? How old are you? Fifth, Slade starts to speak. I will end you. Got it? Jackson warns Slade. I want to see Wilder. How old is he? Do you have a picture of Livy, too? Frankie bleeds estrogen all over the motel room floor. Jackson misses the woman who danced naked with him and sucked his cock with great enthusiasm. This Frankie looks ready to bawl her eyes out and run to the local craft store to buy yarn to knit his grandson a stuffed bear. He's 18 months. Slade shows her his phone. A phone Jackson can't call, just like he can't contact Livy because the world believes she and Slade are dead. That's what's kept them safe and alive. Oh my goodness. Look at that blonde hair. Again, she gasps. That's Livy. Slade beams when he shows her a picture of Jackson's daughter. He can't take it any longer. Jackson steps behind Frankie to look at the photos. He's not going to cry, but it hurts like hell. Livy looks radiant and happy. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. And Wilder, with his shaggy hair that's nearly white, is a spitting image of Livy. Of Rin. We just told Wilder about the baby, Slade says. Double fuck. Frankie spins around, too overwhelmed with emotion to speak. Jackson tries not to look at her, but she's demanding his full attention, so he glances down at her with a bored expression. Neutral, unaffected. He's done nothing wrong. Apparently he's knocked up my daughter again. See why I'm going to have to kill him? Well, as tempting as a threesome with the old man sounds, I'm going to grab food and get some sleep, Slade says, pocketing his phone. Frankie turns. Where are you staying? Slade chuckles. There's no way I'd share that information. She rolls her eyes. He's joking about killing you. Slade heads toward the door. He's not. When the door shuts behind him, Frankie returns her attention to Jackson. You have a family. Grandchildren. Her flat hands rest on his chest. It's time to go home. Let me help you end this. Tension pulls at his brow. I'm going to shower. Jack. He shuts the bathroom door.
Chapter 30.
We're not talking about it.
Jackson says when he slides into bed after his shower. He rests his hands on his chest and stares at the ceiling while I shut off the television. Not talking about what? Your family? Your age? My willingness to help you kill Archer? The mind-blowing sex we had by the lake earlier? Why you act like you despise your son-in-law? Yes, all of it. He rolls toward me and pulls me into his arms, scissoring his legs with mine. Except for the sex. We can talk about that. I was pretty good tonight. I kiss his chest. Well above average. You were okay. You could have washed your car before pinning my naked body to it. And I feel like you could have said thank you for the blowjob. But now that I know you're a grandpa, I feel a little bad. You could have fractured a hip, thrown out your back, or gotten a hernia from holding the weight of my body for so long. I'm a young grandfather. I know you're fifth. Fifth what? That's what I need to figure out. I'll do some more investigating. But in the meantime, do you love me, Francesca? Whoosh. Those 5 words punch the air out of my lungs. Tears sting my eyes. He heard me. Even if I meant it, I want to take back those words. This isn't the time or the place to fall in love. It was a stolen moment like this is a stolen moment. I could die. He could die. Or he could get caught and spend the rest of his life in prison. Nothing good can come from loving him. Not for him, and not for me. It's a simple yes or no, he says. There's nothing simple about it. About us. I've known him for barely a month, and in that time I haven't known him at all. I roll away from him and sit on the edge of the bed, my fingers clenching the mattress while my heart races, and panic sets in until I feel nauseous. I'm not this person, I murmur. What person? Vengeful, unhinged, dancing naked, unemployed, a resident of Boone, a whore willing to have sex with an awful man. I shake my head. So asking me about my emotions when nothing about this feels real, it isn't fair. If I say yes, it might be a lie. If I say no, that might be a lie too. Because I'm not me, and you're not you. I am me. I rest my chin on my shoulder, eyeing him for several seconds. Liar? I know you feel that's true because you've spent so much of your life not being who you are that you've allowed yourself to believe you've become a different person. But the words are there, but I can't arrange them in a way that makes sense. I don't think anyone is meant to live the life you've lived. I bet your wife had to feel like everything to you. A glimmer. The sun, oxygen, love, hope, redemption, and peace. I bet your soul was starving for joy. A sliver of happiness that's the essence of the human experience. Slowly lying back on the bed, I stare at the ceiling. I've seen tiny glimpses of that joy in you. Very tiny. I roll toward him, tucking my hands between my cheek and the pillow. When you play the piano. When Eloise shamelessly flirts with you. The hint of a smile pulls at his lips. When Slade showed you the pictures of Wilder and Livy. He rests his hand on my hip. Do you love me? A tear slips out, and gravity carries it to the pillow. Is it okay if I do? His hand skims up my body from my hip to my face, and he doesn't say a word, but he smiles, and a train of more tears follows that first one. I wake up a few minutes after 5 in the morning to no Jackson. He's not in the bathroom, and his car's gone. I turn on the TV and wait for him to return. By 9, I'm going stir-crazy. So I visit the main office. How can I help you? A young woman with a baby in a wrap carrier asks me. Good morning. I lost my phone, and I need to order a ride. Would you be willing to order me one if I paid you? I have the burner phone, but I can't use it to get a ride. She inspects me for a few seconds. She nods once she determines I'm not nearly as sketchy as this motel. Thanks. I dig cash out of my purse and set it on the counter. I need a ride to S&J Engineering in Rodale. Before I met Slade and saw pictures of his family, respecting Jack's wishes and plans was easier. He has everything I didn't think I wanted, and he needs to get back to that life. I have nothing and virtually no one waiting for me. It's too late to save my family, but it's not too late for Jack's. If there was any question if Archer would be at work, there's not now. When I step out of the car, I'm greeted at the entrance to the engineering firm by 4 armed guards. "By appointment only," one of the guards says, stepping before me when I reach for the door. "Tell Mr. Sanford Iris is here to see him." The guard scowls for a few seconds before making a call while stepping away from me. When he turns around, he opens the door for me without further explanation. The second I enter the door, another guard gestures for me to follow him. After a pat-down, a scan with a metal-detecting wand, and a purse search, he nods toward the elevator. It's a 2-story building, so getting to the second floor doesn't take long. The doors open to a relatively empty space with large windows, exposed air vents, and a brunette with a friendly smile sitting behind a glass desk. "Mr. Sanford's office is in the corner." She nods toward the glass-walled office with blinds that prevent me from seeing inside. "Thanks." The guard at the door opens it for me. I return a stiff smile and step inside the office. Archer's sitting on the edge of his desk, ankles crossed, hands gripping the side. Sharp as always in a suit. "Where the hell have you been? Why haven't you answered my calls or my texts?" He stabs his hands through his hair before pushing off the desk. My breath hitches in a silent gasp when he hugs me. "Fuck, I thought you were dead," he whispers. His forehead wrinkles when he releases me, holding my shoulders at arm's length. "Tell me." I clear my throat, shaking off his reaction to seeing me unexpectedly. "I lost my phone that night, and I didn't know if it was safe to come here." I infuse a believable amount of panic in my voice. "I thought about calling the police but didn't know what to say. After the incident at the cafe in Hertzville, I was afraid you were—" I shake my head a half-dozen times. After several slow blinks, he nods. "It's okay. I've made a lot of enemies over the years. Success can do that. I'm afraid it also comes with a risk. I'm so sorry." Again, he hugs me. I push him away. 3 men died. What is going on?" I feign outrage. Archer holds up his hands in surrender. "I don't know what you want me to say that I haven't already said." I sigh and deflate. "There's nothing you can say. I just wanted to make sure you're okay. I'll be going home soon." "You care?" A slow smirk grows along Archer's face. "You came here because you care about me." I couldn't care less. "Doesn't matter. I can't do this. It was fun until it wasn't. And I'm going home. So—" I cross my arms and offer him a resigned smile. "I hope you stay safe." Pressing his lips together, he slips his hands into his front pockets and drops his chin. "On the Ferris wheel, you were different. I wasn't expecting that." He lifts his head. I shrug. "I like control. You tried to take it from me, and I wasn't okay with that." He grunts a laugh. "Control, huh? Well, you're talking to the king of control." "Then you know we're not compatible." "Or we're exactly what the other one needs. If no one challenges you to submit control, you'll never know you had it." Sounds like the ramblings of a psychology major. Archer lights up. He loves that I've researched him. "Perhaps." "You've made my visit interesting." He cocks his head to the side. "So this is goodbye?" "This is goodbye." "Have dinner with me one more time." I shake my head. I think my luck is running out. I choose life over death by gunfire. A guilty grin steals his lips.
My wife and daughter are out of town. Come to my house for dinner. I promise you'll be safe there."
I shouldn't. I take a few steps toward the door.
"You're right. You probably shouldn't. But I can tell you want to."
He's so sure of himself.
"I have plans tonight," he says. "Come tomorrow. I'm sure you know where I live, since you seem to know everything else about me."
Archer. I play hard to get. He steps around his desk and sits in his fancy chair.
"I'll let you pick the meal. I'll give you all the control."
He leans back, fingers laced and resting on his chest. I don't say anything. Not even a nod or headshake acknowledging his invitation. When I exit, he lets me go without another plea. Either he doesn't really care if I come to dinner, or he's sure I won't be able to stay away. I'm banking on the latter.
Chapter 31. "Where have you been?" Slade asks when Jackson opens the door to the motel room. Jackson frowns. "She shouldn't have let you in." "She didn't. I let myself in. She's not here." His gaze slides to the dark bathroom and the open door. "Where the hell is she?" Jackson checks the bathroom even though he knows she's not there. "Did she leave a note?" "She did not." "Where have you been?" "Doesn't fucking matter. Where is she?" He again opens the motel room door, surveying the surroundings, and steps outside. God damn it. He stomps toward his car. "She's at her brother's house. Well, the neighbor's house," Slade says, standing in the doorway when Jackson stops and turns. "But she was in Rodell visiting Sanford before that." Jackson doesn't ask how he knows that. Slade's doing what Jackson would have been doing in his shoes, keeping an eye on the target and the unknown. Frankie is a big unknown to Slade, even if Jackson's dick is well acquainted with her. "She's going to get herself killed," Jackson grumbles. "You're going to get her killed by not ending this." Jackson steps into Slade's personal space. He still remembers how slamming his fist into Slade's smug face felt. "What do you think I'm doing?" "I think you're getting laid while you shit your pants on this one. You're thinking like a father who's trying to protect his daughter. There's a reason surgeons don't operate on their family." "You don't have a clue." Jackson heads toward the car. "Sanford should be dead. You're afraid you missed something. You're afraid he's not the last one. You're afraid Livy's going to die like her mom. If you were protecting anyone but her, you would have more confidence. You're scared. Why the fuck do you think I'm here?" Jackson opens the car door. "I don't know why you're here, so go take care of my daughter before I deem you as expendable. More than I already do." His anger builds the closer he gets to Eloise's place. There hasn't been any activity on his cameras around the garage, but it's only been 48 hours. Even if Archer doesn't suspect Jackson, he will need to stalk Frankie. And she's doing all she can to lead them to Eloise's house, the truth, and the garage filled with Jackson's belongings. He waits down the street, using binoculars to look for anything unusual. Then he slides on a baseball cap and walks to her house instead of pulling into her driveway. As he reaches the front porch stairs, he hears laughter coming from the back of the house, so he walks around to the deck. "Jack!" Eloise greets him first because Frankie's sitting in a chair with her back to him. "Eloise?" He greets her with a stiff smile. "Francesca was just telling me about your romantic getaway." He climbs the stairs, and Frankie swallows hard, eyes wide, hands gripping the arms of the chair. "Was she?" "Yes. She said you took her dancing." He hums. "Well, she begged me." "I did not beg you." Frankie finally acknowledges him. "You were on your knees. If that's not begging, I don't know what is." Frankie's face turns deep crimson. "I had to bend down to tie his shoe. He's getting up there in age." "Oh, mercy. Tell me about it." Eloise flicks her wrist. "I only wear slip-ons." Jackson eyes Frankie, but she remains statuesque, with a triumphant grin pinned to her face. "Someone has some attitude today." "Me?" Frankie's jaw unhinges. Oh dear, trouble in paradise already? Maybe you two should have taken a longer getaway. Agreed, Jackson says. In fact, I wasn't aware our getaway was over until I returned to the hotel and you weren't there. The hotel, huh? Frankie lifts her eyebrows. Sorry, I'm pretty sure a hotel comes with amenities. Did I miss the pool and fitness center at our lovely little inn? Do you two need a minute? Jackson says yes, as Frankie says no. With a nervous laugh, Eloise rocks herself to stand and opens the screen door. I need to change some laundry anyway. Jackson grabs Frankie's arm and drags her to the garage. I think I've been manhandled enough. She tries to pull away from his grip. He releases her when they're in the garage and the door is closed. If you want to get yourself killed, then just say it, but I won't put my family in danger trying to save your ass every goddamn day. For your information, Frankie crosses her arms. I've been the one risking everything for you and your family. When I woke up to an empty bed with no note and no way to contact you, I decided to go see Archer. He clenches his teeth, hands fisted. She turns and takes a few steps away. I went to his office. It's under heavy security, but I got right up to see him because he trusts me. And I'm the key to ending this for you and your family. I can get to him anywhere, anytime. In fact, he wants me to have dinner with him at his house tomorrow night because his wife and daughter are in Paris for the next 2 weeks, and he thinks he can fuck you at his house without anyone putting a bullet in his head first. Frankie deflates. How did you know Corinne and Molly are in Paris? Because it's what I do. She startles from the boom of his voice. Jackson takes a deep breath and pushes it out his nose. He's too close to this woman, but can't pretend she doesn't matter. It wasn't until he met Frankie that he realized how empty he'd become inside since leaving on this lonely journey to make things right in his world again. When Livy was 6 or 7, she wanted to help Ren do everything in the kitchen. Chop vegetables, dump pasta in boiling water, frost cupcakes. So Ren would let her help, but it took twice as long and something usually got messed up. But mainly, Ren had to watch Livy's every move to ensure she didn't hurt herself. Then we'd make a huge deal about it so Livy felt like she was helping. Frankie's face sours. Wait, are you comparing me to a 6-year-old trying to help in the kitchen? I'm saying your helpfulness is far from helpful, even if your heart's in the right place. I'm saying I can do my job safer and more effectively without you. You just don't want him touching me. Jackson clenches his teeth, holding his tongue for a few extra seconds before responding. Do you want him touching you? She flinches. Of course not. I realize you don't know what it's like to be married or even in a relationship, but it usually involves an aversion to letting other men touch you, and we don't have to label what's happening between us, but if we're being real, I am neither Baines nor Alistair. I will not stand by and watch someone touch you or torture you, and I won't get my revenge with a sex video or fucking a married woman. I sold my soul to the devil a long time ago, so I'm the guy who will take someone's life without blinking, flinching, or even giving it a second thought. I won't beg you to listen to me or do as I say, but I will gag you, restrain you, and put you someplace out of my way until I am done with Archer Sanford so that I can see my daughter again and your parents don't have to lose their last child. Frankie's lips part, but no words are spoken. Jackson knows she's thinking about last night, what they did, what he said, what she said. But he can't be blinded by intimacy or any illusion of love. If he lets that happen, his family will die. And Slade Wilder will be waiting with a big, fat, I told you so. You'll never get to him without me, she whispers. Watch me. Frankie turns in a slow circle, taking in the garage like she's seeing it for the first time, or maybe the last time. Then she sits at the piano. How did you know I was here? Slade. She nods, fingers caressing the keys without pressing them. You have him following me now? No, he's following you because he doesn't trust you. She starts to play a slow song, a sad one. Why doesn't he trust me? Because Archer's still alive. She pauses her fingers. And that's my fault? No, it's mine, but Slade doesn't see it that way. Frankie continues to play. Why? Because I took out 8 people in 1 year, and I've been here to take out the last one for 11 months. 11 months of looking for any sign that he's not the last one. I haven't been here 11 months. Jackson walks around the piano while she plays. She's the living, breathing definition of grace, making everything look effortless. A oneness with the piano. 1 shot. I used 8 bullets to kill 8 men. I've used 7 bullets here, and Archer is still alive. Precision is the reason I'm not a wanted man. It's what makes me a ghost. Everything is quick, neat, and traceless. Her eyes narrow at him, but her fingers keep playing. I'm distracting you. You're complicating things. Frankie stops playing. They stare at each other. He lets her see everything in his eyes and hopes she can see his soul, because then she'll know. She'll know how he feels about her, and she'll know whatever they've become. It ends now. And that's just the fucking awful unfairness of life. He has to make a choice, and from her glassy red eyes, she knows it without him saying a word. It's time for me to go home, she whispers. Jackson swallows hard before he returns a slight nod. He didn't have this with Rin, this last goodbye. And while it seemed unfair at the time, he now realizes the idea of closure is an illusion. Once someone has planted themselves in your heart, it's forever. There is no closure to infinity. Has anyone ever told you that your love for your family is the most beautiful thing in the world? Her words unearth his past. They peel back a layer to the life he buried, and he can hear Rin as if she were standing before him. I want the guy that kissed his sister on the head and whispered, "You've got this." A laugh of incredulity bubbled up her chest. She shook her head with a painful grin. That sounds so ridiculous, doesn't it? That touch. The one that made me love you? It wasn't even me you touched. I fell in love with you because of how you love your sister. He sits next to Frankie and plays the song he can't finish. She closes her eyes and lays her head on his shoulder. When he stops, his hand rests on hers, lifting it to the keys. Finish it, he whispers. Jack, she says in a thick voice as though she knows he's asking her to help him let go. Finish it, then go home. She slowly lifts her head, letting an unacknowledged tear trickle down her cheek while her fingers cling to his last notes, taking something incredibly sad and bringing it back to something filled with optimism. Every note comes easily. All she's needed is his permission to finish the song. When she finishes, there's a finality to what he started. There's a new finality to the life that inspired it. Her foot on the pedal and her fingers on the keys become weightless together. It's perfect. When Rin died, I slept on her grave for days. He stares at the keys. I abandoned Livy. I was a mess. Just me and a bag filled with bottles of alcohol. Eventually, my sister and her husband carried me to their car and took me home. They forced me to shower and put myself back together for Livy's sake. He grunts a laugh. Jess said, "Time's up. Now you move forward again." I never knew how badly I needed someone to give me permission to move on until her words put everything in perspective again. And I thought this song needed to go on forever without an ending until now. Love is so fucking crippling. It's a minefield. A bunch of potholes waiting to make you stumble. And when the source of that love dies, you're left in the dark, lost and confused, until someone takes your hand and shows you the way out. Until you find a new light. He rests his hand on hers. She sniffles, abruptly standing and wiping her eyes with her back to him. Tomorrow, at this time, it will all be over, one way or another, he says. The hardest part of taking someone's life is making it out alive. If Jackson takes that out of the equation, Livy can be free by this time tomorrow. Jessica can resume her life, and Frankie can find peace again, knowing Molly Sanford lost someone she loved. Nothing will be right. Revenge won't fill the holes. But a new chapter can begin, because the previous one has ended. And he will do it all because of her. It's beautiful, Jackson says, the ending to the song. I don't think it was meant for me to finish it. Frankie hugs herself, but Jackson doesn't miss her shaking, trying to hold in her emotions despite the tears that cannot be contained. Tell your parents I'm sorry for my inappropriate behavior. As a father, I knew better. I should have acted better. Her laughter escapes as a sob while she shakes her head. You tell them. If you have something to say to my parents, you'd better tell them yourself. Jackson winces at her angry tone. Sometimes doing the right thing can take time to feel right. He lived with his sister's wrath for doing the right thing when she couldn't see it right in front of her. Jackson wraps his arms around Frankie's shoulders so she doesn't have to turn and look at him if she doesn't want to. Frankie leans her head back against his chest. Why did you let me love you? She whispers through a mess of tears and broken syllables. He kisses the crown of her head. That's my line. Jack. She covers her face and sobs. He turns her in his arms and lets her feel every emotion she needs to feel. When her tears end and her grip on his shirt loosens, he holds her face and wipes it dry. Time to go home. Frankie closes her red eyes for several seconds and acquiesces with a barely detectable nod. She lifts onto her toes and presses her lips to his. Just as quickly, she turns and hastens to the door. Jackson takes several long strides and grabs Frankie's arm, turning her back into him, kissing her the way he wished he would have kissed Rin goodbye the morning she died. Frankie locks her arms around his neck and opens her mouth to accommodate his demands, his need to take everything he can in case it's the last time in this life that he feels pleasure, desire, love. She pushes him away, covers her mouth with her hand while a new round of tears well in her eyes, and runs out the door.
Chapter 32. Francesca. Through tear-blurred vision and snot running from my nose, I pull out of the driveway. No goodbye to Eloise. No retrieving the few belongings I bought after the fire. No looking back. Passing the cemetery, I slam on the brakes. There is one goodbye I need to make. I wipe my eyes and nose before stepping out of my car. The path to their graves is a short one. Lynn appreciated John being buried close to the road so she could say hi to him whenever she headed out of town. The wind picks up, ushering in cooler air with the promise of distant storms. Crossing my ankles, I lower to my butt and curl my hair behind my ears. I still don't know what to say to Lynn and Stephen, so I sit with John. I trace his name in the granite. I'm trying to pinpoint when this started, I say. When you decided your existence was inconsequential despite having a wife and son, a sister, parents. I pick at the grass. Did it make it easier for Stephen to feel the same way about his life? I rip out a handful of grass and let it scatter in the breeze. Did I blame Molly for something you did? I laugh. Clarity is never punctual. Had I never seen that letter, or had I been able to walk away sooner, my heart never would have had the chance to fall in love. Maybe that was never the plan, if there is such a thing as a plan. Have I spent 41 years waiting for my path to cross with Jack's? It's all gone, I whisper. Your house, your things, your family. Rocking forward, I kneel and rest my hands on his headstone. I'm going to take the best of us and go live. That's touching. A voice has never shaken me to the point of my teeth chattering. Until now. The temperature plummets, and my heart thumps and lumps with a suffocating panic. I stand on weak legs and face Archer. 15 feet of isolation with him from his bodyguards. The question is, are they here to protect him or to corner me? Sliding off his sunglasses, Archer blows and wipes them with his sleeve.
Your nephew dated my daughter. Did I miss that in one of our conversations?
He squints while sliding his glasses back onto his smug face.
I mean, I might have. You were rather distracting.
What do you want? I say as steadily as my nerves will allow.
I want to know why you said your name is Iris. I want to know why you said you're a dental assistant instead of a professor of music theory.
I clear my throat. You seemed interested in me the day I walked by your table. And after your daughter wrote Stephen a letter giving him permission, encouraging him to take his own life, I became very interested in your family. What kind of parents raise a young woman to do something so unimaginable?
What are you talking about? Molly did no such thing.
I scoff. You can't possibly be this confident in your defense of her when she snorted cocaine off the chest of her boyfriend after letting him fuck her 10 different ways, can you? Archer's expression hardens like his white-knuckled fists.
You took that video.
I took the video. And I used your money to ensure it made it to everyone in her contacts. I step closer to him. And for 5 full seconds, I felt like I had avenged Stephen's death. I glance over my shoulder at his headstone. But he's still dead, and Molly's in Paris. Archer looks behind him at his security detail.
Let's go, Francesca.
Who told you my name?
Who told you Molly's in Paris?
We have a stare-off, and I cross my arms, standing my ground. I'm not going anywhere with you. He laughs. I've never heard a more sinister sound.
You don't have a choice. Tell me, have you been fucking Jude Day while stroking my dick on the side?
Hearing him say Jude Day zaps the air from my lungs. Had he punched me in the face, I wouldn't feel more speechless.
My beautiful girl, are you okay? You've lost every ounce of color in your face.
He steps forward, reaching for my cheek. I whip my head back. With a smile more ominous than the distant clouds, Archer tucks his hands into his pockets.
Looks like we're about to find out how you adapt to losing control.
He shrugs a shoulder.
You might be surprised how much you like it.
His mouth twists.
In fact, I think someone as fucked up as you, someone who gets off on revenge, might find this thrilling.
This? Archer jerks his head toward me, and 2 of his men close in on us. I retreat until I bump into John's headstone and nearly trip. Then I sprint toward my car but only get a few feet. No! I shriek when both men grab my arms. My next breath catches in my throat, suffocating me behind the calloused hand, silencing my screams. They drag me to the SUV. As I try to kick and wriggle out of their hold, I catch a glimpse of Archer's face getting into the other SUV. He's grinning.
Chapter 33. Jackson returns to the motel to get Slade. Since he's here against Jackson's wishes, he will use him to get to Archer. Then he will make him get the hell out of Kansas before Jackson breaks Archer's neck. But he won't do that before he makes him pay for touching Frankie. Gotta hand it to you. Slade shakes his head, having made himself at home on the bed, ankles crossed, boots on, TV muted. You've learned to prioritize rather well. What's that supposed to mean? Jackson takes a piss in the toilet. Risking it all for Livy, consequences be damned? Jackson zips his jeans. I've always risked everything for her. Is this the first time you've risked another innocent life for her? Jackson sighs, leaning his shoulder against the wall, arms crossed. You're far from innocent. I'm talking about Frankie. Jackson shakes his head. I sent her home. Archer dies tonight. Slade rolls his lips together, head shaking. I GPS chipped her vehicle. She stopped at the cemetery but was nowhere to be found when I drove by. Any guess as to where she is now? I have a guess. Jackson doesn't respond right away. All he sees is red, but he's unsure if it's because Frankie lied to him about going home or at Archer for consuming so much of Jackson's life and touching the woman he loves. He lifts the mattress, forcing Slade to move. Inside the hollowed box springs is an arsenal. What's the plan? Slade asks, selecting 2 semi-automatic guns and several grenades. Put that shit down. I plan to end Sanford, and you're going home to care for my daughter. Slade chuckles, stealing more weaponry. I'm not allowed to let you go on a suicide mission. What makes you think I'm dying? You have no plan? You're outnumbered, and you have to extract a hostage before you can take Sanford out. Oh, and you're just old. Fuck you. Jackson fastens his tactical vest. I don't have a vest for you, so you can't go. Slade heads toward the door. Do you think I came without my own gear? He opens the door. Then why are you stealing my shit? Jackson hikes several guns onto his shoulder, along with a range bag of extra ammunition. Because I'll need to be more heavily armed than you once you get caught. He follows him out the door. What makes you think I'm getting caught? Slade shakes his head while trekking to his vehicle. Again, you have no plan. You're outnumbered, and you have to extract a hostage before you can take Sanford out, and you're just old. I will find Livy a nice Christian guy who worships her second only to God. He'll have a boring job that pays well and a healthy fear of her father. She'll grieve you for a while, but she's done that before, so she'll know the routine. Jackson slams his trunk. Slade eyes him over the roof of his car with the driver's door open. I can't let you die. I really, really want to, but I can't. So stop a half-mile from Sanford's place and have a plan, or be ready to follow mine. Jackson frowns and mumbles, We'll never follow yours, dipshit. When he parks his car off the road by a cornfield, Jackson stares at his phone, bringing up Jessica's contact. Jackson, I love you. Tell Livy I love her too. Before he finishes typing the text, he deletes it. As much as he wants to say goodbye, he can't give her a chance to panic and text Slade. Tap, tap, tap. Jackson glances out his heavily tinted window at Slade waiting for him. He leans back and closes his eyes, blowing out a long breath. Maybe his last long breath. Is she a voluntary hostage? Slade asks when Jackson opens the door. What are you talking about? Jackson pops the trunk. Did Frankie go willingly to his house, or do you think she was taken? Slade slips on his sunglasses. And how the hell are you not tracking him? I am, but I was with her right before she went to the cemetery. I didn't check his location because He was grieving her and preparing to leave this earth for the women in his life to have the chance to live. He dropped the ball when he should have had his eye on Archer and ensured Francesca got out of town safely. Doesn't fucking matter. He has her and knows I'm here, which means he knows I'm responsible for recent events. Well, Slade starts trekking through the field to get closer to Archer's property. This isn't ideal. Jackson follows him, not saying a word. You have to pretend she's nobody, Slade says. Jackson doesn't respond, so Slade stops and turns. Where's your head? Fuck you. No! Slade shoves Jackson. Jackson grabs Slade's vest. You can play the disgruntled father who hates his daughter's husband another time. You can make a list of regrets about that woman. Slade points toward Archer's house. But I need to know your head is in this. I need to know you're detached from everything but your weapon and target, or you need to get back in your car and wait for me to finish this. Jackson keeps a tight grip on Slade, jaw clenched. But he knows Slade was trained by the same group who trained him. He knows he's saying what Jackson would say if the tables were turned. Slade's not Livy's husband. He's nobody's son. He's a soldier with his weapon and a target. And he's that way because his goal is to get home alive. If this is your suicide mission, let me spare you the work. I'll snap your neck right now. Today's not my day to die, you grumpy old fuck. So get your head straight or say your last prayer. Slade shoves Jackson, so he's forced to let go. Jackson brushes past Slade. I am the lamb. We don't need, Jackson whips around. My fucking head is in this. There has never been a day that my head wasn't in this. That's why this grumpy old fuck is still here. But we both know there is skill, finesse, and luck. There's always luck. So I am the lamb, understood? Slade knows because he was the sacrificial lamb who saved Livy's life. He nods once. Jackson's shoulders relax. He's resolute in his mission and resigned to the possible outcome. And as much as he hates the circumstances that brought Slade into his life, there isn't anyone else he'd want to have his back. Slade is a young Jude Day.
Chapter 34. I'm unsure how long it's been. Maybe an hour or two. The door to the library opens, and the chandelier lights illuminate. After spending so long in the dark, shades drawn, I wince at their brightness, while gagged, wrists and ankles tied.
Sorry. It's extra dark in here since I have to keep all the shades in the house closed,
Archer says, ungagging me. I cough a few times.
I'll get you some water.
I don't need water. I scowl at him. He loosens his tie and unbuttons his shirt before shrugging off his jacket.
You've put me in an impossible situation.
He tosses his coat and tie over the back of a floral upholstered chair, one of several in this 2-story library filled with floor-to-ceiling shelves.
Molly's my daughter, and while parents don't condone everything their children do, I'm hardwired to love and protect her.
I continue glaring at him unblinkingly. Strolling the room's perimeter like he's looking for a particular book, he sighs.
I realize you don't have children, so you don't know what that's like. But for what it's worth, I apologize on behalf of my daughter if she wasn't there for your nephew in his time of need.
He pulls a book off the shelf and thumbs through it.
There for him?
I try to readjust, pain slicing through my shoulder from being shoved onto the floor by his guys. With a grunt, I sit up against the side of a chair. She told him to kill himself. She gave him all the reasons why he should do it. Your evil spawn led him to the cliff's edge and kicked the back of his knees. And his name is Steven. Fucking say his name. Remember his name. I will never let Molly forget it. Archer lifts an eyebrow while returning the book to the shelf.
You'll never see my daughter again. So I think she'll have the rest of her life to forget.
His words settle into my gut like a knife, twisting and digging deeper. He's going to kill me.
Tell me.
Archer sits in the chair across from my spot on the floor, folding his hands between his spread legs.
Were you going to voluntarily have sex with me to insert your claws into my family?
Voluntarily?
Were you going to wait until my daughter despised you before telling her I was fucking her worst enemy?
He laughs.
It's brilliant, really. I probably would have done the same thing if I were in your shoes. After all, some things are worse than death.
Then let me go.
Can't.
He drums his fingers together.
You're the bait.
For Jack?
Jack?
Wrinkles line Archer's forehead.
Jackson.
He nods slowly.
That's right. He changed his name and never changed it back. We trained together. Did he tell you that? Well, we didn't train for the same job. He trained to kill people. I trained to determine if he was of sound mind to do it. To keep doing it.
He grins.
Have I lost you? Did he tell you he was an assassin?
I don't respond. Archer's gaze drifts around the room with a slow sigh.
He was good at it. Too good. The epitome of a natural-born killer. Had they not harnessed his potential, He might have been a serial killer hunting innocent people. I did multiple psychological assessments on him, and the guy's not right. 0 attachment. But he meets my gaze again and shrugs. The final decision wasn't mine. So they gave him an arsenal, and he used it like Rambo. He's wrong. Jack's attached to his family. I think he's even attached to me. And he's not a natural-born killer. The eyes don't lie. What's that look? I shake my head. You don't believe me? I continue to shake my head. I'll be right back. Before he reaches the door, he turns and smirks. Don't go anywhere. I struggle again to free my hands, but there's no way out. They're zip-tied along with my ankles. I can't physically save myself, so I must convince him to let me go. This isn't my battle. I don't have to be the bait. Jack's coming for him without knowing I'm here. Oh, good. You're still here. Archer closes the door. I found these in my safe. I'm not sure why I kept them. A sixth sense told me I'd need them for a rainy day, and I think storms are headed our way. How appropriate. He pulls photos from a letter-sized envelope. I lost count, and God only knows what his number is now, but Jude's kill number was higher than anyone else's. He shows me one picture at a time, holding each one in my face before tossing it on the floor next to me. Dead people. Mostly men, but a few women. Some of them have bullets in their heads, like Archer's bodyguards at the carnival. Others have their throats slashed. Some are missing body parts, including several who are decapitated. There must be over 100 photos. I flinch and turn my head at one that's nothing more than a torso, missing all 4 limbs and the head. Ah, yes. This one was personal to Jude. I don't remember why, but he killed him slowly. Jack's words replay in my head. I'm going to remove his hands 1 finger at a time. Then I will carve my knife into his face and remove his tongue and lips, and because I'm certain he's looked at you inappropriately, I'll shove the tip of my knife into his eyeballs just for good measure. Jack's words relentlessly echo. Killing Archer will be personal because of me, because I couldn't walk away and deal with my grief like a normal person. I couldn't take Eloise's advice. John used to say, no regrets about everything. Not me. I've spent my life regretting so many decisions, and I have to wonder if John said those words to himself before he put a bullet in his brain. If there's life after death, is he somewhere seeing the bigger picture and feeling regret? If I could do it all over again, I would have torn up the letter from Molly and gone home. That would have meant I would not have fallen in love with Jack, and that would have been a missed opportunity for my heart. But this whole scenario would be different. Archer would still die, but not like the grotesque pictures on the floor. Slade would have stayed with Livy, and Jack would be reunited with his family by now. My thoughts return to Archer when he stops on a photo of a woman with a bullet hole where her eye used to be. A woman. She must have been bad too. A killer. Right? She was a red herring, Archer says. I lift my gaze from the photo to him. My insides feel like acid, such an overwhelming feeling of nausea and something akin to grief that I have to fight the urge to buckle over and choke on the bile working its way up my throat. This isn't the Jack I know. It's not real. She was sent to distract Jude so her boyfriend could kill him. It was the closest he'd ever come to getting caught, having his identity compromised. She tried to seduce him, and she tried to poison him when that failed. He caught her, and Archer cringes. He ended her before taking out her boyfriend an hour later. On his post-evaluation, mandatory after every hit, I asked him how it felt to kill a woman for the first time. He said when he decides to kill someone, they're no longer human. Therefore, They're no longer male or female.
Detachment. Those same hands that touched me intimately, that same finger that he traced down my nose to my lips, and those knuckles that ghosted along my cheek belonged to the same man who killed and mutilated those people. Again, I have to look away.
I don't blame you for not wanting to see them, for not wanting to see him. But I fear you think I'm the bad guy, and I'm not. I broke ties with the organization and started a new life. I don't know why he's coming after me. He's unhinged. I heard his wife died years ago. I bet he just snapped.
You funded the man who killed his wife. You invested in a different group. You didn't break ties with everyone. A muscle by his right eye twitches.
He must love putting his dick inside of you. There's no way he casually shared that information with someone he deemed as nothing more than a quick fuck. Perhaps I'll confess all of my secrets, too, when I'm balls deep in your pussy.
No matter how hard I clench my teeth, I can't hide my disgust and swallow the burning bile back down my throat past its growing lump. 20 seconds ago, you feared I thought you were the bad guy. And now you're confessing your intentions of raping me. Which is it? Are you another innocent victim? I nod to the pile of pictures on the floor. Or are you a bad person who needs to be eliminated? A slow smile takes over Archer's face.
Depends on the day.
Today?
I don't know, Francesca. Why don't you tell me?
He glances at his watch.
The night's still young. Will you willingly finish what you started with me on the Ferris wheel? Or are you nothing but a cock tease just asking for it? And when I take what you were, in fact, offering, are you going to scream rape? I mean, I'm sure you'll scream. And either way, I'll come harder than I ever have because you, Professor, made me wait so long. And my patience is gone. In fact, his smile swells. We have a piano in the other room. Molly was supposed to play it, but she never practiced. Want to know who played it the most?
A new wave of fear hits me. Not because I fear him raping me. I fear what he's about to say.
Stephen.
He slowly shakes his head.
Your nephew, a goddamn maestro. Molly used to playfully push him off the bench because she said he was making her look bad in front of her parents.
Angry tears burn my eyes.
Would you like me to fuck you on the white polished wood? Would you feel closer to Stephen?
Screw you, I grit through my teeth.
We will. Soon. But first, I need to know we're not under attack. You see, Jude Day is a slippery motherfucker. So my men are patrolling the perimeter of my property, and they'll end him if he's out there. Which I imagine he is, because I'd be looking for you too.
I shake my head.
No?
He thinks I went home, I whisper.
Perhaps he thought that. But I'm sure he's tracking you.
I shake my head again. What makes you think your men can kill him? Given the pile of carnage on the floor, he knows it's a valid question. Archer's gaze drops to the photos.
He's good, but he's not immortal. And he's outnumbered. But I suppose,
the corner of his mouth twitches.
He could have his sister with him.
With a belly laugh, he throws his head back.
Wouldn't that be something? Has he told you about his twin sister? Fucking Jessica Day.
With a long whistle, he shakes his head.
Now she's the ultimate head case. Jude will kill someone without much thought. That's why he's still able to pose as a normal human. But Jessica likes to manipulate her victims. She'll toy with them because she doesn't live for the kill like Jude. She likes to watch people suffer like she did. She enjoys bringing people an inch from their last breath and keeping them barely alive until they're gasping for a way to end their own life just to escape the misery.
None of this feels real. There's no way this is Jack's life, his family, his twin. Archer glances around the room as if it's made of glass windows, encompassing his property.
Can you imagine 2 people their age taking on my fully armed 20-something men? They're not true immortals. I bet their joints ache like mine do some days. I bet they drink more whiskey and tequila than Gatorade and Red Bull. You don't just get to your late 50s and not feel like you're deteriorating by the end of a long day.
Late 50s?
Maybe you're too old to live this life, I say, resigned to whatever happens to me. This life? The good life?
He narrows his eyes. Control is exhausting. Revenge is exhausting. Looking over your shoulder, needing armed men around you at all times, maintaining the illusion that you have a good life, a solid marriage, the perfect child, wearing a tie you seem to hate because you're always adjusting it like it's strangling you. Maybe you're the one who needs to submit to control, not to remind you of what it feels like to have it, but rather to remember what it feels like to be human, to be vulnerable. Archer bobs his head.
Conceivably. However, this world is not a utopia. You conspired with the enemy to kill me. So human, I can no longer be.
I didn't conspire to kill you or anyone. I was at the cemetery telling my family goodbye before going home. My voice escalates.
And before that, you were with Jude Day. You can't untangle yourself from this web you've willingly helped weave. So here we are, waiting to see who dies first. Will Jude let it be you, or will he die to save you?
Is there a scenario where I live? He stands, adjusting his belt.
If 6 guards and myself die before you, then yes. But you seem pretty smart, so do the math. Now, I'm going to shower before we make our way to the piano because I'm considerate. Care to join me?
Yes, I say, feigning every bit of confidence. His eyebrows lift a fraction.
I wish I could trust you.
I doubt it. I think you get off on the fact that you know you can't trust me. So why don't you untie me and let's play?
Archer chortles. Did he teach you something? Can you snap my neck? Break my nose? Is that your idea of playing? It was Jessica's. I think we'll have more fun if you're restrained. You had your chance. It's not my fault you were too weak to follow through.
He exits the library, leaving the photos on the floor. I stare at the parts of them that are exposed in the scattered pile. Jude will kill someone without much thought. Turning away from the photos, I lean my head against the side of the chair and close my eyes before they fill with a new round of tears. I just want to go home.
Chapter 35. There are 6 guards and 18 cameras, Slade says, trekking back toward Jackson. We need to disable the cameras, Jackson mumbles, lifting his gaze from the scope of his rifle and massaging his neck. I'm listening. Slade rests a hand on his hip. Jackson feels every ounce of his scrutiny. He hears all of Slade's unspoken words. They don't have a team, no one to cut the electricity. An assassin's greatest tool, besides patience, is the element of surprise. There is no time for patience, and with a hostage, the element of surprise is lost. Archer's well prepared for his attackers. He's waiting patiently because he can. If Jackson focuses on saving Frankie's life, he can make a plan that might not get executed in the next few hours. He has no time if he goes one step further and attempts to keep her safe from other things Archer might do to her. In fact, he might be too late. He hears her words. It's flesh and bones. It's not me. It's not who I am. It's a vehicle. Frankie is strong, but she's not Jessica. And even his sister would say only death can separate the mind from the flesh and bones. Maybe she can survive whatever Archer might do to her by having a laser focus on the only thing that could feel like a silver lining, that she's still alive. The question is, will that feel like a gift or a curse. Pretend it's too late for her, Slade says. It's the only way we can do this. You need to let all thoughts of her go. You're not thinking of Livy? Slade glances at Jackson while pulling his binoculars out of his vest. No. He doesn't expect Slade's answer to be that quick and resolute. At this moment, he realizes Slade is the better assassin. He's old enough to have a sharp mind and a steady hand from experience. Jackson remembers the confidence that came with those honed skills. But despite losing so much, he still has infinitely more than he's ever had. That more makes clearing his mind nearly impossible. Jackson feels the gradual dulling of his edge, the growing whisper of doubt, and the tiny cracks in his confidence from carrying the world, his world, on his shoulders for so long. He no longer feels an unwavering certainty of the outcome. However, his unshakable determination keeps him moving because the one thing he knows with conviction is that he will do this or die trying. Livy and Wilder will get me killed. Thinking about them is like removing the part of your vest that covers your heart. Jackson interrupts to finish the phrase he heard 1,000,000 times during his training. They don't think about the people they love. There's no room for vulnerability, and love is the most vulnerable emotion. I'll take the back 3, you take the front 3, Slade says, grabbing his night vision goggles as the last of the day's light vanishes. 3 shots, no more than a few seconds apart. Anything longer, any hesitation, and we're going to burn it down, Jackson says, eyeing the vast array of landscaping lights illuminating the property. What? There are too many cameras. Someone's live monitoring the feed. Maybe in the house, maybe at a remote location. Since we can't cut the power, we will set it on fire. The 911 response time is approximately 20 minutes this far out in the country, so from the time the alarms sound, we have 15 minutes to make the kills and remove any hostages. And he knows Frankie would want the house to burn. Smoke out? Yes, Jackson says, plodding back toward the vehicles for fuel. It will obscure our view, Slade calls, following him. And it will obscure their view as well, but first, it will draw them away from the house so we can take them out without cameras catching us. When he reaches his car, he retrieves a drone. Aerial view? He shakes his head. I'm going to drop fireballs on the roof. Where did you get that? I made it after seeing them used for prescribed fires. There are 50 balls in here. Won't they roll off the roof? They ignite on impact. There won't be anything to roll. Smart? Jackson smirks, feeling oddly gratified by Slade's compliment. Aren't you going to ask me how I know where to drop them? No. If you don't have the layout of his house memorized, then I will lose what little respect I have for you. Jackson shuts the trunk. At least one of us has respect for the other. Livy didn't get pregnant right away. I had to stick my dick in her a 6 times a day for a solid 2 weeks every month before Jackson pulls out his handgun and presses it to Slade's forehead. If you ever use the word dick in the same breath as my daughter's name, I'm going to cross another thing off my bucket list. You're such a morbid fuck. Jackson drops his hand and pounds his boots back into the field toward the house. He's never known where the line's been with Slade. Jackson killed his father because Slade's father did some unforgivable things to Jackson's family. They've never discussed it, and he can't imagine the day will ever come when there's a need to mention it. Still, it's hard to point a gun at Slade without recalling the day he put a bullet in his father's head. And occasionally, like a few seconds ago, Jackson can't help but wonder if Slade looks at him and thinks of him as the man who killed his father more than the man partially responsible for bringing Livy into this world, into Slade's world. When we get into the house, I take Sanford and you take any hostages, Jackson says. Francesca. They both know there's only one hostage, and her name is Francesca. Don't dick around. Once I get her out, I won't return for you. I wouldn't have it any other way, Jackson says, deploying the drone toward the house. Don't die, old man, Slade says, continuing toward the house, fully armed. Well, Jackson mumbles while the drone approaches the roof. We're all going to die, eventually. When the first fireball illuminates, Jackson grabs his gun in one hand and his knife in his other hand while taking long strides toward the house.
Chapter 36. When the door clicks open, I don't turn toward it. I don't even open my eyes. It's just a body. When a large hand grips my arm, pulling me to my feet, I squeeze my eyes shut tighter. It's just a body. I let my thoughts slip away, back to the previous night with Jack. His hands on my skin, his mouth fused to mine. Music, dancing, and love. Do you love me, Francesca? My ass hits the piano, a jumble of keys making a discordant cacophony. Everything beautiful about music prepares to die. Don't open your eyes.
Fight me. Make my dick hard, Archer says, cutting the ties around my ankles and my wrists.
I have no fight left inside of me. The gravity of this moment disappears, and I float. It's just a body. Words leave me. Time ceases to exist. The brevity of life illuminates behind my closed eyes. I hear John telling me to hurry up while we sprint through the fields after Dad promised to mark our asses because we left the gate open and 2 of the cows got out. I can barely keep up because I'm giggling so much after John handed Dad a black marker to do the marking. My brother was full of life.
Open your eyes,
Archer demands while yanking my jeans and panties down my legs. I see the happy tears in Lynn's eyes when she shows me her engagement ring. She promises to take good care of my other half. Lynn had the life I never dared to pursue. She had a husband who adored her, a son who was her best friend, a job, friends, happiness. The cool wood presses to my back. This time, my heels land on the keys, making a harsh, unforgiving sound as the string's vibration spreads beneath me.
Open your eyes.
Archer's unkind hand grips my jaw while his hips nudge my legs apart. I open my eyes, pointing my empty gaze at the ceiling. It's just a body. Archer can take every ounce of my flesh, chasing something he will never catch because I left the best of me with Jack. And he will protect it until his last breath. I feel the embrace of Stephen's arms after John died. He made me feel genuinely needed for the first time in my life. I never wanted him to let go, and I never wanted to let him down. But I did. I let all of them down.
You might enjoy it,
Archer says while his unconscionable fingers probe between my spread legs as my eyes drift shut again. It's just a body. The first tear slides down my cheek, taking my pain with it. I just let go. Why did you let me love you? That's my line. Jack loves me.
Get up.
I blink open my eyes, but everything's blurry, and words are muffled because I've allowed myself to leave my body, if only for a moment.
Get the fuck up,
Archer repeats. A sharp pain radiates from my wrist to my shoulder when he yanks my arm. I stumble to the ground on my hands and knees, naked from the waist down. When I lift my head, Slade's figure comes into view. It's all just a bad dream. Everything's in slow motion. This is not real. Archer starts to pull his pants up his legs. Jogging pants. When did he change out of his suit? I blink slowly. Wait. I think he showered so he could be clean when he forced himself onto me. Smoke. I smell smoke. And as everything speeds up into real time, I hear alarms blaring. Then I see him. It's just my body. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I love you.
Chapter 37. 3 shots. 3 seconds. Jackson spots the 3 armed men retreating from the house's perimeter as flames engulf half the roof. He drops to his knees and lifts his rifle, eye on the scope. Blink. Blink. Inhale. Exhale. Pause. No breath. He lines up the crosshairs. Not even a minuscule movement. 1. Crosshairs. 2. Crosshairs. 3. Then he runs toward the door, through the entry, left, right, another right, gun in one hand, other hand reaching for his knife. "Stop," he says to Slade when he sees him stalking toward Archer, gun pointed at his head. Archer pulls up his pants, and Jackson's gaze shifts to the floor behind him. Francesca is next to a white piano on her hands and knees, missing clothes below her waist. Jackson tightens his grip on his knife and holsters his gun. Archer won't die from a bullet. He won't die quickly, and he won't die with dignity. Francesca blinks, and tears spill onto her cheeks. "We have 10 minutes tops," Slade says, aiming his gun at Archer's head. "Where the fuck did you come from?" Archer asks Slade, because Slade and Livy have been dead for nearly 2 years. Slade doesn't say anything because one of the rules is that once a target's captured, there's nothing left to say. Words waste time. Words can fuck with the mind. There's a reason they tell people who are looking death in the eye to confess personal information. It humanizes them. And humans, by nature, aren't meant to kill their own. Jackson ignores everyone but Frankie. He pockets his knife, kneels before her, and helps her to her feet. It's as if time stands still. He should be numb inside. That's all he's ever known when taking out a target, but tonight he feels everything. As she stands on shaky legs, he dresses her. "Jackson," Slade says, but he ignores him because he can only hear Chopin, and he can only see Frankie sitting at his piano with her fingers effortlessly flying over the keys, making something impossibly hard look utterly effortless. She has a mesmerizing, timeless grace. After her underwear is in place, he patiently threads her feet through the legs of her jeans and pulls them up her shaky legs. Zipper. Button. Then he climbs to his feet and takes her tear-stained face in his hands while she softly sobs. He smiles before pressing a kiss to her wet lips. "Good night," he whispers, like they're in a room alone. No fire. No one he needs to kill. Just a man kissing the girl goodnight. After he releases her face, Jackson faces Archer, who seems dumbfounded by his actions. With a slight nod at Slade, Jackson curls his hand around his knife again, holding it at his side, his back to Frankie. Slade steps behind Jackson and takes Frankie's hand to lead her out of the burning house. Something explodes in an adjacent room, sending smoke billowing toward them. Archer jumps back and coughs on the black cloud of smoke. Frankie coughs as she and Slade exit the room. "Jack!" she screams. Jackson doesn't move. His lungs eat the smoke, no longer feeling the need for survival. Time isn't of the essence when you're willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. "I did nothing," Archer coughs, stepping backward when Jackson moves closer. I transferred money." He coughs some more. "I'm the fucking bank. You know that's all." He stumbles several more feet until he hits the wall, knocking a painting off its hook onto the floor. "My wife." Archer shakes his head. "I didn't ask for a name. It's a fucking business and you know it. You know the game." He coughs again and again, barely catching a breath. Jackson shakes his head. "My life is not a game." "Fuck!" Archer buckles at the waist when Jackson buries his knife between Archer's legs. Blood instantly soaks Archer's pants. This isn't how Jackson wanted it. He wanted Archer to suffer more, but there's too much smoke. Flames will descend upon them any moment. Jackson removes his knife, no longer able to keep his lungs from sending him into his own coughing fit. "Did you stick your fingers inside of her, too?" Archer falls to the ground, curled onto his side. "Ah!" His lungs release what is close to his last breath when Jackson presses Archer's hand to the floor and cuts off his fingers one at a time. Archer's cries die. No more coughing. His eyes barely blink. and there's nothing but a weak, wheezing sound pressing through his lips. Another explosion sends flames through the wall, knocking Jackson on his back, feet from Archer. He lifts his throbbing head, barely able to see the outline of Archer through the thick smoke. The blazing heat makes standing impossible, so Jackson army crawls toward Archer. When his hand bumps the knife, he takes it and lunges forward, making his own excruciating cry from the pain as the blade lands somewhere in Archer's limp body. Jackson can't breathe. It's suffocating, like nothing he has ever experienced. He's been close to death, but never like this. When he tries to pull the knife out, his hand goes limp. Everything goes limp. Everything fades to black, except for the music. It's the song he wrote for Rin. She's twirling in a circle, holding Livy, blonde hair and ribbons flowing in the breeze. He has a perfect life. "Daddy!" Livy squeals when he hugs them both, nuzzling his face into Livy's neck before kissing his wife's red lips. Then, nothing. It's as if someone unplugged the television during his favorite scene of his favorite movie. "Get the fuck up." Angry words echo a million miles away, but they fade as quickly as they bring him out of silence. In the next flash, he's dancing with Frankie to Heavenly Day. I'm not wearing anything under this dress. She's breathtakingly, well, everything about her is breathtaking. She's a second chance when he never thought he deserved his first one. "The lamb? No. Do you really think I'll be allowed to return home after letting you sacrifice your old ass to torture someone when you could have put a bullet in his head and walked out with me? No. And here's the thing. I don't want you to ever fucking forget that I came back for you, unlike some asshole who leaves people for dead after they save your only child." Thunk. Jackson's lying on something. "Jack!" Frankie's voice cracks in panic. "Take his car," Slade says. "Where?" "As far from here as possible." "Then what?" Her voice shakes. "Then nothing. Just play another song, Frankie. I'll dance with you all night. With or without your sister-wife dress."
Chapter 38. I take his car back to Eloise's. It's as far as I can safely drive, and even the 10 miles to Boone feels like a stretch for using the word safely. Halfway there, the sky opens and unleashes buckets of rain and blinding streaks of lightning. Pulling into the garage, I focus on the rhythmic windshield wipers for long minutes before pressing the button to close the door behind me. Killing the ignition, I stare out the windshield at nothingness in a numbing quietude. This morning, I was with Archer, feeling in control. Lemonade with Eloise. An emotional goodbye with Jack. The cemetery. It doesn't feel like the span of 12 hours. It feels like weeks, months, years. I don't know what to do or where to go. Is Jack still alive? If he is, where was Slade taking him? My maniacal laugh cuts through the silence. I don't recognize it as my own. The world thinks he's dead. Tears accompany my hysterical laughter. Jackson Knight's not his real name. And Jude Day died. No real name. No number. No address. I'm in love with a ghost. Stumbling in the dark, I go from the car to the sofa and collapse, drawing my knees to my chest. The garbage truck wakes me with screeching brakes and the clang of the lift. I slowly sit up and rub my eyes. For some reason, I glance around the garage, hoping to see Jack. The idle piano keys and boxing bag tell the ending of this story. I won't see him again. Maybe he's dead. And if that's the case, I'm glad I don't know. If I figure out how to drag myself off this sofa, say goodbye to Eloise, and drive home, imagining he's alive will make it easier. Imagining he's reunited with his daughter, waiting for her to give him another grandchild. It's a long walk to the cemetery, but I need my car. And by some miracle, it's here. The door unlocked. Key fob in the console where I left it. I can see why John thought this was a safer place to raise a family. When I pull into the driveway, Eloise is on the porch in her wooden rocker, her usual spot. So much for sneaking around the back of the house to get showered and out of these smoky clothes before she sees me. Francesca! Oh my goodness, are you— I need a shower. I hold out a flat hand. Can I just do that before we talk? The concern along her face deepens, but she returns a hesitant nod. Thank you, I whisper, heading into the house. I peel off my clothes and drop them in the trash can that's too small to accommodate the bulk. When the hot water hits my head, I slick back my hair and close my eyes. The first wave of emotion hits me, and I squat in the tub, hugging my knees to my chest. After a while, the water begins to run cold. I grab the soap bar and scrub every inch of my body. But no matter how hard I scrub, I still feel Archer's flesh pressed against mine. I can still smell his pungent cologne and the liquor on his breath. My hands move frantically, but I still hear his voice. So I drop the bar of soap and cover my ears. Breathe in, breathe out. I am not a victim. When I first became interested in piano and classical music, my parents scrounged the money for a piano teacher. Bertha Cabral lived a few miles down the road, an elderly lady who appeared sweet on the outside. But when it was just the two of us in her piano room, she used a tiny twig, an actual stick from a tree, to literally whip me into shape. Shoulders back! She'd snap the twig at the middle of my back so I'd arch it. No lazy wrists! She'd flick the underside of my forearms. Bertha was as practiced with that twig as I was with the piano. She never left a welt or a mark that remained visible long enough to show my parents. And if I started to cry, she'd say, "You are too weak to ever be great, Francesca. The great ones channel their emotions into the notes but are ironclad on the outside. You will never be great if you can't stop being this weak girl who sits at the piano just to drivel for an hour." I mentally whip myself with that tiny twig and suck it up. No driveling. Good morning, I say, carrying a cup of coffee onto the porch to join Eloise. I even manage a believable smile as if she didn't see me at my worst 30 minutes earlier. She eyes me with caution while I sit in the other rocker. Long night? Her gaze shifts to my wet hair before sweeping along my face. I nod, sipping my coffee. Long night. Where's Jack? Taking a minute, I swallow and gaze at the garage. It's just not real. He went for a jog. Eloise nods slowly, but I don't detect an ounce of trust in her wordless response. Dear, are things not going so well between you two? Is there something you want to discuss? I hope you know you can trust me with anything. With a deep breath, I harness the courage to keep going and let go of the people I have loved with my whole heart, the ones I have lost forever. And I whisper the only truth I know right now because I don't trust myself. I don't know which parts of the previous 24 hours are real. I'm going home. Eloise's brow furrows. You are? I nod. After a long moment, she smiles. I think that's the right decision. She's being incredibly kind. I saw my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I looked like death warmed over. I had soot on my face and clothes. I suppose you heard. My gaze lifts to hers. Heard what? There was a fire at the Sanfords last night. I grip the coffee mug tighter. Eloise eyes me, and I feel translucent, but I don't blink. Instead, I let her see deep into my eyes that fill with the tears I refuse to set free. She sips her coffee, breezily averting her gaze to the road. I saw it on the news this morning. They're not disclosing names, but there were casualties. Tragic, I murmur. I do hope Jackson returns soon. She hopes he's alive. I see it in her eyes, all the things she's not saying. She's giving me the deep breadth of space to share what I can, if I can, and only when I can. I'm going to pack my things. I stand and reach for the door. Jack gave me his piano since it's damaged. So if he forgets to tell you, and you see a moving truck show up, don't be alarmed. I'm going to make arrangements as soon as I get home. Eloise quickly blots the corners of her eyes and offers me a brave smile. He must have really cared for you. Cared. Past tense. I think so, I say without looking back at her.
Chapter 39. Welcome back, Jessica says to Jackson. The warmth of her hand spreads along his arm when she gently squeezes it. He has no recollection of time, but it feels like he's been asleep forever. If you try to die again, I will kill you. If his voice breaks into a partial word at best. Jessica lifts her head. Shh. You have laryngeal burns from smoke inhalation, and... Her eyes fill with tears, but she glances away and wipes them while pulling in a shaky breath. Your heart has stopped twice. Her words lack clarity. Why would his heart stop twice? And who felt the need to bring him back to life twice? Livy's here, she smiles. Well, she took Wilder outside to play. Jackson's gaze scans the room. He's in a big plastic bubble with machines all around him, portable lights, and a slew of electrical cords. Slade called in a favor. So did I. So did Luke. She shakes her head like she's mad at him for making them use up all of their favors. It took a week to get you stable enough to transport you from a makeshift hospital in Kansas to a makeshift hospital here in San Francisco. Your doctors are old, pulled out of retirement, and quite honestly, struggling with dementia. But you're alive, so let's not leave anyone a bad review. He tips his chin into a tiny nod. His throat feels raw and irritated, like he needs to clear it, but his body thwarts the slightest attempt to do anything but lie still and breathe. Good boy, Jessica winks. Be right back. Livy's going to bawl her eyes out. Just be prepared. Livy. It's been over 2 years since Jackson's seen his daughter, and he's never met Wilder in person. Livy's not the only one who might bawl her eyes out. She's here, which means whatever he did ended things. Day, night, and everything in between. God, I hope it's over. Livy pulls back the plastic curtain, tears already soaking her cheeks. Jackson knows he has no chance of keeping it together. Behind her, Slade's holding Wilder, who hides his face like he's shy. Daddy! Livy chokes as she hugs him. He inhales her floral scent as her blonde hair brushes his face. Livy, he whispers, falling into silent, uncontrolled sobs. She doesn't let go, and he's okay with that. His hands rest on her back. Jessica and her husband, Luke, file into the space too. When Livy loosens her grip on him, she wipes her eyes and sniffles. Meet your grandson. She takes Wilder from Slade and sits him next to her on the edge of Jackson's bed. He smiles, wiping his eyes before resting his hand on Wilder's head. Wilder, this is your grandpa. Grandpa. Jackson's still unsure about that title, but he's deeply in love with the blonde-haired boy who giggles when his nose is bopped. He's perfect, Jackson whispers. The doctor said your throat should be fine in a few weeks, so as long as your heart stops trying to quit, the prognosis is good. Do you remember much from going in and out of consciousness? Livy asks. He rolls his head from side to side, still mesmerized by the little boy on his bed. When Jackson's gaze shifts to Slade, something unspoken passes between them. This boy will never hurt a soul. He will live a beautiful life. We will give him everything no one else in this room has had the privilege of experiencing. Peace. Someone's awake. The doctor enters the bubble. Let's give him some space, Luke says. Everyone exits except Jessica, his other half. The doctor pokes, prods, taps, inspects, shines a bright light in Jackson's eyes, and asks him a few questions. "If you stay stable for 24 hours, your family can get you out of here, and my brother can move his airplanes back inside." He winks at Jackson before slipping out of the bubble. Jessica grins. "Dr. Swen's brother owns a small aviation company and his wife sells medical equipment. You can thank Luke for this private hospital. Then you can thank me for the unofficial medical care in Kansas. And finally, you can thank Slade for the helicopter that got you to the doctors I lined up right after the fire." That's why Jackson was supposed to die. An ambulance couldn't be called because there was no cleanup team, and unofficial medical care was not only exorbitant, but it was also nearly impossible. So his family had to drain a lot of their savings to do the impossible. "You should have let me die," he says with a raspy whisper. Jessica returns a crestfallen expression. "You're probably right. I've thought that about myself more than once. It's weird to think of the ways we've ended lives in a matter of seconds. Yet, we've gone to the ends of the earth to save lives too. What makes one life more precious than another? Nothing. It's all just a game. An awful game." "Le début," she says, squeezing his hand. "The beginning," he says, turning his hand so their fingers interlace. Chapter 40. Wilder toddles along the hardwood floor while Livy chases him. It's a big open space where Jackson's piano used to be. "You should get a new one," Jessica says, glancing up from her computer while Luke paces the deck on the phone with a patient. Jackson stands from his recliner and scoops Wilder when he skitters by him. Wilder squeals as Jackson blows on his belly. He knows it's the most beautiful sound in the world, far exceeding anything that can be played with black and white ivory keys. Livy's grin reaches her ears, and her eyes fill with emotion as they have since Jackson's been home for the past 3 weeks. "I have all I need right here," he says with a voice that's almost back to normal. "What happened to your piano? Isn't it in Kansas?" Livy asks, picking up Wilder's toys before someone steps on them. "It's gone," Slade answers her, closing the front door behind him. She lights up, padding her way to him. Everything about him softens with her. His hands rest on her hips while she lifts onto her toes and kisses him, arching her back to accommodate her pregnant belly. Jackson sets Wilder onto his chubby bare feet, who dashes toward his mom like a wind-up car, eventually hugging her leg. "How do you know?" Livy lifts Wilder onto her hip, but Slade steals him from her. He doesn't like her carrying 2 children. It makes Jackson despise him a little less. "I sent someone to clear out the garage. The car was there, but the piano was gone," Slade says. Jackson heads to the kitchen, looking for something to throw on the grill for dinner. "I bet she took it," Jessica says, hopping onto a bar stool. "Who?" Livy wedges herself between Jackson and the fridge. "We're having tofu kebabs." "We?" Jackson eyes her when she turns toward him, holding a covered bowl of marinated tofu. "Jessica promised it would taste like chicken," Livy shrugs, squeezing past him to the counter. "Who took your piano?" Jackson shuts the fridge door and leans against it, arms crossed, gaze glued to Jessica. She knows the look has nothing to do with tofu's ability to taste like chicken. "Your dad, met someone," Jessica says slowly, testing the water. Jackson's gaze slides to Slade. "I told her to take your car and get as far away as possible." Slade lifts Wilder onto his shoulders. Jackson knows what he told her, so he nods slowly. "Hello? Who is she? You met someone?" Livy asks with wide eyes. "Why does everyone keep me in the dark?" "Because you're in the business of growing humans, which requires no stress," Jessica says, rubbing Livy's back. Livy rolls her eyes. "I'm not that fragile." "Her name is Francesca, Frankie." Jackson feels a mix of emotions just saying her name. She's a professor of music theory. Livy's lips part for a breath before pulling into a huge grin. Jackson's smile is more subdued. Things ended too bittersweet. She got tangled in my business. He opts not to revisit Frankie's pursuit of revenge. She lost her brother and his family. She was in Boone dealing with their things. They were Eloise's neighbors. And? Livy's wide eyes circumnavigate the room, looking for anyone to elaborate. Jessica and Slade know it's not their story to share, so they keep their expectant gazes on Jackson. She was in the fire. Slade saved her. And that's when he told her to take my car and get as far away as possible. Did you? Livy's enthusiasm wanes. I mean, was there something between the two of you, or just a love of music? Jack stares at the floor for a few seconds, wondering if he should tell his daughter the truth. How will she feel about her father moving on from her mother? Dad? Livy says softly. He lifts his gaze. It doesn't help that Livy's the spitting image of Rin. Telling her feels like telling Rin. And who tells their wife, the mother of their only child, that someone else has made her way into his heart? And does it matter now? Mom's gone. She's never coming back. If you found someone, she would want you to take another chance on happiness, on love. Jackson returns a thoughtful nod. There are too many people in the room for it to be so silent. She was what I needed, and I think I was what she needed. But that wasn't her life. It wasn't my life. This is my life. Livy and Jessica share matching frowns. Luke, do something. Jessica jerks her head in Jackson's direction. Luke narrows his eyes at Jessica. He's not thinking straight, she says through clenched teeth, as if Jackson can't hear her. With a sigh, Luke eyes Jackson. Would you like to talk about this with me in private? Jackson answers with a look. It's the "are you fucking kidding me" look. Luke shrugs at Jessica. There you have it. Steaks for the men, fake chicken for the ladies. Jackson pulls steaks wrapped in white butcher paper from the fridge.
Chapter 41. Dear Molly, do you believe in an afterlife? I don't. I think when we die, that's it. We don't come back as a new person. No do-overs. Fearing death is weird, don't you think? It's the fear of the unknown. But isn't every day an unknown? We should no more fear death than waking up each day, walking out of our house, and getting into a car. I heard about that video by the river. I'm sure it wasn't planned. I bet someone just happened to see you get into Colin's truck, and their curiosity got the best of them. I bet it was someone you crossed. How unfortunate. I know it must have been embarrassing for you. If someone did that to me and I lost my dad, I don't think I would survive. I'd want a do-over. I bet your mom's struggling to keep it together. After watching her teenage daughter snort cocaine off a naked guy's stomach and then losing her husband so tragically, I bet she's struggling to keep it together. I bet she misses your dad. It has to feel nearly impossible to wake up each morning, but she does it for you. And now she has to watch you deal with the ramifications of being a sexually promiscuous drug addict who convinced her ex-boyfriend to kill himself. Will she find time for her extramarital affairs while finding a new home? I wonder how often she must think of just checking out. It has to be unbearable for her. Just know that despite what happened with the leaked video, I forgive you for writing that letter to Stephen. It was hard at first to move on from Stephen's death, knowing that you were responsible. It was hard to watch you not suffer the way I was suffering. But I take great solace in knowing that it will never end. You will always be that selfish girl who cares for no one but yourself. And in some ways, I bet the consequences of your selfishness feel like they've stolen your whole life. I can barely see the paper, and the ink blotches are from my tears because I fucking forgive you. I forgive you so much that I don't ever want you to feel like you're not worthy of the air you breathe. I never want you to feel like your life is not worth living. I want you to own your mistake and move on. It's not okay to check out. It's not okay to take the do-over. There is no do-over. There is only do better. Sincerely, Francesca. A month ago, I hugged Molly after her father's funeral and handed her this letter, laced with her own words to Stephen, before I walked away. Not one single word was exchanged. I needed to see the pain in her eyes. I needed to see a glimpse of real emotion. It's true, I don't want her to die. I think a little evil resides in all of us. Molly's had horrible role models, and the truth is, my brother was a terrible role model for Stephen. He not only lost his job, but he also took up drinking like a retired banker takes up golfing. Lynn said he was drunk nearly every day before noon, about the time it takes to play 18 holes. Then for his grand finale, he took his life most spectacularly, leaving his brain stuck to the backside of his goddamn garage for his wife and son to see. Who does that? I had the chance to do better, to be better, but I wasn't, and I will live with the consequences of my actions for the rest of my life. But I'm okay with that because life is precious. Everyone has something to give and to gain. Every mistake is an opportunity, a chance to be humbled, to learn, to grow, to make amends, to do better. Unlike how she wrapped her horrific message to Stephen in poisonous saccharin, I didn't sugarcoat anything for Molly. Truth? She will think of Stephen every day for the rest of her life. And she'll think of me. We will forever be reminders that bad decisions come with accountability. The memories of us will be her new God, the north of her new moral compass. I have a new job. My therapist smiles curtly. You've mentioned that several times, but you haven't said how you feel about your new job. I gaze at my glass of water on the oval wood coffee table between us. I should have asked for ice. I hate the taste of her water. She needs a glass pitcher instead of a metal one. Privileged. My gaze shifts to hers, assessing her assessment of me. I'm a terrible patient. Just say it. Dr. West shakes her head. The last time I saw her, I'd lost my job, and I needed someone to tell me I wasn't an awful person. She's good at listening, but not reassuring. I never did get her to say the words I wanted to hear. Now, I want to talk about the fire, but I don't know how to bring it up, and we're on our third session this month. How would you describe your mood? Melancholy. Why do you suppose you feel melancholy? Because Dr. West doesn't hurry me. She's patient, maybe too patient. Sometimes I want her to drag more out of me and do it faster than she does with such benign, open-ended questions. Drawing a slow breath, I let it and everything else out simultaneously. I went to Boone to go through their belongings. I met a man. Fell in love, I think. And another man sexually assaulted me, but I didn't fight back. In many ways, I let him. So, I'm not sure where that falls on the spectrum of assault. It's messy. I've been trying to check in with myself to see if I'm suppressing a catastrophic breakdown, and I don't know how I feel. Maybe there's nothing to feel. I dealt with everything in the moment, and I'm good. Or perhaps I'm headed for a massive breakdown with no warning, like when I lost it at the CVS and had sex with the dean's husband. Thoughts? She nods slowly. I'm so sorry you experienced that. Are you ready to walk me through it? I don't want to tell her about my revenge plans or the suicide note. I want her to tell me it's okay to put it behind me and move on. Maybe we can run through it instead of walking through it. No need to dwell. I've known a handful of married women who had sex with their husbands when they didn't want to, so, without consent. I stare out the window at New York in the fall. Trees adorn it in shades of gold and orange. Is that a gray area of applied consent or the right to have sex with your spouse? I can't imagine why marriage would change bodily autonomy. I, however, was a willing participant for weeks, but it never went that far for different reasons. Then, the night I was not a willing participant at all, that's when it happened. He was angry because he felt betrayed since I found a new guy. When Dr. West doesn't respond, I shift my attention back to her, running my hands nervously over my gray wool pants. Omitting 90% of the story will likely yield a 10% success rate with this therapy, but I must try. Did you report it? I glance at my watch. Time's up. We have 5 minutes. I stand. I have class. Thank you. I'll schedule another appointment, but I don't know when. But you think I'm good, right? Her lips part, but nothing comes out. Good enough? A nervous laugh escapes as I slide my bag onto my shoulder. Francesca, have a good weekend. I skitter out the door, tossing the receptionist a faint grin before speed walking out of the building. When the cool air hits my skin, I stop and just breathe. You might enjoy it. He's dead, I whisper to myself. There's something gratifying about teaching grad students. By this point, they're dedicated and have a greater appreciation for the professors who are not merely teachers, we're mentors. I served my time with undergrad students. Molding ripe young minds comes with its own level of fulfillment, but it also comes with the tedious patience of weeding through the ones who are lost and not ready to be found. Some days, I still feel lost, but more and more I feel like I'm ready to be found. The days I get lost in the past, the man with the piano, I couldn't care less about the rest of the world, but that's not living. If he were alive, he'd come for me, right? If I truly loved him, I'd make finding him my full-time job, even if it led me to his grave, right? If. It's been months. No more ifs. Professor Holter, did you get a chance to glance at my outline for the conference research paper? A young man pokes his head into my office. Sorry, he cringes. Your assistant wasn't at her desk. If you're busy, it's fine. I haven't looked at it. I'm sure it's on my to-do list. I have a long to-do list. I lift my eyebrows and give him a tight grin while leaning back in my desk chair after being hunched over my computer for hours. Sorry. My mom's starting chemo in a week, and I wanted to get it written before I cannot concentrate. My fake grin fades. What's your name? Jack Ebert. Jack. Well done, John. Of course, my brother knows I'm struggling. Even in death, we share an unbreakable bond. He knows I need a sign that everything's going to be okay. I twist my lips while sitting straight again. Jack. I search for his outline. I just so happen to like the name Jack. So let's go look over your outline. Closing my laptop, I slide it into my bag. Go? Lunch. I'm starving. I stroll toward the door. We're going to lunch together? I nod toward the exit. If you want me to give you feedback on your outline before your mom starts chemo, then yes. I brush past him. He follows me. I didn't expect you to be so... I glance over my shoulder just before the stairs. So what? Kind. He gives me a sheepish grin. Most of my instructors are not so... kind? I laugh, taking the stairs. Well, most of my students don't go out of their way to get ahead, so they don't fall behind when they know a family member will need them. You could have used it as an excuse not to complete the paper, but you didn't. And like I said, I'm a fan of the name Jack. So thank your mom for that when you see her. I push through the door to the campus. Thank your mom for everything. This feels good. Living feels good. Dr. West doesn't need to tell me I'm good. It's a decision I'm making on my own. I can be a victim or a survivor. I choose the latter.
Chapter 42. Idaho, Jackson says, staring off from his deck into the trees of his wooded lot in Hyde Park. Yes. Livy hands him a cup of coffee and leans on the railing beside him. She took a job at a law firm in Boise, and Jackson made an offer on the house across the street from hers in Slade's. I think we're going to love it here. He hums in agreement. As long as you and Slade can manage not to kill each other. Jackson grunts. He needs a job. I have a job, an excellent job. Do you have a problem with Slade being a stay-at-home dad? He's going to get restless. Livy nudges his arm. You mean you're going to get restless watching him stay home instead of doing his manly duties of supporting me while I stay home and raise the kids as Mom did? You're putting words in my mouth. He turns so he's facing the opposite direction as her. She smirks before sipping her tea. I'm going to miss our mornings together when you start your job. Me too, Dad. Livy smiles. We spent too much time apart. And I didn't know if I'd ever see you again, so this is magical. Jackson nods. She pushes off the railing. What are you going to do? You need a hobby. Playing with Wilder is my hobby. I love that, and so does he, but you have virtually no furniture in your house, no piano, no workout room. You don't have a job, no golfing buddies. I don't golf. Livy sits in his deck chair. You have one chair on your deck. You need another chair. You need someone to sit beside you and help solve the world's problems. He frowns. She returns a wrinkled-nosed grin. Okay, you don't need to solve the world's problems. You've done enough of that. But you could use a friend, a companion, maybe a dog. Jackson chuckles, bringing his coffee to his lips. Dogs don't like me. Not true. Jericho likes you. He doesn't. Your husband made sure of it. Well, Livy shrugs because she knows it's true. Maybe not a dog. Maybe you should join a club or teach self-defense classes again. You were good at that. Sweetheart, I appreciate your concern, but I can plan my days just fine. She tucks her chin like she did when she was young. You're too old to pout. I'm not pouting, she says in a pouty tone before sighing. Where is she? She? The woman you met in Boone. He shrugs. A lie. Jackson knows she took a position at a university in New York. He knows she bought an older 3-bedroom home. He knows she joined a yoga and Pilates studio, and he's pretty sure she has his piano. You haven't thought about looking her up? Why would I do that? She probably lives on the other side of the country, and I live in Boise with my family. Well, Livy stands and wraps her hand around his wrist while kissing his cheek. Slade and I will be here raising our family, doing everything you've already done, so feel free to come and go as you please. We're not going anywhere. Where do I have to go? He eyes her over the rim of his coffee mug. She shrugs, heading into his house. I'm sure a smart guy like you is only a quick internet search away from that answer.
Chapter 43. Back to the basics. Today, I've chosen a lecture on advanced oral skills. It's a 90-minute lecture, and I call for class participation to keep everyone focused. Since I offered extra credit for attendance, the auditorium is packed for the first time this semester. In conclusion, honing your skills for critical listening, notating 4-part chromatic harmony and melodies, as well as advanced rhythm, meter, and instrumentation will be invaluable assets for many of you in your future careers. Thank you for attending today's lecture. Can we get a round of applause for the willing and not-so-willing volunteers? I smile and clap. Laughter follows with a big applause before chatter erupts while the students gather their belongings to exit the auditorium. As I collect my things, sliding them into my messenger bag, several students line up to ask questions. While addressing the last student, My gaze flits to the lone person sitting in the lecture hall. "Thank you, Professor Holter. Great lecture," the young woman says, slinging her bag over her shoulder before climbing the stairs to the exit. "Thanks." The delayed sentiment falls from my parted lips, eyes unblinking, after she's 10 steps away from me. When the door clicks shut behind her, I search for my voice, but it's nowhere to be found.
"You're a sight to behold," he says.
I laugh, but it sounds like a sob as I blink back tears. If I can hold it together, today will be the perfect day. Maybe the best day of my whole life. You stole my line.
"Professor Holter, I could listen to you all day. Extraordinary as always."
It's a nearly impossible feat to keep from crying. He's alive. And he's here. Thought you were dead. I set my mic and battery pack on the table with shaky hands.
"Me too."
I climb up the middle aisle of stairs and slide into his row, legs getting shakier with each step. Jack doesn't move. He waits patiently in his chair like a good student. "I'm glad you're not." I sit beside him, hugging my bag and staring at the lectern.
"Me too," he whispers.
"What brings you to New York?"
"Fall foliage."
I grin without taking my eyes off the lectern. When I focus on it, my emotions stay in check. "It's stunning," I murmur.
"Stunning indeed."
A silence seeps between us for a long moment.
"Dark hair,"
he says. I touch my hair. It's my natural color. I decided blondes don't have more fun. I cringe. "Sorry, I know your wife had blonde hair, as does your daughter and grandson. I just meant it wasn't for me."
"I feel like I'm seeing you for the first time. And I'm speechless," he says.
That thing in my chest that's supposed to keep me alive feels like it's on the verge of exploding. My watch vibrates with an alert. "I have meetings the rest of the afternoon. Are you, by chance, staying around for a day or two?" I stand, sliding the crossbody strap over my head.
"By chance, I believe I will be here for a day or two."
He rests his hands on the arms of the chair and stands. Just his proximity could burn me to the ground, not to mention his grin. These arms of mine want to wrap around him, but I won't be able to let go, and I do have meetings. "Where are you staying?"
"Cheap motel."
My lips roll together to hide my grin as I nod. "Sounds like you. If you'd like a step up from a cheap motel, I'd be happy to offer you a room at my house."
"Is that so?"
He slides his hands into his pockets. He's not in black. I'm not sure I've seen him wearing blue jeans. I definitely haven't seen him in a white undershirt and a blue checkered button-down. White sneakers. A little gray in his 5 o'clock shadow. He looks like life. "Yes," I clear my throat. "Either way, if you don't have dinner plans, I'll be home by 6. I turn and make my way to the exit. "Feel free to wait for me there. Help yourself to anything in the fridge."
"I'll need an address. And a key,"
he says, right behind me. I turn when I get to the door. "No, you won't," I smirk.
"My days of nefarious activities are over."
Pushing through the door, I laugh. "You found me here."
"That's basic internet information."
"Well, maybe I'll see you later. Maybe I won't." I'm dying. My heart's clawing at my ribcage and my tummy's doing acrobatics. Playing cool has never felt this excruciating. As I stroll toward the opposite end of the building, I cave for a second and glance over my shoulder. Jack's leaned against the wall, fingers tucked into his front pockets, a face-splitting grin. And he's just watching me. Zero concentration. Less than 0. I smile and nod during my meetings. When asked questions, I fumble my words only to have to request the question be repeated. 2 fender benders on the way home force me to reroute, taking twice as long to get there. When I pull into my garage at 6:30, I'm bummed that there's no car in my driveway. Maybe he took a cab. Breathe, I whisper against my racing pulse before opening the house door. Beautiful notes filled the space around me when I step inside. I don't recognize the song. Lowering my bag to the floor and slipping off my ankle boots, I pad my way to the great room with my favorite centerpiece and person perched on its bench. Jack eyes me without missing a note.
You fixed Black Beauty.
My fingers slide along the lid. Black Beauty? He nods. You named your piano?
Of course.
I know the song. He's playing The Story by Brandi Carlile, but he's added some parts.
Did you not have a piano?
He glances at his hands for a second. I did. A nameless piano.
What happened to it?
It's at the university on loan. I didn't have room for 2. I sit next to him, facing the opposite direction. When my arm brushes him, my breath catches in silence.
Why take Black Beauty?
I lean into him. You know why, I whisper. He stops playing, leaving his hands resting on the keys.
I got her after Jessica and I were relocated to Omaha. Beauty made the trip from Omaha to San Francisco to Kansas, and Kansas to New York.
I glance up at him. Where will she go next? Jack's brows tighten for a second.
I'm not sure.
It hurts to see him as much as it breathes life back into my soul to know he's alive. So much has happened.
Don't cry,
he whispers. I shake my head a 6 times even though I can't speak actual words. If I don't blink, I'll be fine. No tears. Then, that amber-eyed gaze sweeps along my face as his knuckles brush my cheek. Don't cry. His middle finger touches my forehead, drawing that invisible line down my nose while the pads of his other fingers ghost over my eyes, forcing them to blink, forcing me to set the tears free. I'm a goner. My lips quiver beneath his touch.
I'm sorry I let it happen.
His voice cracks. Again, I shake my head but can't speak past the emotion clogging my throat. There's so much I want to say, but I physically can't. I stand, wiping my eyes and taking a few steps from the piano. You did nothing wrong. Sniffling, I swallow over and over to find space for the words to come out. Let's grab dinner. Drawing a superhuman breath, I turn and smile while wiping my eyes again. I'm starving.
Frankie.
Worry lines trench along his forehead. Do you like pizza? I haven't had pizza in a while. Sliding the bench back, he stands but won't match my smile. Not even close.
Francesca.
He steps toward me. Again, I swallow past the emotion and hug myself so he doesn't feel the need to do it. I am a survivor, not a victim. As much as I've missed him and prayed he wasn't dead, what kept me from searching for him was this right here, standing on the edge of this moment. The expectant look on his face like I have something to explain or confess. Because the last time he saw me, I was half naked on my hands and knees. I can barely look him in the eye, let alone speak of what happened that night. Can we not look back? I'm not. I'm just living.
I need to reconcile all of this in my head.
He slowly shakes his head as if he doesn't understand why I don't understand. Have you reunited with your daughter? When he doesn't answer, I'm forced to lift my gaze to him. He doesn't answer me intentionally because he wants me to look him in the eye. Does he think I'll see all the things he wants to say? Because I do. I see the unspoken words and emotions that are too strong for words. That's why we don't need to discuss it.
Yes, Livy is back where she belongs. And I've held Wilder.
The hint of a smile pulls at his mouth. I hate that he's suppressing his joy. I need to see his happiness. It validates all of my emotions. What happened wasn't for nothing. It was for something so much bigger than anything in my life. Family is precious. So very precious. And Jackson has his back. And I have no regrets. I smile, hoping he feels my sincere happiness for him. More smiles. More about his family. I bet he's happiness personified. Jack's emotional struggle is palpable and heartbreaking, but he shows me a little more, and he's never looked this beautiful.
He's so innocent.
He shakes his head. Just as it should be. I think of Stephen at Wilder's age, a little towhead too. I'm not fooling myself. I know Jack can't let this go, but he blows out a long breath and offers a grin that feels like a truce.
Pizza sounds perfect.
Chapter 44. Jackson spent years keeping other people safe, often strangers to him. Yet for all the lives he helped save by taking a life that wasn't worth saving, nothing makes up for losing Ren. And nothing will erase the guilt he feels over Frankie. She drives to the restaurant, talking nonstop about her students and all the work that went into her lecture today. Jackson smiles on cue and nods in timely intervals. "Tell me to shut up," she chuckles after they're seated in a booth. "I've been yammering on about my life. Tell me about Livy and Wilder. Are you still Jack, or have you returned to Jude Day?" Is she giving him the mere surface of her existence, or is she that strong? Is she a Jessica Day, an expert at shedding her skin and moving on? Are they really going to make small talk? He sips his water, glancing around the restaurant. Still Jackson night. "Why not go back to Jude?" He shrugs. With a sad smile, Frankie shakes her head. "Sorry, it's not fair of me to ask you to go back in time if I'm not willing to do it." He wishes she would. "I met my wife as Jackson Knight. He's the one who fell in love with her." Before Frankie can respond, they place their order with the waiter. By the time they're alone again, Frankie's eyeing him intently. "I can't believe you're a grandpa." "No?" He leans back, crossing his arms. "Why is that?" Her cheeks flush. "You have the, Her lips press together for a beat. "The stamina of someone much younger than 50-something. "Thanks, you don't fuck like an old lady either." Frankie snorts, covering her mouth. Jackson's trying hard to stay in the moment and follow her lead, but he can't shake the reality of what happened. He'll never forget. "I'd like to think I'm feeding your ego, not bruising it." She runs a hand through her straight dark hair that barely brushes her shoulders. "Same," he smirks. She melts into a relaxed posture and an equally soft expression. "I'd say I've forgotten how much I've missed you, but that would be a lie. I've missed you every day in the most unforgettable way." "Same." She blushes again and clears her throat. "Can we talk about the present?" "Of course." He slides his glass and silverware out of the way when the waiter delivers their salads. Frankie retrieves her fork from the rolled-up napkin. "Where are you living?" "Boise, Idaho." He stabs his fork into the lettuce. "Livy took a job at a law firm there, so I followed them. Bought a house right across the street." She nods while wiping her mouth. "Livy's an attorney. That's great." "It is." "Are you the nanny?" He chuckles. "Much to my chagrin, Slade's the nanny. I'm just the adult in the room." "Have you two buried the hatchet?" "No, that hatchet can't be buried." He takes several gulps of his water while glancing around the restaurant. "A truce is as good as it gets. As long as he treats my daughter with the love and respect she deserves and swears to lay down his life for hers from now until eternity, I will tolerate him for the greater good." She taps her fork against her lip. "So you think he's perfect for Livy? That's all you had to say?" "I said no such thing." Jackson rolls his eyes, but it doesn't stop him from grinning. "You didn't have to." Over the next hour, Jackson suspends his guilt over Frankie long enough to tell her everything Wilder does that's irresistible, smart, and advanced. Basically all the ways he sees himself in his grandson. Then, on the way home, Frankie confesses everything she's done to make things right with her parents after the incident at Eloise's house. He can't help but wonder if ignoring the past bestows failure upon the future, or if it's the only way to ensure its success. Did you decide to stay at the Holter Hotel, or did you get a room at a one-star motel with a high probability of bedbugs, unlaundered towels, and zero amenities? Frankie steps out of the car and heads into the house. Jackson closes the door behind them. I'm not sure I can afford this 5-star hotel unless you're offering the friends and family discount. She giggles while dropping her purse onto a credenza. I might be able to extend the friends and family discount if you make coffee in the morning. Deal. The awkward moments of silence have multiplied as the nights progressed. Now, there's an extra long pause, a deafening silence between two idle bodies standing 5 feet apart. It's refreshing to see Frankie in her world. This older house is filled with antiques and painted wood trim. Creams, grays, and blues fill each room with splashes of pink and gold. Chandeliers and patterned upholstered furniture. It's a classic beauty, just like Francesca Holter. But it doesn't matter where they are or what they're doing because it won't erase what happened. There's not enough beauty in the world to cover that kind of ugly. Well, Frankie looks away first. There are 2 bedrooms upstairs. You can... I love you. Jackson interrupts with a declaration that seems to knock her off kilter. I didn't come here to find my piano or see the fall foliage. I came here because I love you, and I miss you, and I need to know what happened the night of the fire. I can't stop thinking about it. He feels weak in his confession, but the women in his life have always been his greatest weakness and his greatest strength. Frankie is no exception.
Chapter 45. I'm not in denial. I'm actively not acknowledging what happened that night. There's a difference. Denial implies I think it's untrue or not real. I know what happened is true and bone-chillingly real. I'm sorry, I whisper, forcing my gaze to his, compelling myself to actively acknowledge his pain. I'm sorry you can't stop thinking about it, but I need you to let it go. If I keep ripping off the bandage, it will never heal. With a hard swallow, I search for the truest thing I know I can share without ripping open that wound and bleeding out. I blame PTSD and alcohol for my brother blowing his brains out. I blame Molly for Stephen losing his way. And I blame an awful reality on Lynn giving up. Every time I let myself relive that day, I'm one step closer to leaving this life. Jack winces. Frankie. My name breaks in half as it falls from his lips. I know you're hurting, and that makes me hurt too. But if I'm okay, can't you be okay? His Adam's apple bobs, jaw clenched, eyes reddening. He's constricting my heart, squeezing it so hard it feels like he's trying to rip it apart one chamber at a time. Rin gave me everything, and I gave her everything. And that's how we... I'm not your wife, I say in a voice I don't recognize. Am I angry? Jealous? Hurt? None of the above. I'm just being honest. He bows his head, rubbing the tension from his neck. The waves of frustration are palpable and suffocating. I cut off his fingers. Stop. I manically shake my head. One at a time. Don't. The bandage tugs, pulling, taking flesh with it. I shoved my knife into his groin, and he... Stop! I cover my ears and continue to shake my head. A sob rips from my chest. I see Archer above me, evil born of frustration and the misguided perception that a woman's affection can be taken. It can't. It can only be given. I need this. Jack lifts his gaze, face scrunched.
Because you were on your...
He chokes on his words, eyes bleeding with pain. Please don't. I cover my mouth, releasing tears as unrelenting as this man.
You were on your knees. Naked. It's not a wound that can heal. It's a fucking disease. And it's only going to spread if you ignore it. You won't die today, but over time, it will kill you.
No. My head won't stop shaking. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just being cruel. Why are you doing this? I lean forward with a wave of nausea because I smell the pungent soap that clung to Archer after his shower. I feel his fingers between my legs. Fight me. Make my dick hard. You might enjoy it. Jack takes 2 long strides to hold my face in his hands, forcing me to look at him while I sob.
Frankie, tell me what he took from you.
His whole body vibrates, as if he's one blink from falling apart with me.
It's the only way I can give it back to you,
he whispers, kissing my tear-stained lips and every inch of my face.
Give me your pain.
I can't go there. Resting my hands on his chest, I push him away, stumbling back several steps. No, I sniffle, wiping my eyes while drawing in a shaky breath. I don't need this. I don't need you to give me anything. You feel guilty. I shake my head and wipe my nose. Don't. You, of all people, know that life is really fucking hard, and nothing worth saving comes without sacrifice. Jabbing my finger into my chest, I swallow hard. I decided to go down that dangerous road. I willingly sold my soul, offered it as a sacrifice for the greater good. And here I am, alive and moving forward. I have a job, a life, and I now know that you're alive and reunited with your family. Can't you just let me be happy for you? Happy for me? The hint of an eye twitch is the only thing that remotely cracks his sullen expression.
I'm not built that way, he says.
He's dead, I whisper.
Doesn't matter.
You killed him. What more do you need?
The truth.
I'm not your wife. I don't need you to piece me back together.
My wife's dead.
He swallows hard, barely holding it together. I wince. The truth is, nothing I can say will change what happened. There's no revenge to seek. There are no broken pieces of me waiting to be mended. If it's you who needs this, then maybe you should talk to someone.
I'm trying to fucking talk to you.
He raises his voice. I stiffen. Maybe a therapist.
My sister's husband is a shrink. I don't need a goddamn therapist. I need you.
More tears fill my eyes. It's too cruel, I whisper.
Frankie, I'm not.
He runs his hands through his hair, shaking his head while his eyes gloss over with emotion.
I'm not being cruel. I'm
not doing this. I turn and head toward my bedroom. You're asking for too much.
God damn it!
His feet pound the squeaky hardwood behind me. Don't! I whip around after reaching my bedroom, holding a flat hand out and losing the battle with another round of tears. Don't cross that threshold. I'm taking my space. I'm being very clear with my words, and if you think you can bully your way in here and force me to tell you anything, then you are no better than him. Jack flinches like I smacked his face. I swat at my tears. You? My voice cracks. I hate this so much. If you really love me, you will never ask me to relive that day. He rests one hand on his hip and angles his torso away from me while his other hand rubs his eyes, and he clears his throat with a clenched jaw. Jack, I whisper. After a pregnant pause, he looks at me. I stop trying to hold back my tears. Every blink sends another one down my face. It's embarrassing. I can barely whisper the words. They escape on shaky breaths, and my chest feels like it's splintering out of control. and degrading. Covering my mouth, I hold my breath to stifle a sob. Humiliating. I shake with more sobs. And I fucking hate that you saw me on my hands and knees with no... I can't finish. If I tell him, I won't be able to look him in the eye ever again. And if that makes me weak, so be it. I'm nobody's hero. Years of schooling, mentoring, and living have not changed me when it comes to love. I'm just a girl who loves a boy. I'm just a girl who wants the boy to see the best of me. If I truly loved him, I would give him everything. If he truly loved me, he would never ask for everything. We are at an impasse. Staring at the ceiling, I wipe my eyes and will away any new tears. I don't want that kind of love. I look at him and want to erase that indissoluble, forlorn expression on his handsome face. I need to see where you end and I begin. If loving you means surrendering everything that makes me who I am, I will always fall short. Jack drops his gaze. After a few seconds, he turns and heads toward the stairs. When he's no longer in sight, I close my door and sit on the velvet bench at the end of my bed, hands resting on the edge while I release the rest of my emotions one tear at a time. It feels like I'm choosing myself over him. Am I not being empathetic enough? Am I incapable of that kind of love? I rub the heel of my hand over my heart, trying to ease the deep ache. Then I sniffle and bury my face in both hands while I cry harder. After a shower and a cold washcloth from my swollen eyes an hour later, I slide on my nightie and pad my bare feet to the piano. My fingers caress the idle keys several times before I play Outside Alone by Peter Gregson. Closing my eyes, I sway gently. Music has, in many ways, always been my first love. Perhaps it will be my last. If my greatest love affair is with these notes and the images they inspire, the peace they bestow, I will die having experienced an emotional dimension unlike any other. Music reaches further than words. It stretches past the heart and settles into the soul, where it belongs. Music bestows hope. It unearths memories. It sparks joy. It's without judgment. And it never dies. When I play the last note, I feel Jack at my back. I keep my fingers resting on the keys and open my eyes. I should leave, he says. I stare at my fingers, slowly letting them slide from the keys to my lap. I know, I whisper. He feathers his fingers down the sides of my neck to my shoulders, sliding the thin straps of my nightie down my arms. But I can't. Closing my eyes, I whisper, I know. I understand it's difficult for him to leave, but I also know he can't stay without knowing everything. Tell me to stop, he whispers at my ear before dragging his lips down the same path as his fingers along my shoulder. It's gentle. It's kind. I can't. I know where he's taking this, and I'm scared out of my mind, but I don't stop him. He kisses my shoulder while his hands cup my exposed breasts. I grab his wrists, and he pauses. I can't do this. Yesterday, I didn't feel broken. I felt strong, confident. Now, I know that wasn't real. It wasn't reality. Jack releases my breasts, and I release his wrists. Then he places my hands over my breasts where his had been. You're so beautiful, my love. I laugh, but it releases as a sob, a shaky, frightened sob. I can't do this. He guides my hand along my stomach. Benevolent. His lips skate along my neck while he slides my hand into the front of my panties. My heart tramples itself as one beat tries to rush past the next, skipping it altogether. You're simply exquisite. He presses my finger over my clit and slides it farther between my legs. Each breath rushes out with a sharp whoosh. Jack's giving me back control over my body.
I end things, Frankie.
His lips brush my jaw. I close my eyes, inching my legs apart.
I don't know how to let them go.
He squeezes the hand over my breast, and my back arches into our touch.
But I'll let it go, if it's the only way to hold on to you.
Pulling our hands from my panties, I turn toward him. When I kiss him, he cradles my face in his hands, threading his fingers into my hair. I stand, nudging the bench to the side while my nightie drifts down my legs. Jack kisses me deeper. My nipples brush his bare chest. I reach behind me and close the fallboard. He ends the kiss, eyeing the piano behind me for a second.
Not here.
His concerned gaze meets mine. I can't tell him about that night with Archer, but I can show him. And maybe it will create a new memory to replace the old one. Perhaps I'll be able to play happy songs again. Removing my panties, I gaze at him and whisper, "Here,
Francesca."
He shakes his head. Pushing onto my toes, I grab his biceps and brush my lips along his. I'm giving you all I can, and it's so much more than my flesh and bones. I slowly kiss him. It's more than I've ever given anyone. Again, he grabs my face, kissing me hard. Is he angry? Hurt? Conflicted? It doesn't matter because he lifts me onto the piano and guides me to lie back with one hand between my breasts, while his other guides each foot onto the fallboard. The cool wood presses to my skin, seconds before his mouth dips between my spread legs. I moan, closing my eyes even though I'm afraid of what I'll see when they're shut. Will I see Archer? Will I hear his words? Will I smell smoke? Will I feel humiliated? Jack. I draw out his name. All my senses spin in my head. But when they come to life, when they are no longer blurry, it's him. Only him. When I look down at him, his eyes are drunk but focused on me. He hums, and they drift shut for a beat while his tongue penetrates me and the pad of his thumb teases my clit. My fingers scrape along the smooth wood while the waves of pleasure build into something bigger, something so intense I can't hear anything over my breaths and the pounding of my heart. I want to moan and cry. I want to scream his name, but I can't because my heart is wholly lodged in my throat. My hips jerk while one hand finds his hair, and my other squeezes my breast, pinching my nipple right when I orgasm. Everything blurs, and I feel like I'm floating. My eyes blink open while he's removing his briefs. It's as if he's going through the motions, but those motions don't hide his indecision. It's like a dagger's carving lines on his face that will never heal. His gaze affixes between my spread legs while he rubs the head of his erection against me. It's warm and wet. When our gazes meet again, my heart falls to pieces. He's so goddamn tortured. I sit up. He doesn't stop me. I wonder if he's hoping I stop this from going further. My middle finger touches his forehead. Jack. His brow tenses beneath my touch. I drag my finger down his nose to his lips like he's done to me so many times. You were born of innocence. It's time to return. I smile, brushing the pads of my thumbs across his lips. Make love to me. No one's ever done that. He takes a moment. I'll happily give him forever if that's how long it takes him to let go. He pushes into me and stills. Our foreheads meet while he wraps me in his protective arms. Fuck. I grin. There's the man I love. He pulls part way out and, just as slowly, thrusts back into me. We find a rhythm. We find each other. We find now, lose yesterday, and hold on for tomorrow.
Chapter 46. New York is on the opposite side of the country from Idaho, for anyone who needs a geography lesson. Jackson doesn't. He's all too aware of the distance between the women he loves. After 3 days with Frankie, of which she spends most of her time at the university, he gets a text from Livy while on his morning jog. Livy: I'm in labor. It's early. Not too early. The midwife says everything is fine. Don't rush home. Love you. Jackson sprints the rest of the way back to Frankie's house. It's a little before 6 in the morning, and she's already out of the shower drying her hair for work. When she sees his reflection in the bathroom mirror, she grins. He winks and peels off his sweaty clothes. His ego gobbles up every tiny glance she aims in his direction, the way she wets her lips while her gaze moves down his naked body. I fucking love you, he says, just to get her attention before he steps into the shower. Heat blooms in shades of pink along her cheeks. She knows he caught her staring. He needs to book a flight home. He needs to say goodbye. Then he needs to figure out what will happen when he leaves. When this baby arrives, Jackson won't want to leave anytime soon. He's already agreed to help with Wilder. But he's in love with a brilliant music professor who lives in New York. After his shower, he books the next flight to Boise and packs his bag. Frankie's sipping coffee in the kitchen while sliding her thumb along her phone screen. Her smile fades when she glances up at him and sees his bag. He drops it by the door. Livy's in labor. Frankie's smile returns. Do you need me to book you a flight? Just did. Do you need a ride to the airport? I can call in. I have a rental car parked on the street. Jackson takes her coffee and sips it before setting it on the counter. Frankie looks so brave, but he sees the slight wobble of confidence in her eyes. She knows they haven't discussed the logistics of their geographical challenge. He pulls her into him and kisses the top of her head. Had I known you were leaving so soon, I wouldn't have let you go for that jog. She slides her hands into his back pockets and kisses his sternum. What time is your flight? I can go in late. It's just a boring meeting. He chuckles. Had I known you only had a boring meeting, I would have pulled you into the shower with me. My flight's in less than 2 hours. I have to go. Go be a grandpa. I'll send you a cardigan. She wriggles out of his arms and grabs her coffee, hiding her sad smile behind the mug. Come for Thanksgiving. He glances at his watch, not wanting to miss his flight. I'm not sure how my parents will feel about me missing Thanksgiving after... She trails off, finishing her thought with a somber expression instead of actual words. I understand. Jackson, once again, steals her coffee and sets it back on the counter. We'll figure something out. Maybe next month I can bring Wilder out here and give Livy and Slade time alone with the baby. Frankie lights up, wrapping her arms around his neck. I would love that so much. Yeah? Yeah. She kisses him. His hands lower to her ass. All he wants to do is pull her skirt up, her slender legs, and lift her onto the counter. He's unsure which feels more unbearable, missing his flight or leaving without a proper goodbye that involves being inside her, listening to her moan into his mouth, feeling her tremble from his touch. With Frankie, he doesn't feel like a 50-something grandpa. He feels like a 20-something who can't get enough of the girl he loves. When he's not fucking her, he's thinking about it, actively plotting the quickest way to get her naked. Francesca Holter is his fountain of youth. I can be quick, she murmurs over his lips while stroking him on the outside of his jeans. Fuck me. I have it on good authority that you don't get on your knees for just anyone. He bites her lip and grins. If he keeps it playful, his hard-on might deflate before he has to go through airport security. She slowly pulls her lip from his hold. And we know you're not just anyone. Her little temptress fingers unbutton his jeans and pull down his zipper. It's not a good idea. He'll miss his flight. Livy's in labor. But his dick doesn't understand why he needs to make this flight. All his dick knows is Frankie's on a mission to wrap her warm, wet mouth around it. And his dick is a huge fan of Francesca Holter's mouth. "Frankie," he says with a pained voice. She wrinkles her nose. "Sorry, you're right." She glances at her watch. "We're adults with responsibilities. You've been an awful influence on me these past few days." "Get on your knees," he says, shoving the front of his jeans and briefs down just enough to release his erection. Frankie lifts a brow. "Are you on your fucking knees?" he says in a firm tone, but he can't help but smirk because he's biting his tongue to keep from saying please. A man needs to have standards. He's saving actual begging for a last resort. Frankie blinks several times before matching his smirk and lifting her skirt to kneel before him. She wraps her hand around the base and circles the head with her tongue. "You fucking Foria." He blinks heavily, lips parted, when she takes him in her mouth. Then his phone vibrates in his pocket. "God damn it," he grumbles, instantly feeling guilty, thinking it could be Livy. Sliding it out of his pocket, he answers it, even though it's not Livy. "What?" he snaps. Frankie's lips pull into something resembling a grin, but she doesn't stop what she's doing, and he's confident he's never idolized anyone. Until now. "Livy's in labor, and I'm just now finding out you're in New York?" Jessica asks in a scolding tone. "Not a good time." He bites his lip. "Fuck, that feels good." "Are you getting on the plane?" Jessica quizzes. "I'm getting off." Frankie stops, eyes wide in disbelief. Jackson slowly shakes his head at her and pushes into her mouth a little deeper. "You're already in Boise?" "No." "Then where are you getting—" "Oh, God, are you having sex?" "I have a flight to catch. I'll call you later." He slides his phone onto the counter, which makes Frankie release him and stand. She straightens her skirt, tucks in her blouse, and sips her coffee like she didn't just have his dick in her mouth. "I hate my sister," he grumbles, zipping and buttoning his fly. Frankie dumps the last of her coffee in the sink and wraps her arms around his waist. "Go witness a miracle." She walks forward, forcing him to retreat slowly, a dance to the door. "I'll call you." He kisses her one last time, wishing he could take her with him. Frankie wipes a little lipstick from his lips. "You better. And you better send me lots of pictures." Jackson can't contain his grin. Miraculously, so much of his life has turned into a miracle. Despite the death, the grief, the agony of living more than one life, somehow he's found his place of peace, and it's a goddamn miracle. He doesn't look back when he heads out the door, but he calls to her, "I fucking love you." There's a pang of disappointment when Jackson arrives at the birth center to his sleeping daughter with a babyless belly and the guy who knocked her up asleep in a recliner with a tiny baby pressed to his bare chest. Slade peeks open one eye when Jackson approaches him, but Grandpa Jackson gets shot down with a tiny head shake. Slade's not giving up his baby just yet. "Fucker," Jackson mumbles. Slade closes his eyes and smirks. "Daddy," Livy's groggy voice draws Jackson to her bed. "Hey, baby." He kisses her forehead. "I missed it." He frowns, sitting next to her. She eases her body to a sitting position, rolling her eyes. "You didn't miss anything. I wasn't going to let you watch." "Where's Wilder?" "Jess and Luke have him." Jackson nods, trying to hide yet another punch of disappointment. They made it before he did. "Where's Frankie?" Livy's gaze jumps over Jackson's shoulder to the door. "New York." "She didn't take you back?" Livy pulls out the pouty face she's perfected since she was old enough to figure out that her dad's a sucker for it. "I'm not a lost puppy." "You are." "Are you going to tell me who's under that blanket?" He jerks his head toward the baby. Livy grins. "Your granddaughter, Rin Adeline James." The second she says it, tears fill her eyes, the happy kind, and in the next blink, they slide down her flushed face. Jackson's chest constricts while he works his words past the congestion in his throat. "She would be so proud of you." He wipes her tears just before kissing her forehead. Adeline? He narrows his eyes. It's Slade's mom's middle name. Jackson nods. It's Frankie's middle name. This might be the most perfectly named baby ever. Now tell that oaf of a husband of yours to give me my granddaughter. Livy giggles through her tears. Baby, let my dad hold her. Slade lifts his hand from Rin's back and gives Jackson the middle finger. Baby, I need something to eat. Slade sighs, slowly sitting up in the chair. Jackson wastes no time reaching for the tiny baby. Slade stands with her, turning and giving Jackson the stink eye. After a stare-off, Slade nods to the chair. Sit down, old man. I don't want you dropping my daughter. Listen, fucker. Language! Livy scolds. The men hold their tongues while the baby exchange is made. Jackson cradles her in his arms so he can inspect her precious face. Rin, he whispers, with tears stinging his eyes. His wife would have been so in love with her grandbabies. She would have been the best grandma. Always so kind and overflowing with love. Always the nurturer. Always the peacemaker in the room. Truly, the glue that held everyone else together. In the next breath, he thinks of Frankie.
Chapter 47. Jack, she's precious, I gush, calling him after a long day at school. He sent me several dozen pictures. He's a proud grandpa indeed. I can't stop staring at her, he confesses. I laugh. I don't blame you. How's Livy? She's amazing. They're heading home in an hour. We had to wait 2 days to leave the hospital when she was born. Times have changed. What's Wilder think of his little sister? I open my bakery bread and grab a plate for a sandwich. He's already the protective brother. He wants to hug her to death, and he keeps chanting, "My baby." Oh, I press my lips together and shake my head. You're not crying, are you? No, I sniffle. He chuckles. I'm so happy for you and your family. Thank you. I was taken aback when they told me her name. It's perfect. Rin is the perfect name. I'd be incredibly honored to have my imaginary grandchildren named after me. I laugh. As fate would have it, Rin's middle name is Slade's mom's middle name. Yeah? You didn't tell me her middle name, how much she weighs, or any of the good details. And why are you calling it fate? I smash avocado onto my sourdough bread. Her middle name is Adeline. I pause my spreading and stare at my phone on the counter. That's, in your words, perfect. I fucking love you, I whisper. I fucking miss you already. Don't waste your time missing me when you have grandbabies. I can't help but sniffle again. You have grandbabies. Are you sure you're not crying? We should FaceTime. I'm a mess. I wipe my eyes with my arm and continue constructing the perfect sandwich. Go be with your family. I don't want to keep you. And text me your address so I can send a gift. You should hand deliver it. Anything less is a little tacky. I'm choosing to ignore your ridiculousness. Just let me know when you're bringing Wilder to New York. I'll plan something fun for us. I'll get to work on that. I cut my sandwich and bite back my grin, as if I need to hide my excitement from someone. I want daily pictures, video too, and don't forget to text me your address. Got it. Just, He mumbles something to someone in the background, but I can't make out what he's saying. I gotta go. I'll call you later. Just as I start to say, I love you, he says bye and ends the call. While I eat my sandwich, I look online for the perfect gift, but then I decide to buy something in person and send it with a handwritten note. That feels more personal, like what one should do if they enjoy giving the baby's grandpa blowjobs. Over the next 4 weeks, I either talk with Jack on the phone every day or FaceTime. I like the FaceTiming best, especially if I happen to catch him in a recliner with either Wilder jumping on him or Rin sleeping all nestled in his neck. By now, I've virtually met Livy, Jessica, Luke, and 2 of their 3 kids. Some days being a responsible adult sucks. I want to toss clothes in a bag and book a flight to Boise. And just when I think having a job is overrated, Jack texts me a picture of his plane ticket. Jack, I'm stealing Wilder and flying to New York. He likes mangoes, grapes, and hummus. Stock up. Can't wait to see you. Me, dying with excitement. I reread the text a half-dozen times on the way to my car, nearly getting backed over by another vehicle because I'm not focused on anything but Jack and Wilder. They'll be here this weekend. With an unstoppable grin and a bounce in my step, I fish my key fob from my bag and unlock my car. Then, I can't breathe.
Chapter 48. Jackson picks up dinner for Livy and Slade and helps pack Wilder's bag for their weekend trip. Then, he steals Ren for some cuddle time. Dad, you can't take your eyes off Wilder for 1 second or he will be gone, Livy says, while transferring the takeout to a plate. Good idea. I'm glad you said something. Jackson kisses Ren's tiny head and rolls his eyes. Sorry, I have to say it. I know you know, but I would never forgive myself if anything happened and I didn't say it. How about I guard him with my life like I did for you? She sits at the kitchen table and gives him a tiny grin. That's a great idea. Slade doesn't say a word. He just smirks with amusement. His phone vibrates in his pocket as he eases into the rocking chair. He retrieves it and reads the message from Frankie. Frankie, something came up. I'm sorry. It won't work for you and Wilder to visit this weekend. Please apologize to him for me. Jackson reads her text a second time before calling her. It goes to voicemail. He tries again and again, but it goes to voicemail. Hey, call me. What's going on? Is everything all right? He ends the call and sets his phone on the arm of the chair, hoping she calls right back. What's up? Livy asks, with a concerned look on her face. Jackson slowly shakes his head. I'm not sure. Frankie texted that something came up and the trip won't work this weekend. Is everything okay? Livy wipes her mouth. He rubs Rin's back. I don't know. I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. Maybe it's something with her family. She might be on the phone with one of them and is unable to take your call. Maybe, he murmurs, staring at his phone. Over the next 30 minutes, he tries her a dozen more times with no answer, and 5 texts go unanswered as well. I'm heading home, he announces, handing Ren to Livy when she sits on the sofa. Still no answer? No answer. He tucks his phone back into his pocket. So, are you still going? Livy rests Ren on her shoulder over a burp rag. He shrugs and shakes his head. No, I don't know. I assume the answer is no, but I can't know that until I talk with her, if she answers my call. I'm taking Wild Child upstairs for a bath, Slade announces, slinging a giggling Wilder over his shoulder. Livy gives him a smile and a quick nod. Love you, Jackson says, bending down to kiss Livy on the cheek. Love you too. And I'm sure everything's fine. After all, you didn't give her much notice. In her excitement, she probably forgot about some other obligation. He nods slowly, making a sad attempt at a reassuring smile. Something feels off. Probably. As he crosses the street to his house, he gets a text. Frankie, sorry, I've been out and unable to answer my phone or return your texts. Again, I'm sorry. We'll plan it after the holidays. Emoji heart. He narrows his eyes at her reply. How did they go from this weekend to after the holidays? It's mid-October. Before he even reaches his door, he calls her. After 3 rings, she answers. Hey. Her voice sounds gravelly. Am I waking you? He glances at his watch. It's 9 her time. No, I, had a day. A long day, lots of talking. It took a toll on my voice. Frankie, what's wrong? Nothing. He closes his door and turns on the lights. Why can't Wilder and I visit this weekend? She clears her throat. I forgot I have a speaking engagement. Livy was right, but he's still uneasy about something. She seems off. How long is the engagement? All weekend? Again, she clears her throat. It's at an institution in Philadelphia. Jackson sits at his desk, putting her on speaker while he opens his laptop. Oh yeah? What institute? What? What institute are you speaking at? Curtis. What does it matter? I won't be here, and that's why this weekend is not good. She's not lying about the Curtis Institute of Music in Philadelphia. What is your topic? Jack, I don't mean to be rude, but it is late here, and I have to be up early. Can we talk about this another time? Sure. He looks for anything involving Curtis and Francesca Holter. There's nothing. Good night, she whispers. Frankie? She doesn't answer, but he knows she's still on the call. He laces his fingers behind his neck and closes his eyes briefly. I fucking love you. Yeah, you too. She ends the call.
Chapter 49. Today, I get out of bed. I shower. I might even eat. There are a slew of messages from my parents and Jack. I missed my dad's birthday, and they know it's not like me. Jack wants to know how the speaking engagement at Curtis went. So many questions. Staring at my phone, sitting next to my plate of untouched oatmeal and a cup of lukewarm coffee, I contemplate booking a trip far away from here. But that would require leaving my house. And I can't bring myself to open the blinds, let alone unlock a door. I've never felt so weak in my life. Not when my brother and his family died. Not when Archer pinned me to his piano. Not when Jack begged me to tell him about that night. There was this wall of false confidence that I'd constructed to keep everything in check. If I said I was fine, then I was fine. Mind over matter. The past died, and Jack was my future. That's all that mattered. I didn't believe in ghosts. I reconciled everything that had happened into manageable compartments in my mind. Then I closed the doors to the compartments that held the horrific memories. Problem solved. Until everything blew up in less than 60 seconds. I reach for my spoon, but my hand shakes too much to grip it, so I fold my hands in my lap, squeezing them tightly until I no longer feel them shaking. Every time I close my eyes, I see Archer hovering above me. In the next breath, I see the scattered photos of Jack's victims on the library floor. Sleep evades me at every turn. I'm painfully tired, almost nauseous from it, but I can't sleep. The second I begin to doze off, I wake with a gasp, my heart racing, my lungs starving for my next breath. Anxiety and panic attacks have me held hostage in my own home. Is this how John felt? Utterly broken? Useless? Helpless? Hopeless? I don't want to die, but I've lost my way and no longer know how to live. The shame is crippling. I don't know what to do or who to call. My parents know nothing, less than nothing. My friend list is empty at the moment. And Jack's too emotionally invested. This would crush him. Dr. West would be a possibility if I could leave the house, but I can't. The last time Jack tried contacting me, it took forever to steady my voice to make my words sound believable. He doesn't know I had barricaded myself in the closet to feel brave enough to speak, to lie. That's what my life has become. One big lie. I shuffle my feet past the piano, but I can't touch it. I can't look at it, so I cover it with several blankets. Then I go back to bed.
Chapter 50. Jackson called to confirm Frankie's speaking engagement at Curtis, but there was no speaking engagement, and she's gone silent on him again. No returning his texts, no answering her phone. His plane lands just after noon on Monday, and he takes a cab to the university. When he gets to her office, a young brunette greets him with a wide smile. "Can I help you?" she asks. "I'm here to see Francesca Holter." He cranes his neck to see into her office, but the blinds are closed. "I'm sorry, Professor Holter won't be back until next semester." Jackson's face scrunches. "Are you sure?" She nods. "Why?" "She's taken a leave of absence for personal reasons. That's all I know." Jackson stares at her name on the door. "Thanks," he murmurs. When he arrives at her house, all of the blinds are closed and he doesn't detect any lights are on. He's pretty sure she's not here. Perhaps something happened to one of her parents. But why would she keep that from him? He knocks on her front door and rings the doorbell. No answer. Making his way down her driveway, he gets a feeling that he can't explain. Taking another step away from her house feels all wrong. Everything about this feels wrong. Retracing his steps, he rings the doorbell several more times and bangs on the door. Then, he makes his way to the back of the house. Again, all the blinds are closed, and there's no detectable light. The French door is old. He remembers the wind howling through its cracks from his visit because it's warped. With one kick, the door springs open. The house is dark and silent. He flips on a light. A whole bowl of oatmeal is on the table, but it's dry like it's been sitting there for a while. His piano is covered in blankets, and everything feels terribly wrong. Jackson creeps down the hallway toward her bedroom, peeking into the hallway bathroom first. Her bedroom door is closed, and the handle's locked. He makes a fist to knock, but stops because it's all fucking wrong. He doesn't want to give someone who shouldn't be here any sort of warning. So he kicks open her bedroom door. It, too, is dark. Her bed is unmade, but there's no sign of her. He checks her bathroom. Nothing. There's no lock on her closet door, but it's closed. Jackson slowly turns the handle and opens it. He flips on the light. Nothing. As he goes to turn off the light, he sees something move out of the corner of his eye. There's a foot beneath a pile of clothes under a section of hanging dresses. His gaze slowly moves over the pile of clothes and stops on the tip of a knife pointed outward, shaking. His heart plunges into the pit of his stomach when he sees eyes. Her eyes. "Jesus," he whispers, taking a step closer. Don't." Frankie's trembling voice cuts through the silence, and the knife she has gripped in both hands shakes even more. "Frankie, don't!" Her voice breaks into painful syllables, wild eyes unblinking. He stops, holding up his hands. "I won't come any farther," he says slowly. "I'll stay right here, okay?" She doesn't answer. Jackson wants to kill something or someone because the woman he loves is broken. It hurts so badly to look at her. He can hardly take it. Who the fuck did this? His mind jumps to Archer. Is this his worst fear coming to life? Was Archer not the last one? Jackson squats slowly, then eases onto his butt, hugging his knees to his chest, eyes on Frankie's puffy eyes and pale face. He feels inadequate. If there's no one to kill, he's at a loss for the right thing to say or do. This is Jessica's and Luke's area of expertise. They would know what to say and what to do. All Jackson can do is wait. "I'm not going anywhere," he says softly. "And I'm never going to let anything happen to you again. You're safe. I love you, Frankie." Tears fill her eyes, but it doesn't stop her from shaking. It doesn't loosen her grip on the knife. So he waits and waits. Nearly an hour later, they're having the same silent standoff, and he can't help but wonder how long she's been holed up in her house. And he doesn't want to imagine what fucking awful thing led her to this situation. "I'm tired," Frankie whispers, and when she blinks, a single tear breaks free, making its way to her quivering lips. "But I can't sleep." "What do you need, my love?" "Sleep." Her voice sounds raw and weak. "Do you want me to carry you to your bed?" She slowly shakes her head. "Do you want me to take that knife and guard the door while you sleep here?" Frankie seems to think about it for a few seconds, then, ever so slowly, she nods. Jackson inches forward so as not to make sudden movements and holds out his hand. Frankie stares at his hand for a moment. Then, her shaky hands release the knife. It falls to the floor. Jackson carefully retrieves it, keeping his gaze locked on hers the whole time. Scooting backward, he closes the door to the closet and leans against it. "Can I shut off the light for you?" Again, she pauses before relinquishing a tiny nod. "Sleep peacefully. You're safe now. I love you." He turns off the light.
Chapter 51. I don't know how long I sleep, but I feel a little less scared when I peel open my eyes in the dark closet. Recalling why I'm in the closet takes me a few seconds. After all, I'd made progress. I left the bedroom and fixed a bowl of oatmeal. Maybe I didn't eat it, but leaving the bedroom intending to eat was progress. After I returned to the bedroom, I climbed into my bed. Again, I drifted in and out of a restless state of light sleep, interrupted by awful visions that startled me. Heart pounding. Fear surged through my body. Wait. Then there was a loud noise, like someone breaking into my house. I grabbed the knife under my pillow and hid in the closet. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? "Frankie?" I jump, fumbling in the dark for my knife. Again, my heart pounds. Again, fear surges through my body. My labored breaths become deafening. A light illuminates. A phone screen that allows me to see the floor. A hand slowly slides my knife toward me. The closet light turns on, burning my eyes. With squinted eyes, I scramble for the knife. Clutching it in my hand, I scoot back as far into the corner as possible while my eyes adjust to the light, and Jack comes into view. His back's against the door, knees bent, hands at his sides. "Hi," I whisper. He waits a few seconds before whispering hi in return. Why is he here? I told him not to come. What am I supposed to say? "Did you break in?" I find a weak voice. "Yes." I clear my throat. "Why?" "Because you didn't answer your door." "Why are you here?" "Because I was concerned." "Why?" "Because you said you had a speaking engagement at Curtis, but when I called, they knew nothing about it." I don't respond because I don't know what to say. "Frankie, why are you in the closet with a knife?" "Because I heard someone breaking into my house." His brow tenses when he returns a slow nod. "You were really tired. You've been asleep for 6 hours. It's almost 9 p.m. Why were you so tired?" Jack's gaze slides down my body. I realize he's eyeing the knife I have tightly clenched in my hands, pointed toward him. "Is Wilder here?" "No." Thank God. "Frankie, have you taken any medication recently?" "No." Again, he gives me a slow nod with a wrinkled brow. "Would you like to get out of this closet?" "Sure." I wiggle out of the pile of clothes and stand on shaky legs. Jack climbs to his feet. "Would you like me to return the knife to the kitchen?" We stare at said knife in my hand. After a beat, I slowly extend my arm, keeping a good distance between us. He, just as slowly, takes the knife. Then, he opens the closet door and waits for me to exit. But I can't, because that would put me too close to him. And I can't be close to him because he might touch me. I can't be touched. We have a silent stare-off, and then he heads toward the kitchen, flipping lights on as he goes. "Your oatmeal is cold. Can I make you something else to eat?" My bare feet pad along the hardwood floor behind him, keeping a safe distance. "Okay." He slips the knife into the wooden block and turns toward me, his gaze making a slow inspection of my body. I must look awful. "How's the baby?" Jack doesn't look surprised by my question. He has no discernible expression at all. "Rin's good. How are you?" The open door snags my attention. I try to close it, but it won't stay closed. Inside, my mind is screaming, "Close, close. Why won't it close?" I try to hide my panic, but I can't stop slamming the door, praying that it latches so I can lock it, so I feel safe.
Easy. I'll get it fixed.
Jack rests his hand on my arm, and I jump away from him, hugging myself. He frowns. It's disbelief or outright shock. Dropping his chin, he stares at his feet for a few seconds before closing the door as far as it will go with the splintered frame. When he looks at me again, I feel the whole weight of his unspoken words. My nails dig into my arms. Something happened. With absolute patience, he waits. No pushing, not even a nod or word of encouragement. The complete control he's showing with his idle tongue and respect for the space I need is unlike anything I ever imagined love could be. I was leaving the university. I'd just gotten off the phone with you. And a man... I draw in a shaky breath. He covered my nose and mouth and shoved me against my car. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. When I closed my eyes, all I could see was Archer. And all of my self-defense skills died. I wipe a tear and swallow. I felt so helpless, I whisper. So weak. Jack takes a controlled breath and lets it out slowly, but doesn't move or say a word. All I remember is crying. I don't know what he was saying to me because all I heard was Archer's voice, his words. Then, he shoved me to the ground and ran off with my purse. I wipe more tears. I had to crawl under my car to retrieve the key fob and phone I'd dropped when he grabbed me. And ever since then, I've heard Archer's voice. And I've imagined the man who robbed me seeing my address on my driver's license and coming to find me. I shake my head like I can shake this unsettling feeling, but I don't think it will ever disappear. And I see... you. He squints. I see all the photos Archer showed me of your victims. With a wince, he rubs his neck. That man in the parking lot triggered something awful, and now all I see, all I feel, all I hear are the absolute worst things. And I'm scared all the time. And I think, oh God, is this how my brother felt? Is this how Lynn and Stephen felt? Trapped in their heads? Haunted by events that plagued their lives? I release my fingernails from my skin and thread them into my hair, digging at my scalp instead. Will anyone be able to touch me again? Am I... My face scrunches, trying to hold it together. Broken? Jack averts his gaze in deep thought.
Do you want to die?
No.
Then you're not broken.
My lips part to protest. How can he know that? Tell me what you're thinking. Amber eyes find mine.
I think you're not broken.
I shake my head. Not that. Tell me what you're really thinking. I won't let you touch me. You found me in a closet with a knife. You have to be angry at me for not being more careful. Or do you still feel guilty about Archer? Or are you wondering how you got mixed up with me in the first place? Or are you...
No.
He cuts me off.
I made what happened with Archer about me. I couldn't see that your needs mattered more than mine. I'm sorry you've had to experience so many awful moments in your life. I'm sorry you had to see photos of my victims. And if I could take it all away from you, I would. But I can't. So I don't want you thinking about me and my feelings.
There's so much desperation in his face.
I just want to know how I can help you.
Rubbing the heels of my hands over my swollen eyes, I release a slow breath. Food.
I'll make you something.
We eat dinner in complete silence, but I feel safe. I can breathe. He takes my empty plate, and I instinctively slide my chair away from the table to avoid him getting too close. He frowns. I do too. Sorry, I murmur.
Don't apologize. I won't touch you until you ask me to touch you.
His kindness makes my heart ache. What if that day never comes? After the dishes are done, he returns to the table. I haven't moved. I feel so fucking lost.
You should try to sleep.
I nod.
Where would you like me to sleep?
My gaze flits to the broken door. Jack heads straight to the living room and drags the sofa to the door.
This is where I'll sleep.
I don't deserve him. But I need someone to make me feel safe until that door gets repaired, so I relinquish a nod. Thank you, I murmur. I walk toward my bedroom and say goodnight. Just before I reach my room, Jack says my name. I stop.
I fucking love you.
A flood of emotion surges through me. I can't even speak. It's too strong. I can only nod and hide in my bedroom for the night.
Chapter 52. Jackson fixes the door. He hires a security company to cover the house with alarms and cameras inside and out. Every night, he sleeps on the sofa to monitor the house while Frankie stays holed up in her bedroom with the door locked. He makes her meals, orders grocery delivery, laundry, house cleaning. And not once does he ask why Black Beauty is covered in blankets. In fact, they don't talk much at all. Frankie slowly makes progress by showering every day. Yesterday, she even curled her hair. While Jackson rakes the leaves in her yard, she does yoga and sits in a meditative pose for a good 20 minutes. I have no clue what I'm doing, he confesses to Jessica on the phone while arranging pumpkins and gourds around Frankie's front porch to get in the Halloween spirit. He's noticed a lot of kids in the neighborhood. Sounds like you're doing everything you can and then some. Luke agrees. What else can you do if she won't see a therapist? I don't know if she'll see one. I'm afraid to ask. He sits on the top step and gazes out at the tree-lined street. Has she left the house yet? No. Have you suggested it? No. Jessica laughs. Well, you can offer to take her for a drive without it seeming as invasive as suggesting therapy. Maybe. Have you talked with Livy? Yeah, he says, stretching his legs and crossing his ankles. She's adamant that my place is here, and I agree. But I feel torn into two pieces at the moment. You're feeling that way because you went so long without seeing your family, and now that you have them back, you don't ever want to leave. Mm-hmm, he agrees with a low hum. Has she talked with her parents? Yes, but she's acting like she's working and staying busy, like nothing happened. Well, I understand that. But at the risk of sounding like Luke, I have to say she needs to tell her parents what happened. Maybe not the part about Archer, but she can tell them she was robbed in the parking lot, and they would understand that it shook her. I'll suggest it. Maybe. I don't know. I'm so afraid of losing her. Keep doing what you're doing. She'll come back to you. Your love is enough. Trust that. Thanks, Jess. Love you. You too. Bye. Jackson removes his shoes and steps into the house. Frankie's in the kitchen. It smells like pumpkin spice. Whatever you're doing, don't stop, he says, leaning against the counter without getting into her space. She focuses on the batter she's stirring in the stainless steel bowl and doesn't try to hide her grin. Muffins. Perfect. He washes his hands. Have you thought about telling your parents about the robbery? Just that part. It might feel like a weight off your conscience. I'm sure lying to them is exhausting, and they would understand that something like that would leave you unsettled and fearful. If I tell my parents, they'll come here. Is that a bad thing? She drops muffin liners into the pan and shoots him a quick look. I'm going to say yes because they'll see I'm not okay, and they'll feel like my reaction to having my purse stolen is extreme. Then they'll worry about me, and they've dealt with too much grief to have my problems thrust upon them. Jackson hangs the towel over the dishwasher handle. When parents have kids, they take on all of their problems. And there is no expiration date. Ren had a daughter when we met. She was a real piece of work. They had a rocky relationship for years, and when Ren died, Maddie flew in from Baltimore for the funeral and left the next day. I haven't seen her in so long, but I have someone who keeps an eye on her whereabouts and gives me updates. I'll have someone check on her for the rest of my life because Rin would have wanted it. Maybe you're not giving your parents enough credit. I think they'll be relieved that you're okay." "Am I okay?" Frankie slides the muffin pans into the oven. "You're baking, that's a good sign." She closes the oven and leans against the counter, gripping the edge. A sad attempt at a smile plays along her lips for all of 2 seconds before it falls from her face. "I so badly want you to touch me, but when you get close, I tense up. I fear your touch. It's an awful feeling. I don't want you to represent Archer Sanford. I don't want to see you and in the next breath see a pile of pictures of dead bodies. I don't want to think of you and remember it was your voice I heard seconds before a man grabbed me, took my purse, and shoved me aside like trash. You represent everything I love about my life right now. But you also represent everything that made me lose my faith in humanity." Jackson's gaze drops to the floor between them. "That's not okay. I feel like I ran 26 miles of a marathon, and just as I saw the finish line, I tripped, broke my nose, an arm, a leg, and lost half of my teeth, and everyone cheering me on looked at me like, how? How does one come so far only to fall and completely unravel with just 0.2 of a mile ahead?" He lifts his gaze, eyes red. "Let me carry you. Close your eyes and let me carry you to the finish line because I fucking love you." She laughs, blotting her eyes. "You say that, but I don't say it back. You have to hate that I don't say it back. I know I hate it. And I don't say it back because I know it would feel like a lie. If I love you, we don't stand here, 10 feet apart." Jackson shrugs. "I'll wait." Frankie grunts. "For how long?" "Forever." Jackson doesn't hesitate. Not for a single second. "I don't want you to wait. You've waited your whole life for the life that brought you to me, but I'm not the end game. It's your daughter, your sister, your beautiful grandbabies. I am the goddamn pothole in your road, but I don't have to be. I'm giving you a pass to walk away." He glances at his watch. "I appreciate your selflessness, but I'm waiting, and I need a shower. Don't burn the muffins. You forgot to set a timer." As soon as he gets to the bathroom, he calls Livy. "I need a huge favor."
Chapter 53. Jack spends the next 2 days doing his usual chores, as if we didn't have a heated conversation. He smiles and winks. He tells me he loves me, but he keeps his distance. This afternoon, he's a little off. He constantly checks his phone, glances out the window, and paces the entry. I'm on my 3rd self-help book in a week. Seeing Dr. West requires me to leave the house. Sadly, I'm not there yet. The doorbell rings, and I jump up from the sofa, hightailing it to my bedroom. "Frankie?" Jack calls. I ignore him, locking myself in my room until whoever is at the door is gone, and the door is locked again. According to my most recent book, locks have become a trigger for me since I was unlocking my car when that man attacked me. It's not that I'm not making progress. I am. Today, I stay in the bedroom instead of going into the closet. That's progress. I wait, but I hear chatter. More than one person. And it sounds like they're in my house. Why would Jack let anyone else in the house? Footsteps get closer to the door. I jump and walk backward toward the closet. Knock, knock. Holding entirely still, I wait for them to leave. For Jack to make them go. If it were him, he'd tell me. "Frankie?" It's a woman's voice. I don't speak, don't breathe. "It's Livy." My hand flies to my face. I want to cry. I want to scream. Why is she here? I can't meet his daughter when I'm entirely wigged out and mentally unstable. Why? Why did he do this to me? This isn't love. It's cruel and embarrassing. "Can I come in?" The lock clicks. I grapple with the closet handle, desperate to hide. But before I can, Jack opens the door.
Frankie, meet my daughter Livy. She and Slade stopped by with Wren and Wilder.
I try to convey my anger with an unblinking gaze, even though I can't speak.
Stop by? He makes it sound like they were in the neighborhood.
As quickly as he invades my space by unlocking the door, he saunters off. Livy smiles. She's stunning. Long blonde hair and the bluest eyes. She cautiously steps into my room and closes the door behind her. Despite every inch of my body shaking, I manage the hint of a smile and a soft hi. It's wonderful to meet you, finally.
You too, I murmur, hugging myself, nails digging into my arms.
She glances around my bedroom. You have a beautiful home. It's timeless and feminine. I finally have my own real house to decorate. You should help me. I'm not that great at decorating.
When her gaze returns to me, she nods to the cream velvet bench at the foot of my bed.
May I sit?
I nod.
How can I help you? She says, just like her father.
I'm too choked up to speak, so I pinch the bridge of my nose and shake my head.
It wasn't his place to tell me, but Slade told me about Archer Sanford.
My gaze quickly averts to the side.
In college, a man tried to rape me behind a convenience store. I was lucky because Slade saved me. Thankfully, my story was just a close call. My Aunt Jessica she's my idol. The strongest person I know times infinity. When she was young, she and a friend were kidnapped and tortured. Her friend died, but Jessica lived, and life was far from easy after that. She was raped during combat training, and years later, abducted again and tortured. She died. Uncle Luke had to bring her back to life. She is undoubtedly the greatest human I have ever known.
Livy lowers her voice.
But don't tell my dad I said that.
I still can't look at her, but manage a tiny smile.
Not because she survived. That was the easy part. She's lived. She married the love of her life, and they have 3 children. Her glass is always half full. Hell, I think it runs over every single day. She's not normal. She's not the average woman. I'm not even sure she's immortal. But she represents hope and possibility. What's that Robert Frost quote? The only way to overcome suffering is to go through it? Or something like that. I guess I'm trying to say that I know you're suffering, and the only way past it is through it. But you don't have to go through it alone. There's a little boy in the other room who's love personified, and when he sees you, he'll assume you're his new best friend. He's going to want hugs and kisses. He'll grab your nose and try to hide it like my dad does to him. There's also a baby in the other room. She's peace personified. Holding her is like hugging a rainbow, floating on a cloud. But if you're not ready for human touch or to be surrounded by people who care deeply, overstep boundaries, but fight fiercely for the ones they love, then we won't stay long. And you might want to stay in here until we leave. Livy stands. There's no shame in whatever you decide. If it's not today, we'll come back another day, and another day. But we'll never give up. We'll never abandon you. She smiles. It's been a pleasure meeting the woman who has claimed my dad's heart.
With that, Livy leaves the bedroom, closing the door behind her.
Chapter 54. Livy reappears with a tiny "I did my best" shrug. "Thank you," Jackson says. He's on the floor with Wilder, letting him walk on his back. "It's heartbreaking. You can see it in her eyes. She desperately wants to shed her trauma skin and re-engage in life." She sits on the sofa beside Slade and takes a fussy Wren to feed her. Heartbreaking indeed, Jackson thinks. They chat and watch the wild child run around for the next hour. Then the bedroom door creaks open. Jackson hooks his arms around Wilder when he tries to run past him. "Easy," he whispers in his ear, kissing the side of his head. Frankie appears, fists nervously pumping at her sides and a shaky smile. "Hi," Jackson smiles at her. "Hi," she says softly. "Frankie, this is Wilder, the wild child." He ruffles his hair, and Wilder shakes his head and giggles. "Wilder, this is Frankie." "Frankie," he repeats her name. "But Frankie's been feeling a little yucky, so you need to be gentle with her, okay?" Jackson says, looking only at Frankie. She draws in a slow breath and swallows hard. Jackson lets go of Wilder, and he runs toward Frankie. "Slade!" Livy cringes. Jackson holds out his hand, signaling for Slade to let the wild child be. When Wilder hugs her legs, Frankie stiffens like a cat thrown off a 10-story building. Her eyes remain wide and glued to Jackson, a silent plea for help. He mouths, "I fucking love you." Emotion fills her eyes, and she slowly squats so Wilder can throw his chubby arms around her neck and press his fishy lips to her cheek. Frankie folds him in her arms and closes her eyes like he's giving her every breath she takes. When Jackson glances at Livy, he smiles because she's wiping the corners of her eyes. In the next breath, Wilder wriggles free and runs to Slade. Frankie stands, composing herself. "Can I get anyone something to drink or eat? Had I known you were coming, you would have kicked me out," Jackson says. She rolls her eyes. "I mean, probably." Livy stands with Ren. "I'm going to take Wiggle Pants to the potty. Frankie, would you like to hold Ren for me?" Frankie's not stupid. She's privy to the game. Still, it takes a little hesitation before she steps forward and holds out her arms. The swap can't occur without Livy touching Frankie, but Frankie's too mesmerized by Ren to show any sort of aversion to her touch. Livy and Slade head upstairs to the guest bedroom with Wilder, and Jackson sits in the chair opposite Frankie on the sofa. "This was quite the gamble," she says, cradling Ren. "When they arrived, I wanted to die. I realized what you needed, but it wasn't me. If you couldn't handle Wilder and Ren, I was going to change my mind." Frankie glances up. "Change your mind?" "I was going to say you were, in fact, broken." She frowns. "Jack, this is a step, but I'm not cured." "It's a step forward. You made it 26 miles. I said I'll carry you to the finish line." His lips twist. "I'd say you're at 26.139 miles. The kids break the tension and offer something to focus on that's not as heavy as Archer Sanford or Frankie's incident in the parking lot. She keeps her distance from Jackson and Slade, which shows that men are her trigger. Jackson and Livy make dinner. Frankie remains quiet while they talk about Livy's job and give Slade a hard time about his new stay-at-home dad role. She occasionally glances up from her plate and smiles. Just before the dishes are removed from the table, she clears her throat and asks, "Where are you staying?" Livy and Slade share a look before aiming that same look at Jackson. He finishes wiping Wilder's mouth. "They're staying here. You have 2 guest bedrooms." "Only one of them has a bed, and I don't have a crib." "Ren sleeps with us, and if you have an extra blanket and pillow, Wilder will happily sleep on the floor," Livy says. Concern spreads across Frankie's face. "My floors are wood with a few thin rugs." She bites the inside of her cheek. "Maybe he can sleep with me." Frankie looks nervous as her gaze sweeps around the table, gauging everyone's reaction. "He can be restless and wake up scared. I don't want to put that on you," Livy says, reassuring Frankie. "I don't know what everyone's talking about. Wilder's sleeping with me." Jackson winks at Wilder. "You're on the—" Frankie stops herself. Jackson knows she's feeling guilty for him sleeping on the sofa, but nobody else feels guilty. Everyone understands what she's going through. "He's a little guy with a big personality. There's room for both of us." Jackson collects the dirty dishes. "Let me get all of this," Frankie says, standing. "You spend time with your family." We're taking an after-dinner walk, Livy announces. Dad, you coming? No, I'm going to help. Go. Frankie plasters on a fake smile. Jackson's brow furrows. Go, she repeats. I'll be fine. I can stay and help clean up, Slade suggests. Maybe Frankie needs a little break from all of us. I'm sure this has been a lot. And while nobody wants to stick her with the dishes, perhaps a monotonous task and a little break from socializing is exactly what she needs. Livy amazes Jackson. She's so mature and astute, just like her mother. Frankie gives Livy a silent look that screams thank you. But Jackson hasn't left Frankie alone since he arrived, and he's not sure she's ready. Livy tugs on Jackson's hand. 30 minutes. She'll be fine, she murmurs. Go, Frankie says one last time. Jackson returns a hesitant nod before following his family to the door. He hopes today wasn't too much. 30 minutes is plenty of time for Frankie to regress. The slightest noise could send her running to her closet with a butcher knife in her hand.
Chapter 55. It's the small victories. I managed to clean the kitchen without getting spooked. I still can't turn on the television or play music because those sounds might drown out the sound of someone breaking in or sneaking up on me, and I hate that. Never in my life have I been worried about something like that in my own home. The crew returns, and Jackson has a visible look of relief on his face when he sees me putting away the last few dishes. I smile, and it makes him smile. The good kind. The kind of smile he gives Wilder and Rin. We're going to get ready for bed. It's been a long travel day, Livy says, nodding for Slade to head up the stairs with Rin. Slade will get Wilder ready for bed and bring him down when he's in his jammies and a clean diaper. Sounds good, Jackson says, his voice behind me as I drain the sink. Nerves hijack my voice. Did you have a nice walk? I turn. He's closer than 10 feet. More like 6. Yes. He slips his hands into the back pockets of his jeans, as if to let me know he has no intention of trying to touch me. I hate that, too. I hate so much about my life right now because it doesn't feel like my life. I'm not myself. And I'm not sure I'll ever be the same again. Thank you for inviting them. And you're right. Wilder and Rin were exactly what I needed. Jackson's mask begins to slip. I know he's been trying so hard to be everything I need, never giving a glimpse of his needs until now. He looks lost and lonely, a palpable longing. Here you go, Slade says, carrying Wilder down the stairs and giving him a big smooch before setting him free to run to Jackson. Night, I say to Slade. He gives me a tiny nod before disappearing back up the stairs. I set out an extra blanket and pillow, I say to Jackson while nodding to the sofa. He lifts Wilder onto his shoulders. It's probably not necessary. He'll sleep on my chest and act as a heated blanket. I'll be sweating by morning. I nod. Okay. Well, good night. I'm forced to get closer to Jackson to slide past him to my bedroom. He could give me more space, but he doesn't. Instead, he eyes my every move. That longing gets more palpable until I feel his touch without actually touching him, and my pulse responds, sending nerves firing out of control. It feels like anxiety, but not the kind that makes me want to hide in my closet. Good night, he says while I bravely navigate our close proximity. I love you. The returned sentiment gets stuck in my throat, but it's screaming in my head. I love him too. Go get on the sofa. I have to brush my teeth. I hear Jackson talking to Wilder as I reach my bedroom door. But Wilder's feet slap the wood floor behind me instead of getting on the sofa. I turn. He runs past me and climbs onto my bed. Wilder, Jackson calls, yawning while sauntering toward my room. He's fine until you brush your teeth, I quickly say to stop Jackson from getting closer. He abruptly stops, and I give him a sheepish grin. Okay, I'll be quick, he says. I watch Wilder play on my bed. He hides beneath my sheet, and I can't help but grin. It feels good to smile like this. Stephen used to love playing hide-and-seek. When he stayed with me, I'd build him massive forts under my piano. We'd pack the space with pillows, blankets, snacks, and flashlights. Stepping into my closet, I change into my lounge pants and tank top. When I emerge, Jack's waiting, standing at my door, but he's not looking at Wilder jumping up and down. He's looking at me. Don't look at me like that, I say, feeling a little flushed. He leans his shoulder against the door.
Like what?
Like, I drop my gaze. Intimately.
I don't know how else to look at you.
I nervously rub my arm. I feel like you're silently asking for something I can't give you. I feel like you need intimacy.
Frankie, I don't have to touch you to be intimate. Because I remember what it felt like to hold you in my arms, to kiss you, to be intimate with you. So, every look is intimate. It's personal. It's me loving you from near or far.
I love this man with every part of what makes me a woman. Maybe I need him to take off his kid gloves, the way I needed Dr. West to drag the truth out of me. Jack won't touch me until I ask him to. But what if I can't bring myself to do that? What if I'm not that strong? Pa! Wilder tosses a pillow off the bed and giggles.
Come on, wild one. Let's let Frankie get some sleep.
Jack scoops him up and carries him down the hallway. My heart makes a lunge, but it trips before reaching its destination, and I'm left with a whisper only to myself. I'm the girl you kiss goodnight. I touch my lips for a second and close my eyes. Archer raped me. His daughter is responsible for Stephen's death. I survived gunfire. I survived the loss of my twin. Yet, a stranger shoved me against my car, covered my mouth, stole my purse, and tossed me aside. And that flipped my whole world on its head? It doesn't make sense. He didn't touch me like Archer did. He didn't say the things Archer said. Did I experience the final straw phenomenon? Something so, in and of itself, minor, upending my entire existence. I brush my teeth and head to my door to shut it as tiny feet race toward me again.
Wilder!
Jack chases him.
It's bedtime.
He gives me an apologetic frown, scooping him up again. Wilder kicks and flails.
When you shut your door, he'll settle down. He just sees your light on.
I nod, staring at Wilder and his discomfort from being held back. How about a book?
I have books for him, but he doesn't want to have them read to him right now.
Jack carries him to the living room again. As I shut my door, I hear,
Wilder, you can't go in there. It's time to sleep, buddy.
My heart aches for him. It aches for me. It aches for so many reasons. I make my way to the living room. Jack is on the sofa, bear-hugging Wilder to keep him from me. Wilder sees me and stills for a second. I smile and hold out my hand. Jack eyes me for a breath before easing his hold on Wilder. The little boy slides to his feet and takes my hand. We make it 2 steps before he tugs in the opposite direction. When I glance back, Wilder holds his other hand to Jack.
I'm sleeping here, buddy.
He gives Wilder a shrug. Wilder pulls on my hand more, but doesn't let go as his other hand makes an impossible stretch toward his grandpa. When Jack lifts his gaze to mine, I give him a little nod. He slowly stands from the sofa, keeping his attention on me while he accepts Wilder's chubby little hand. I lead the train to my bedroom. Wilder finds his spot in the middle. Jack and I remain silent while we climb onto each side. I shut off the light, and that warm little body snuggles into my side. I could cry. If I didn't know better, I'd say Wilder is John reincarnated. He's here to show me that I'm not broken, I'm not alone, and I'm safe now. As Wilder's body starts to melt and relax, and he slides into a slumber, I move my hand to rub his back. My fingers don't find his jammy-covered back. They find Jack's hand resting on it. He quickly moves it, and I feel an instant pang of, I'm not even sure, regret? Sadness? I lie still in the dark. Silence. A cocoon. Maybe a breath. That's it. I take a real breath where my lungs fully expand, and I don't feel suffocated. When I close my eyes, I don't see Archer. I don't smell him. I don't hear his voice. I can't remember how I felt when that man put his hand over my mouth. And I don't want to sleep because I'm scared this won't last. When the sun rises, it will bring all those memories back to life. So, I focus on every inch of my body connected to Wilder, every long, deep breath, and the beautiful, peaceful silence. My hand falls from his back and stretches toward the center of the bed, lying idle, palm open. Take my hand. The pads of Jack's fingers ghost across mine. Tears flood my eyes, and I smile. It's barely a whispered touch. When it's gone, I bend my fingers to see if he's still there. He is. Our fingers lace together. It fills me with such overwhelming emotion that I can't help but close my eyes, and when I close my eyes, I fall into a sleep unlike anything I've experienced. I wake alone. I stretch. When I look at my alarm clock, it's 10:35. I grin. Me. Yes, this girl. She slept over 12 hours. Again, I stretch, then roll to the side and bury my face into the pillow before pulling the sheets to my face, inhaling deeply, desperate to catch a whiff of Wilder or Jack. After a long shower, I dry my hair, dress, and go to the living room. Jack's on the sofa, reading a book from my bookshelf, The Alchemist. One of my favorite stories ever, I say on my way to the kitchen for coffee. Where's everyone else? They thought you were going to sleep for eternity, so they headed home. I stop. Are you serious? He keeps his eyes on the book and smirks. I continue my quest for coffee. They went into the city. Why didn't you go? Because I had some reading to do. I roll my eyes, waiting not so patiently for my coffee. Because you're scared to leave me alone. Scared for me. I don't know what I'd do without you. I fucking love him. I grab a sweatshirt and open the front door when my coffee's done. Jack follows me. What are you doing? I step outside for the first time in a week. Thought I'd drink my coffee outside. Care for company? That would be lovely. We sit in my rocking chairs and watch a few neighbors take their dogs on a morning walk while the trees shed their leaves. The air is cool and crisp, my favorite time of year. I grew up on a farm. We had a huge pumpkin patch that my parents opened to the public every October. Corn maze, apple cider, a hayride. John and I would dress up as scarecrows just to see if we could scare the little kids. I laugh. But neither one of us could hold still that long. I love pumpkin spice, apple cider, pumpkin pie. All things fall. Jack smiles, gently rocking beside me. My mom used to sew costumes for Jess and me. I went through a heavy Star Wars phase. Luke, Han Solo, Yoda, Obi-Wan. And every year my mom would say, Jude, I'll pay you money to choose something that's not Star Wars. Jessica was the pleaser that time of year because she wore whatever Mom made her, no complaints. I love that about him, the softer side to Jack. Did you ever imagine your life would go in this direction? I ask. Never. I assumed I'd be more of a white-collar crime guy. I giggle. How so? Well, I went to college and graduated with a degree in computer engineering with a minor in finance. A good Ponzi scheme seemed like a possible direction for me. But things never go as planned. He glances over at me, maybe because he feels the weight of my stare.
What?
You have a degree in computer engineering?
Yes. Did you think I was nothing more than a pretty face with a bad habit of killing people?
My lips twist as I shake my head. I love that you never stop surprising me. Well, the good kind of surprises, like yesterday's unexpected visitors. I know Livy and Slade plan to take Wilder home when they leave here, but I want to steal him. He's thousands of dollars of therapy all wrapped up in a pint-sized body with fishy kisses, the best hugs, and the most addictive giggle. Jack returns his attention to the road.
Grief, trauma, depression. They come in waves. I'm happy that you're feeling better today. I hope this is the beginning of great strides. But Wilder is leaving. And I'm not a therapist, but I think it might be a good idea for you to talk to someone or join a support group.
He shrugs a shoulder.
Just to keep moving forward. There's work, driving your car again, and I think you could use some better self-defense skills. I know a guy.
He's right on all accounts. And I know this because I have read enough self-help books to know that I might need help beyond those books for quite some time. But I'm turning a corner. I feel it. I know it. And I have Jack to thank. Can I say something aloud without you reacting? Without you speaking or responding in any way? Can I see if I can say these words outside my head without falling apart? Jack eyes me carefully for several seconds before nodding. I don't look at him. I'm better, but I'm not there quite yet. After a long inhale, I let the actual words see life beyond the dark recesses of my mind and the nauseous pit of my stomach. Archer Sanford raped me on his piano. It didn't hurt because I let the important parts of me leave my body. At the time, I didn't feel him. I didn't feel anything until I met your gaze on me. And I felt embarrassed. I felt shameful. I felt at fault. And part of me felt like I, too, would have blood on my hands for the rest of my life. Days later, I thought about the events of that night, and I realized I never said the word no. I never screamed. I didn't even fight him. I'm on the verge of tears, but I'm so damn proud of myself for getting all that out without shedding a single one. But when I turn my head, I realize my moment of great strength is Jack's final straw moment. He doesn't move. His hands are gripping the arms of the chair, and his face is wet with tears. The man I love is not heartless. He's not a killer. He's human. He bleeds. He feels pain. And sometimes, he cries. I stand. He doesn't move, doesn't look at me, doesn't blink. I stand, stepping in front of him. Still, he doesn't acknowledge me. It's as if he's fighting everything to hold it together, but he can't hide the parts that leak to the surface. I can't imagine ever loving him more than I do right now. Wedging between his spread legs, I curl up in a ball on his lap, face in his neck, hand flat against his heart. If you carry me to the finish line, I'll carry you for the rest of our lives. Ever so slowly, Jack's hands release the arms of the chair and embrace me. Head bowed, lips pressed to my head. He is my Baines. I am his Ada. And together, we will sail away to a future filled with unimaginable happiness.
Epilogue. 8 months later. Jackson waits. He worries. What if she doesn't make it? What if something happened along the 2,500-mile journey? How long would it be before someone told him? If she has so much as a scratch on her, heads will roll. He paces, checks his watch. Then he heads to his basement to beat the shit out of his punching bag. A quick shower, and he's back to his front window. It's not that she's his whole world, but his world is better with her in it. His fingers itch to touch her, caress her soft curves, make her sing. She'll be here, Frankie laughs, sliding her arms around his waist and resting her cheek on his back. Jackson blows out a long breath and turns in her arms. She should have been here hours ago. He's visibly tense and jittery. Again, Frankie chuckles. Patience? He frowns. Is all of your stuff unpacked? Yes, it's official. I'm jobless and shacking up with my boyfriend. His nose still wrinkles when she uses the word boyfriend. Frankie finished her year contract with the university and spent months in therapy. They racked up many airline miles with bi-weekly visits. And you've never been happier. He kisses her forehead. Not true. I'll be happier when you stop worrying. What if we steal a couple of grandbabies? They'll keep your mind off. Can't. Slade took them to some indoor gym or play space. They won't be back until after lunch. Frankie's lips twist. So, if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is for the next 3 or so hours, there's a 0% chance of little ones barging in on us? Her fingers work the button of his jeans. He stops her. Frankie's jaw drops. Seriously? Are you telling me no? No, I'm telling you. He turns them 180 degrees. I need to face the window when we do this. He lifts her dress over her head. She's wearing nothing else. God, he loves all the beautiful things about this woman. She gets him. I fear you love her more than you love me. Jackson flits his gaze out the window for a quick check before looking at her and smirking. Jealous. He lowers to his knees, holding her hips. She laces her fingers through his hair and tugs it. I've made her my bitch while I'm pretty certain you are still her bitch, so no, I'm not jealous. He hums, and Frankie's hands press to the window behind her. They're hidden in a wooded lot, but her driver will get quite the view when she arrives. And Frankie should care, but Jackson knows she's missing the gene for modesty. Besides, he's great at multitasking. He can do this and keep an eye out for her. Jack. Frankie's head rests against the window while he spreads her legs wider, while his tongue and fingers work with great enthusiasm to pleasure her. Don't fucking stop. He doesn't stop, but unbuttons his jeans, pulls down the zipper, and releases his dick, slowly stroking it. Frankie tips her chin and bites her bottom lip for a second. I love it when you do that. He's flattered. Really. The day will never come when he doesn't want to please her in every way. However, this is less about her and more about him. Does he want to have sex with her? Of course. Is time of the essence? Unfortunately. He's forced to move things along a little quicker so that nothing tragic happens, like he's on the verge of blowing his wad just as she arrives, and he's forced to choose between 2 of his favorite women. Today, it might not be Frankie, and he's only a little sorry about it. Not yet, Frankie protests, on the verge of her orgasm when Jackson stands, lifts her with her back pressed to the window, and drives into her. What the fuck? She's angry, but still chasing that orgasm. Was that? He kisses her to shut her up, and because he loves kissing her, he's close, so close to release. Best day ever. His hand squeezes her breast. She moans, and that's nearly all it takes. Nearly. Then he hears screeching brakes and knows it's her. Don't you dare! Frankie grips his shirt. He's never seen her this desperate, and it's so damn sexy, but she's here. He drops Frankie to her feet like a hot potato, tucks himself into his jeans, and flies out the door just as the truck backs into the driveway. Today marks the official day that his life is absolutely perfect. Finally, all of his women are home and safe. Easy, Jackson warns while the men unload Black Beauty in all her glory. As he leads them to the house, he sees Frankie, and the day becomes a little bittersweet because 3 months from now, when she's still withholding sex from him, he'll be forced to look back upon this day and wonder if 30 more seconds with his mouth between her legs would have made all the difference in the world. But it's too late. He'll never know. I see my bitch made it, Frankie says between clenched teeth. Jackson ignores her while showing the men where to put Beauty. Are we tuning it? One of the men asks as they unwrap her and attach her legs. No, I'll tune her, Jackson says. Pfft. Frankie rolls her eyes. Only one person in this room can properly tune this piano. The two men nervously eye Jackson. He gives them a slight head shake, discouraging them from engaging with Frankie. Nothing good will come of it. After the men leave, Jackson walks around Beauty, gently dragging his fingers along her smooth wood the way Frankie used to do. I'll let you tune her, he says as a peace offering. Frankie stands in the corner of the room, arms crossed, lips in a hard line. I'll let you play her first. Frankie doesn't blink. His shoulders drop into a hard surrender. What's going to fix this? She rubs her lips together while snatching the tuning kit off the table. You told Wilder you would teach him to play the piano. Yeah, Jackson replies with caution. He doesn't trust Frankie. She's too much like him. I've decided I will teach him. What if we alternate who she snaps. We'll teach him. She sits at the piano and lays out the instruments like a surgeon. He'd have to kill her if he didn't love her beyond reason. Wilder is his mini-me, despite Slade's ridiculous protests of the claim. It only makes sense that Jackson should teach Wilder to play the piano. The problem is that Frankie has a look, a come-hither look, and she has perfect tits. An unforgettable ass. Don't even get him started on her pussy. Jackson begrudgingly nods a silent acquiescence. Maybe when Wilder's old enough to understand the magic of a woman's body, he can tell his grandson that he wanted to teach him, but tits and ass. Why are you, Frankie, gives him an outstretched arm with a flat hand. Shush. The man without a submissive bone in his body sits in a chair and watches Frankie tune Beauty for the next hour. It's confusing. He's not sure where the greater jealousy lies. Beauty? Because Frankie's hands are all over her. Or Frankie, because she's playing Beauty. Okay, maestro, play something. Frankie steps away from the piano. Jackson grins, standing and stretching his fingers in a dramatic display while strolling toward the piano. Take off your clothes before you play for me. Jackson squints at her. Is that your kink? I'm too fucking sophisticated for kink. I simply know what I like. Jackson tries to hide his amusement while he shrugs off his shirt, jeans, underwear, depositing them on the floor by the piano bench. And you like watching me play the piano naked? Frankie leans against the back of the sofa and crosses her arms. We're about to find out. Jackson smirks, taking a seat. I fucking love you. Because I'm so smart and talented? She pushes off the sofa. Nope. He starts to play a concerto in E minor. Because I challenge your stubborn ass? She ambles closer. Nope. Frankie runs her fingers along Beauty. Then she teases the nape of his neck while her lips settle beside his ear and she whispers, Because I'm the girl you kiss goodnight. The end.
This has been Because of Her, written by Julie Ann, narrated by Andy Arndt and Sebastian York. Copyright 2023 by Julie Ann. Production copyright 2023 by Julie Ann. Production coordination by Lyric Audiobooks. Producer Kim Gilmore. Post-production by TideF Studios. Andy Arndt and Sebastian York are members of SAG-AFTRA. For more information about author Julie Ann, please visit www.julieann.com.